이번에 또 NB를 하게 되는데 지난 경기에서는 저희가 이겼기 때문에 충분히 이길 것 같습니다.
I'm not too worried about it, but I know how important it is for our org.
I think we have a pretty good read on them, so I'm pretty confident going in. It's the last match of the season, so everyone's going to put their all into it.
Our LCS experience, I think, should pay off, and we should be able to close out like a 5-game series, no problem.
Welcome everyone to the North American LCS Summer 2017 Promotion Tournament. There was only one spot left up for grabs. You can see the players fighting for on your screen. Gold Coin United in purple, Team Envy in black, blue, and white. I am David Freak Turley, joined here by two wonderful gentlemen. Isaac Azell Cummings-Bentley and Sam Kobe Harmon-Kensler. I saved the best for last.
Greetings. Well met.
All right, that intro's not quite what was planned, but let's take a look at the teams that we've got here today. Of course, we talked about them briefly. Let's look at the bracket, of course. And despite winning their very first match on Friday, Gold Coin United did, in fact, drop to Liquid in yesterday's matchup that would have promoted them in right away. Meanwhile, on the other side of the bracket was, of course, Team Envy, who had lost to GCU at the very start, but managed to win against United to get themselves into today's final decider series. Of course, close matches all the way through. So now it's time to figure out which of these two teams will be in the NALCS next split and which one will fall down to the NA Challenger Series. Now, for both these teams, first off, there's got to be a huge weight on their shoulders. Now it's do or die time. You've got to win this one.
I mean, so much pressure on these matches. This is deciding not only the fate of your team, but potentially your career. I mean, this could be a lost job if you lose this series.
Yeah, I mean, for some of the people, you feel, oh, even if they get relegated, like Lyra will find a home or something. But that's not true for all the players. And for Envy, yes, there is a ton of pressure. And we've even seen pros already who have previously played in the relegation tournament start tweeting out about how intense it is and how it's extremely uncomfortable to have to play for your job and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But on the same side, you know, Gold Coin United are also playing for jobs as well, and there's a lot of pressure there trying to get into the LCS on the flip side.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start talking about the team specifically. We're going to start actually with, even though, you know, Envy lost to GCU, they did start playing better. Envy got that win over United, so it feels like, you know, maybe they're on the upswing.
Yeah, I definitely think they could be. And Lyra is really the guy to watch out for. He was incredible, I think, through most of the LCS split, and he played very well yesterday. I think he needs to retain that form, really look dominant today, or for them to be able to take down.
I definitely agree. One of the places that he has had success is starting to get Seraph ahead, and Seraph has really run with that. Specifically on the Camille, they had a lot of success, and he was able to snowball fairly effectively. The thing is with Seraph, you never quite know if he's actually going to go off with your lead or if he's going to, you know, throw it. If he doesn't get early attention, then he does have a tendency to still play aggressively rather than, you know, play cautiously on the weak side of the map or something like that. So I'm not sure if Envy is as dynamic as you might want them to be, but they definitely have the power to carry from the jungle and top side.
So let's talk about the other side of the map then with Gold Coin United. Of course, they did beat them last time around. And heck, they even took Liquid to 5 games, which is solid on its own right since the double-led Liquid looks pretty good. So give me your thoughts on GCU.
Yeah, I mean, I think here I'm looking at Phoenix. Phoenix has actually been the player of the entire promotion tournament for me. He has been extremely dominant. You know, 4 straight games in a row. He was absolutely smashing Piglet. He did get taken out the last one with a lot of folks from the bot lane, but he looked great against Ninja. And he has shown the ability to almost 1v9 in some of these games.
Definitely true, and especially if he plays champions like Vladimir, you know, like Cassiopeia, where you can really carry team fights once you get to the middle of the game. I think that would be, you know, pose a very good chance for GCU, and probably their best strategy to go with would be, you know, some extra wards from Santorin, some extra protection from Santorin around the mid lane, or even calling in roams from the side lanes there, because Phoenix is definitely the carry for this team. And a lot of their hopes, I think, do rest on him.
And I think we saw Liquid, you know, in Game 5 finally find a way to shut him down with all this extra pressure. And like you said, you know, we need to see Gold Coin backing him up and showing the same attention there, because he has been smashing these lanes as long as they are left alone in the 1v1. And if other attention comes from that other team, he needs the help from his team too.
And they did just have that long, stressful best of 5 that they played, went all the way to the 5th game.
Yep.
And that can take a toll on you, but they, you know, look refreshed today, so we'll see if they can rebound.
Right, yeah, from what I've seen, the players seem confident, ready to go. But meanwhile, despite losing to GCU on Friday, Hakuo feels like they go into today's game prepared.
I think Gold Coin's a strong team. We played them the first game and we lost, but I think all the games were pretty close. It was generally, I think a lot of the time we had an early game lead, and then just the usual, we lose a fight and it's hard. I think some of their picks we weren't ready for or didn't expect, so coming into the rematch, I think it'll be easier for us to draft around.
I honestly feel like with matches like this, whatever team is the most adaptable is the team that's going to be able to get a big advantage in these, because you can react to the picks you've seen, maybe change up your pick and ban, change some of your strategies, and hopefully be able to match it better in the second time.
Yeah, and of course, for both sides, of course, we'll see what their adaptations end up being. So now promotion tournament hopes are on the line. So I'm going to put your jobs on the line as well. If your chosen team loses, you're also out of the LCS.
One left.
Relegation for casters.
Relegation for casters. I'm going to stick King of the Hill. Azale, I want to start with you. Who's going to win this one?
I take Envy 3-2. I think it's really close. It's to me more who goes off, Lyra or Phoenix. I have some faith in Lyra today, though.
Yeah, I think it is also going to be pretty close, but I am going to go with Gold Coin United this time around. Even though there's been some time for Envy to look at their mistakes and try and patch things up. They did lose the first time around, and even when you see a video like that where Hakuho is like, "Oh yeah, it's just the usual. Yeah, we got it super far ahead, but then usual throw late game for us." The fact that you can brush it off as usual throw late game, maybe they have not solved like the root cause of these issues. And in a best of 5, I think I'm going to go with Phoenix.
All right, well, we'll see what it ends up being. To be sure to tweet at LO Esports and share your thoughts with us and tell us who do you want to see pop off in the 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament and why. Make sure to use hashtag NALCS. We will share some of our favorite tweets during the day, so stick with us. And now, speaking of our favorites, let's send off to the casters to get the games underway.
Aw, thanks, Freak. Hello, everyone. I am Optimus Tom Steerfoss, and casting with me is the best Captain Falcon main that I know. I don't know a lot of them. Mark Zimmerman.
I appreciate that. You guys fixed what you had in the prompter yesterday. Call me the worst Marth when I don't even main Marth.
Well, that's okay, because your Falcon's way better than your Marth. That's why.
Yeah, exactly. And Pastry's not here to defend himself at all today, so I get to say I smashed him all the time before we go live.
That's very true. Actually, I watch it all the time. But why don't we focus on the match today and get into the starting lineups? On the blue side, it is going to be Gold Coin United. In the top lane, it's Solo, their jungler, Santorin. Mid lane is Phoenix, bot lane of Mash and Madlife, and their coach, Loco Doco.
And over on the red side, it is Team Envy. In the top lane, Seraph, the jungler, Lyra, mid lane Ninja, bot lane carry Apollo, supported by Hakuho, and the whole team coached by Dylan Falco.
Both of these teams, of course, played on day 1 of the promotion tournament. Did wind up going in the favor of Gold Coin United 3-1. However, Envy, yesterday in their series against E United, definitely looked like they were more on form compared to their first day of the promotion tournament.
Yeah, a big part of that was the fact that they didn't have to deal with a player like Phoenix's caliber in that matchup versus United. And I think that's the big problem for Envy that we saw in the first series, the first time that they played, was the fact that Ninja could not really hang with him a lot of the time. It did feel like he had an okay Ahri performance, but as soon as he was forced onto some more of the standard mages and things like that, as like the Vladimir, he got taken apart.
Well, Envy, of course, did wind up having a little bit of an adjustment in the games yesterday against United, where Seraph and Lyra had a little bit more synergistic style together. We put Seraph on the Camille. He basically hard carried 2 of those 3 games they won.
Right, and we heard the guys talking about the fact that you kind of don't actually, it's a little weird. You obviously don't want to be the team who lost the first series, but if you're heading into a second matchup, the team who won kind of feels like, well, we're going to try to do the same thing. And it's on the team who lost to kind of adapt. And in some sense, it is nicer to be in that situation because you know kind of how you got abused, you prepared a new plan, and you can assume a little bit that the team that you played against is going to try and run the same thing back. So you're able to prepare against a strategy that you think you already know what they're going to do.
And we did see Envy with a couple of changes to their own draft strategy yesterday, getting very heavily focused on those utility bottom side AD carries, first picking the Varus very often when they were on blue side, or this time around they are going to wind up being starting on the red side. They are the LCS team, so they did wind up getting the side selection in games 1, 3, and 5. Something about that red side, maybe it was from what they learned in their series against E United yesterday.
We'll have to see. Yeah, and obviously Gold Coin United keeping a little bit of the same bans. They keep the Ziggs one. We talked about how it seems like a lot of teams were targeting Envy's ability to draft AP champions in other positions. So by taking away the Ziggs, the Elise, and oftentimes the Rumble was another one that we saw frequently, it does force Ninja a little bit onto the AP champions. Mid lane can't play his kind of signature talent in Jace. But yesterday we saw Team Envy still being able to play that when they took the Zyra support as well as grabbing Echo top.
Yeah, and we also wind up seeing Ninja perform on Syndra for the first time we've seen him since, well, basically the start of the NALCS in the spring split. But it's looked like all the bans locked in. It's going to be the Ziggs, the Malzahar, and the Elise. Pretty standard bans against Team Envy so far in the promotion tournament. And then Shen, Ashe, and Rengar banned away by Team Envy. Shen, of course, going to be something that Solo has used to great effect. The double global pressure, the late game split push potential, and then the Ashe, which has risen in priority just in this tournament in and of itself.
Right, I actually think this is a pretty interesting pick ban phase so far because we see the Graves taken away first for Santorin. A lot of teams feel like Lyra is the big hard carry, obviously, for Team Envy. And if you limit it to a champion that can really only take over the early game, he can't obviously hard carry team fights. Rek'Sai becomes a knockup bot. Lee Sin becomes kind of an insect machine, these kinds of champions. Whereas Graves becomes a legitimate late game carry. So a lot of people want to make sure Lyra cannot end up on that. But it does open up the Camille and the Varus pick, two champions that were super high priority come the end of last series for Envy.
Yeah, Apollo played that Varus almost every single game he could in the series against United yesterday. And then Seraph, as we mentioned, two extremely good performances on Camille in that 3-1 victory over United yesterday. GCU, though, they're going to wind up picking up the Caitlyn and the Karma lane. Lots of poke potential, lots of early game damage coming out from that lane. And the Caitlyn itself was something that Envy was banning away in the second ban phase yesterday against United.
Right, and we saw Envy picking up the Zyra to complement the Varus. There you see they lock it in. They go for this extremely aggressive push and poke focused bot lane to generate a lot of pressure, which gives Lyra space to go in for these aggressive invades that he's kind of known for. And I like Gold Coin United's plan of trying to match that early game pressure from the other team's bot lane, going with Karma, a strong pokey champion who also has the shields to negate some of Zyra's poke, and then Caitlyn being one of generally the strongest lane bully champions in the game in the AD carry position.
So lots of damage potential coming out from both of these bottom sides of the map, but it does leave a little bit of a disproportionate first pick phase. Top laner picked up for Envy, jungler picked up for Goldcoin United. We'll see if these teams try to focus down on some of those positions in this second ban phase. Lee Sin being banned away from Goldcoin United looks like they want to start to target down and pinpoint Lyra's champion pool to more of, like you said, those early game effective junglers, whereas Team Envy on the opposite side have banned out the Vladimir and the Renekton, so they don't want to have that Renekton sort of counter matchup against the Camille, but the Rumble is still available for that top lane pick.
Right. I think Team Envy's fine playing the kind of more skill-based matchup versus the Rumble. Once again, Rumble will have a little bit of an advantage in that matchup, but it's much easier for Camille to start getting a lot further ahead if you can farm out in the early laning phase and you can start potentially ganking it at 6. Whereas Renekton, even if you gank it once or twice, it still matches up fairly well versus the Camille and bully it early on. Camille will, of course, outscale it, but they want to focus more on potentially getting a skill matchup than one where it's just considered losing. So I do like the Renekton ban there. And Lyra gonna lock in his Nidalee. We saw a variation on it yesterday. We were talking about how he's this weird AD bruiser Nidalee, but then yesterday he went full AP with it.
Yeah, we'll see if he winds up doing the same thing here. There is a little bit of potential for magic damage, so the Syndra's still on the table if they want to give that one to Ninja, but if he goes to the AP style of Nidalee, that could open up Ninja to play Talon or Jace or one of those AD-focused champions that he prefers. On the flip side for Goldcoin United, though, we've seen Fizz being taken into the top lane against that Camille pick as well. Licorice did not have a fun time on that one, although we also potentially have the Echo that Seraph played against the Camille in his own game, but it looks like they are going to steal the Jace away from the side of Envy, giving that one over to Phoenix in the mid lane, and they do go for that Rumble versus Camille matchup topside.
And we see Envy locking the Talon as well, so looks like it's going to be a pretty explosive game here. No tanks, lots of damage, lots of playmaking. Should be a fun matchup overall.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of how the first matchup of Envy versus United went the other day, where there were no tanks in that match whatsoever. It was like 25 kills at like 15 minutes on into the game. Goldcoin United, of course, do play a little bit more of a controlled and a more calm style of play. And one of the criticisms we had of Team Envy in their game 2, where Lyra was on this Nidalee, was that his team fight effectiveness on that champion was not comparable to all of his other jungle pickups. He was out farming Gilead extremely heavily.
Yeah, Flame Horizoned him, right?
20 minutes into the game was Flame Horizoning him. However, his team fight prowess was just not there on that Nidalee pickup.
And that's the thing, whenever you play the AP Nidalee, you have to pick like the perfect opportunity to go in. She really does kind of play more like an assassin than the poke champion, even though she has that long range skill shot, high damage spear on her Q. A lot of her power is locked away in her Cougar form. And so when you're the AD bruiser build, you're a little tankier. It's a little easier to get in there and start scrapping in team fights. When you go the pure AP build, it can be a little more difficult to get involved.
So Goldcoin United, we've definitely seen this play style from them before. Phoenix's Jace is no stranger from the Challenger Series, and Solo's Rumble. You've seen him play that into the Camille multiple times. He himself has said, hope you guys have enjoyed casting the 4v4, because he oftentimes spends a lot of time dealing with that Camille on the side lane. This is Seraph's Camille, though, where yesterday 7-0-9, 8-0-4. Extremely good score lines coming out from him.
And the scary thing, of course, is the fact that they also have so much mobility around the map. Talon, one of the best early roamers. Nidalee, extremely efficient in her jungle clear and her ability to hop over walls. So Solo could be in a lot of trouble here if we see Envy making roams up to the top side. You expect that's what they're going to try and do. They have that shoving bot lane like we talked about, hoping to probably just push in and deal with the 2v2 versus Mash and Madlife, while the top side of the map kind of makes things happen.
Nobody wants to wind up being in trouble in any of these lanes. This is the last best of 5 of the Summer 2017 promotion tournament. Everybody's lives are on the line here. You win this one, you're in the NALCS for the summer split. You lose this one, you're back down to Challenger.
Yeah, it's a culmination of a long season for both these teams. You know, we've been casting GCU the whole way. We've seen the evolution that comes in for this team. They've grown a ton since they debuted. You know, Madlife wasn't even there in their first week, and then they were swapping AD carries, and here they are now in the final match of the promotion tournament going up against Envy.
And Envy, pretty much the same. Did not have Lyra for their first week of matches. Got him in week number 2. Took a little bit of time to ramp up with him. Towards the end of the split, definitely looked like a team that could wind up winning against, surprisingly, almost any single team. They were taking games off of teams like TSM. They were taking games off of the likes of Cloud9. However, in a best-of-3 series, you got to take 2 games off of them in order to wind up coming out ahead, and that's how Envy find themselves in this promotion tournament. Still one of the best early game teams from the North American LCS, but Goldcorn United in their previous best-of-5 against them on Friday were able to quell that aggression through great vision control.
Yeah, we talk about Goldcorn United being a little bit slow of a team. That does match up fairly well versus Envy, who feel like they need to get a huge, like, 3,000 gold advantage relatively early on to the game to blow it open, because if you go any lower than that, you risk losing a late game team fight. So Goldcorn United going for a little bit of an invade onto the red buff. Potentially just going to steal these away. Lyra actually starting on the bot side this time around.
Yeah, interestingly enough, though, had those traps all set up. Santorin going to be taking away those Raptors on his opponent's side of the map. I actually don't know if Ninja wound up stealing it. He stole some of those away because Santorin was unable to hit level 2 off of that Raptor take. So the Nidalee traps combined with the Talon Rake being able to steal away some experience from Santorin on this jungle invade.
Yeah, unfortunately not level 2 quite yet. See Goldcorn United, the massive favorites in the fan votes here. But, you know, Santorin, good start, I think, actually. Even though he doesn't get the level 2, he does steal away the red buff. He's going to be able to clear down into his jungle potentially. And looks like he's actually going to look quickly at a gank here at Ninja.
Yeah, he wants to make Ninja pay for his aggressions against the Raptor camp. Getting knocked back in by Phoenix. The exhaust had gone down extremely early. Ninja trying to get a trade kill back around, but Phoenix flashes him first blood for Santorin.
Very surprising to see that kill come in on the side of GCU. Ninja had ward on the Raptor camp. We saw him steal away. You know he's going to go for that red buff later. He was still playing a little bit down towards the bottom side, but even then, Santorin was still able to find the angle on him and get first blood.
Yeah, Ninja here deciding he was going to go on Phoenix. The exhaust gets used extremely early, so that is over, but Ninja, instead of just trying to run away, thinks he's pretty much dead and tries to get a trade kill.
Right, I think once he fails the flash, he realizes his only hope is to turn around. Good knockback by Phoenix actually is what kind of put him more in position to get that gank off by Santorin. Good combination between Phoenix and him to get that first blood kill. And this is kind of what we talk about. The scary thing for Envy is that Santorin is no slouch at all compared to you know, some of the other junglers he's gone up against. He was able to get the best of Gilius. And I mean, Santorin did not beat Lyra individually 1v1, and I think he only got the better of him one game, but he was able to keep his team relevant enough in their first matchup that Lyra could not hand the rest of his teammates the leads that they need to carry.
Yeah, and the interesting thing we saw, the adaptation from Santorin in that first best of 5 was the ability to get up in the face of Lyra and aggressive, but now it's going to be Phoenix that's paying for his transgressions earlier in the mid lane. A flash forward and a pounce from Lyra picks up a return kill mid.
Good gank by Lyra there. Phoenix had no summoners off that first blood, and good knockback on the pounce of Lyra, but he's able to keep going forward, gets the trade kill now, getting some more counter jungling down, trying to find some camps to grab away from Santorin, who's still on spot side.
And as I was talking about before, both of these junglers getting a bit aggressive. This female top lane here, Seraph, just getting traded upon by Solo. Blast the flash over the wall. Lyra is right there to kind of help him out, but no over-aggression coming out from Solo, knowing that something was up.
Yeah, really good restraint there. He knows the fact that Phoenix just died. I'm pretty sure that they saw Lyra start passing up onto the top side. gets over aggressive potentially. We see Hakuho force the flash, getting away from that tether from Mad Life.
A flash burned from Hakuo's Zyra. We also saw Apollo taking a chunk of damage from that headshot coming out from the 90 caliber net landing, and this is just that return gang into the mid lane here. No vision on Lyra coming up from the jungle. They knew he was by the red buff, and Phoenix went to ward.
This is one of the criticisms that a lot of people had of Phoenix during his time in the LCS, was the fact that he often did not play he plays the lane matchup extremely well and bullies out almost anyone, but sometimes he does not react to jungler pressure correctly and doesn't place his wards quite right. So they saw Lyra leave the bottom of Santorin's jungle. He hops out, and Phoenix wants to go ward, is a little bit too late. Lyra has moved up the river at this point, and now Phoenix is just exposing himself to a gank as opposed to covering that potential gank, and he ends up giving the trade kill there.
That's just one of the powers of Nidalee too, is the fact that she can move across the map so quickly because of the pounds. We talked about how mobile the composition of Team Envy is, and it already pays off extremely early on there by getting a return kill in that mid lane matchup, and evens things up a little bit there for Ninja. As meanwhile, Hakuo forced to have the heal there from Apollo. He had burned his flash earlier. And just that Caitlyn and the Karma lane, the bully lane of the bottom lane from GCU, getting the best of Apollo and Hakuo, who actually stepped up huge in the series against United yesterday. We're kind of called them the unsung heroes of that series.
Right, definitely. I think they had bot lane pressured a lot of the times. Once they got ganked by Gilius and they kind of ruined their plans, but for the most part, they were getting the better of the 2v2. This time around, I like GCU's plan, like I said, to go for that Caitlyn and Karma lane, basically the strongest push lane you can to negate the push lane that the enemy team is going for. And it takes away one of those pressure points that Envy had been playing around a lot during the United series with.
And we saw Lyra getting a little up close and personal with Mad Life, getting dropped low compared to his Gromp, but able to smite that down and stay alive. Meanwhile, mid lane, the trades continue to go down between Phoenix and Ninja. These two very AD-focused mid laners getting a lot of trade damage. Phoenix, in the meantime, has picked up a Fairy Charm in his inventory, so we might wind up seeing the tier-style build of Jace. We have seen in the Challenger Series previously going for the full lethality build, but ever since that's had some slight nerfs to the lethality itemization, we have seen Jaces in the mid lane going for the tier. It gives them a little bit more sustainability in their mana pool.
Solo, camping out on this brush, just runs away with his shield up. Not actually going to try and do anything there on Seraph. But yeah, like you were saying, I personally do like the tier build a little bit more. I think it's scales a little bit better, and I understand that you're going to be getting blue buff, so you can go for the early power spike, but seeing as this game's a little bit slower, I like Phoenix's decision to not read out for just some early game burst damage.
Yep, Solo backing away from Seraph because he knows Lyra is around. Well, the Hextech ultimatum gets thrown down. Lyra gonna just walk up, throw a couple of spears, so they know they can't dive underneath that tower. It's gonna be an ultimate traded for pretty much nothing here. Is Solo holding his own in this matchup against Seraph. Meanwhile, Ninja gonna be taking the Assassin's Path up and over the wall. Unlocked from the mid lane is this Talon after shoving in Phoenix's Jace. Now with 3 members strong, they might be looking for a dive. Solo outplayed 1v3 under tower yesterday, but unable to do that when he falls, but Santorin is right there to pick up a return kill.
Good cover by Santorin. The game plan of Envy, a little telegraphed. We know that they are probably going to try and focus on this top side. Lyra made the first pass at Solo. Seraph dropped his Hextech ultimatum. They weren't able to turn that one. Ninja disappears off the map. You know he's going to be heading up to that top side to try and get that punish down. And Santorin reacts, going up there to get the cleanup kill onto Ninja, trading 1-for-1. But there was a pretty big minion wave there that Solo had to miss out on, so he can't be too happy about that. Santorin able to grab it. And after all that action, still ends up being a relatively close game.
Yeah, and as I mentioned yesterday, we saw Solo playing Shen able to survive a 1v3 dive against United, but Envy able to execute this one a little bit better. Good equalizer, actually gets a lot of damage down on Ninja, but he's not the one tanking the tower. Good thing Graves is there to clean it up, though.
Yeah, I thought he was going to try and ult the minion wave and go for a little bit of a greedy CS there, but I like the idea to actually try and turn it back onto Ninja, and knowing that Santorin was coming into collapse, we got enough damage down onto Ninja, he could probably get the kill.
And we talked about how this may be a duel between the two junglers, both of them with both of the kills for their teams in this early stage of the game. Santorin, known for a little bit more of a farming style, has been in the right place, right time to kind of get that first blood, as well as counter gank that assault in the top lane, has finished his warrior enchantment. Whereas we see on the flip side here for Lyra, has gone for the Aether Wisp, so indicative of going for that Runic Echoes build, but has stopped off and picked up a Sheen for a bit more of a power spike for that. Nidalee going to be able to use those Sheen procs quite effectively.
Big thing that's different this time around for Envy, though, is the fact that their bot lane is down over 10 CS. Talk about how this was one of the power points on the map for them last time around. They have the Camille, have the Talon, a lot of things that they're comfortable playing with, but playing with a losing bot lane is something they might not have as much comfort with as they would need.
Something that they did not have to adjust to yesterday as Apollo and Hakuo did wind up getting the best of Deftly and Zeyzal in their matchup for pretty much every single game of that best-of-5 series. Did have a little bit of pressure from Lyra to help them out if they ever got themselves into a sticky situation. But as you did mention, not really used to playing against the bully lanes. Normally, they were grabbing the Varus extremely early on, and then we wind up seeing Deftly going for Ashe if it was left open extremely early in the first rotation of pick phase. But then they were banning away the Ashe and banning away the Caitlyn, things that they knew that could go toe-to-toe with the Varus in the poke lane. More importantly, things that they know could apply a lot of pressure to Zyra, who, while she deals a lot of damage, also takes a lot of damage.
Right, and I think this is kind of the case of seeing Envy tunnel maybe a little bit too hard on the obvious game plan that they have. They want to rotate up to the top side and try and snowball that carry versus carry matchup. GCU now following that around. Graves is in the area.
Yeah, well, speaking of this snowball versus snowball top lane matchup, Santorin's there to counter gank the Hextech ultimatum. Seraph dropping down extremely low. Lyra takes a lot of damage. It's not a tanky Nidalee. One rocket winds up landing. The flash forward from Santorin. The end of the line is out, but double flashes there from the side of Envy keep them alive.
Both junglers padding up to the top side there, knowing that this is where a lot of the action is going to be around. And this actually favors GC a little bit, where their bot lane's going to keep being able to push in. They're going to get advantages slowly over time, and as long as Santorin can keep neutralizing Lyra, which was the big problem in the first series for Envy, they'll probably be able to take this game as it goes later and later. We saw GCU having the better late-game decision-making.
Seraph going to wind up using his teleport to get back to lane, so GCU knows that as long as Solo has his left available, he'll have teleport advantage. Or the Solo going to wind up going back because he has picked up his Seeker's Arm Guard, has about 1,000 gold in his pocket. We'll see if he winds up going back and buying a couple of items, and if he holds on to that teleport or not. But GCU, as you mentioned, looking pretty solid throughout this early game so far. Very reminiscent of the first best-of-5 these guys played on Friday, where Goldcoin United was able to kind of quell the aggression of Envy, and while they weren't able to culminate into extreme gold advantages themselves, getting through the early to mid-game at an even pace worked wonders for them against Envy, who, as you mentioned, did not have the same kind of team fight coordination in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, during that series, there were times where Envy had, a 2,000 gold lead, 20-something minutes in the game, but that's not enough for a team like Envy to really stomp people in team fights late game. And Goldcoin United would hang on, they would have good dragon control and things like that, and then eventually, as soon as it got to the 30-minute mark, we see Envy just start losing skirmishes and team fights and not playing properly around objectives. And it's trending that way right now in this game. And like we were saying, it's a really obvious game plan for what Envy wanted to do this time around. They obviously showed yesterday they want to pick a strong bottom lane. GCU counters that out. They pick a lot of playmaking around the top side of the map. Santorin plays heavily around the top side of the map so far. And since then, it's resulted in a 2-for-2 game. The gold's totally even now, 12 minutes in.
As you mentioned, objective control was a very strong thing for Goldcoin United in their previous series against Envy. So far, no one has looked towards the Elemental Drake. Ocean Drake was the first one of the game to spawn. Yesterday on NALCS 2 between Envy and E United, we had nothing but Ocean and Cloud Drakes. So we'll see if we wind up getting something a little bit more aggressive after that one, but we'll have to wait to see who takes it first.
Yeah, right. Hopefully fix their RNG machine on the Dragons.
I don't know, maybe we just crank it up for like the last game of the promotion tournament.
All Infernal, somehow you get more than 3 on a team.
I think that's when you would actually say the RNG is a little bit broken. But Lyra, as if he's been listening to us this entire time, decides that, hey, it's Ocean Drake on the map, don't want it here anymore. Do you see some wards coming over the wall from Goldcoin United that might be looking to contest this, though? Support and junglers nearby, and Lyra's already tanked that Ocean Drake down to about half HP. Half HP on the Nidalee itself. The spear goes out, but it's actually Santorin saying, hey, buddy, thanks for the leash.
Good force away there by Goldcoin United, getting in range just in time. A couple seconds later, Envy maybe secures that one. So now they might be getting flanked around. Ninja's going to kick this one off.
Yeah, they're getting rooted up. Santorin dropped down extremely low. The Ignite comes through, and Ninja secures the kill off the back of the Dragon. Take a flash away from Mad Life. We'll get him out of the chain of corruption, but Envy collapsed after the Dragon died.
Getting a little greedy there after they get the Dragon. They're grouped up looking for an invade, trying to catch someone rotating through that choke point. But they were on top of Envy Vision. Envy gets a flank off.
Bottom side, though, Mash caught up pretty much all by himself. Stranglethorns goes out, has to flash away as the Ignite's ticking down as well. Last plant shot in the Ignite will not wind up resulting in a kill. Teleport was coming in from Solo, but it winds up getting canceled there by Seraph. Looks like the hook shot was able to be used there, but now they're going to wind up trading ultimate for ultimate. The Equalizer goes across the minions. Seraph using the ultimatum pretty much just as a delay tactic here for Lyra to show up. Nobody winds up dying.
Solo got a little antsy with his Equalizer there. Wanted to use it to cut off the escape path of Seraph, but he needs to layer it further on top of himself as well in case Seraph does use the Hextech ultimatum to dodge out of that damage. So you can still layer it forward that Seraph has to run through, but you also need to make sure the tail end of it drops onto yourself.
Well, Solo getting aggressive, but he knows that both junglers are in the area now. Santorin going to try to counter gank Lyra yet again. Flamespitter out, dealing a lot of damage to Lyra. Has the Runic Echoes, has the Sheen, but not a lot of HP. And Lyra's going to have to pounce himself out of there.
Yeah, both members of Envy's top side really low now. GCU wants to roam up there. Phoenix is kind of cutting off Ninja. We're seeing more of this 3v3 action around the top side.
Yeah, top side of the map has been the focal point for this match. But Seraph using the sweep to get aggressive here. Drops down extremely low. Now Ninja going to have to use the assassin path to try to get out. Solo with the flame spitter burning. The collateral damage is there, and Solo picks up a kill. No Shadow Assault going to save Ninja. Lyra, in the meantime, takes a Shock Blast to the back. Flame Spitter charged, and Phoenix gets the second kill of that one. Seraph, in the meantime, is going to wind up going down as Phoenix flashes through the tower, and Santorin picks up the first tower gold on the backside.
Massive play there by GCU, reading the pressure. Both teams running up to the top side yet again, but this time Gold Coin United crushes the skirmish 3-0, and it's able to grab the first 2 turrets of the game.
Yeah, both of them on the top side of the map, so Gold Coin United, as if out of thin air, leaped themselves into a 2,500 gold lead off of just a reaction to what Envy was trying to do topside.
So this is after Solo already kind of won the skirmish versus Seraph. Ultimates are down. And generally speaking, Rumble is a little bit stronger of a champion in this situation. And then Phoenix gets the inside path on Ninja. He's not able to get a good flank off. Phoenix is landing poke. And they're just at a big HP disadvantage here, but they still try and force this fight. Seraph walks forward, wanting to kind of scare them off the turret. That just leads them to turn back quickly.
Meanwhile,
that replay, yeah.
Map, yeah, Apollo and Hakuo looking like they just count Mash out, not looking here. Able to pick up a kill for themselves on the bottom side of the map. So while the top side of the map was losing that 3v3 skirmish, Envy's bottom side strike back after being a little bit abused in this lane phase.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about there being the push advantage for GCU. They're winning that matchup. Come level 6, though, Apollo and Hakuo have an extremely strong all-in. You land the root, you land the Varus ultimate, you drop all your damage, you ignite them, and you're able to pick up first kill. Or your first kill in the bot lane, excuse me. Not first blood. There's been a lot of kills.
There's been a lot of bloodshed already, Mark. 9 kills in this game, 5 for GCU, 4 for Envy, and potentially another one here. Seraph has the hook shot available, going to get himself out from Santorin and Solo, but the Equalizer being used to cut off one way of pathing. Seraph just walks the other.
Yeah, that was a questionable Equalizer right there. He thought maybe Seraph was going to try and hook shot to the wall and wanted to layer it on top or something. I'm not exactly sure what he's looking for. Take another look at that kill in the bot lane. Mash has no summoners. They hit a pretty long-range Varus ultimate onto him, and then there you see that chain CC land the root. Doesn't even get knocked up by the Zyra ultimate before he's already dead.
And he netted at the same time the Chain of Corruption hit, so he was rooted in place and couldn't wind up going anywhere, was unable to dodge that one out. So return kill on the bot side for Envy's bottom lane, though it is Gold Coin United who find themselves with about a 2,000 gold lead just sub 20 minutes into this game. Does not bode very well for Envy, because every single game that they have not had a lead at 20 minutes so far, in the promotion tournament at least, they have not come out the victors.
Right, they're not in a great spot so far. GCU, we talk about their style not being the type to really explode a game open. Sure that they had that great skirmish in the top side there, that they got the 3-0 and they got the 2 turrets, but they're not the kind of team now to snowball the rest of the map out after that advantage. They're more like the type of team to grind you out, and now if they have control top side, they'll get complete vision of your top jungle and limit your options versus going for a game-breaking play.
Meanwhile, Apollo bot side uses the Chain of Corruption once again, lands on the Mash, but there's no follow-up there from Hakuo, a little bit too far away. Lyra and Santorin both hovering around this bottom side. And I feel like every single time I go to mention Lyra, I just look a little bit off to the side of the screen, and Santorin is right there to match him this game.
Yeah, he's just marking Lyra wherever he goes. Pretty impressive considering the fact that, generally speaking, as great of a farmer as Graves is, keeping pace with Nidalee can be difficult. He's done a good job of. Now Phoenix getting a little caught out of position here.
Yeah, trying to get aggressive on the Ninja, but all of a sudden Hakuo and Lyra show up mid lane, and Phoenix goes down.
Pushed up too far. He thought, well, he was aware of the fact that Envy had members around the bot side of the map, but he thought that they'd be stuck more under the turret dealing with the pressure that Mash and Mad Life are putting out. Envy decides to dance around that pressure and rotate up to the top lane and get a roam off onto Phoenix. Nice that they're able to get the kill, but if they have to trade it for the bot turret, it might not be worth it.
All right, what does it kill to a tower here at Gold Coin United's bottom side of the map? Looking to push this one down. Santorin even dashing over the wall. Envy knows that they cannot defend that one. Third tower of the game, the second outer tower going down for GCU.
Envy still hanging around though, only 2,000 gold down. Normally, you'd say that's plenty to come back from. They still have the ability, if Seraph can get going a little bit more here, eventually he might start winning the 1v1 split push. They can run either a 4-1 or a 1-3-1 with their team comp. It's much harder to play out from behind when you don't have pressure, but they're potentially one big skirmish away from coming back into this game.
Well, it looked like they wanted to go for that skirmish around this Ocean Drake. However, Santorin dashing back over the wall, realizing it was not safe to take. Envy on the opposite side, though. We mentioned that Lyra in this Nidalee pickup was not the most effective at utilizing it in the teamfight phase of this game. The fact of the matter is that he does not have the massive CS advantages over Santorin that he did over Gilius in the Nidalee versus Lee Sin matchup. So we'll see if this Nidalee pickup can kind of turn on, because at this point in time, we saw Lyra split pushing with it in the game against United. We saw him being able to duel against people and continuously moving around the map to get kills. He has 3 of the 5 kills on Envy right now, but if he's not going to have the same effectiveness in these team fights as Santorin is going to, Envy may be a little bit further behind in these skirmishes, in this kind of looking to turn around team fight that we may think they are. Ocean Drake being started up by Gold Coin United, smited down, no way to contest him in.
Gold Coin United continuing to have much better dragon control than Envy. That was a problem for Envy in the first series that these guys played on Friday. And once again, Gold Coin United getting better of them. A lot of it coming down to the fact that their bot lane has been winning. So even though Envy tried to start that first dragon off, Gold Coin United was in range to contest it. We get the second one here. Smash trying to get away from Seraph using the blast cone there, not quite able to do so.
Yep, winds up landing. Equalizer though, flashes away from Seraph. He's able to walk back through that one. So Seraph getting the best of Solo in these trades now that Trinity Force has been completed. But meanwhile, Gold Coin United's Phoenix being collapsed on, has already used the exhaust. Decides to charge back onto Phoenix, on the Ninja. Flashes out though with Seraph clutch from the top side, and Phoenix getting maybe a little bit too aggressive there, goes down.
Looks like he wasn't aware of the fact that Seraph could potentially collapse from the top lane. He jumps back on the Ninja there thinking he can get a trade kill. But Seraph shows up and he has to flash away. Unable to get out of range. Obviously a lot of chase down available with Camille, Nidalee, and Talon. Great champions for making sure that your prey does not escape. And this is what we're talking about. Envy still had a lot of playmaking available, finding kills where they can get them, cutting the gold lead down to just 1,000 now.
Yeah, and that's off the back of just straight up kills and CS advantages now. They don't have a tower down quite yet. Meanwhile, Hakuo gonna get trapped out there. Mash and Santorin combining for a kill. That's what I mean when Zyra deals a lot of damage, but also takes a lot of damage.
And not the best defensive abilities for Zyra. Basically, you hope you root people before they can get onto you and kill you. Unable to do it that time around. And now with him down, Ninja still low from that skirmish. GCU looking to pressure around this mid turret. Doesn't look like Envy will have an easy job contesting this one. We'll take another look at how all this happens. So Seraph opens up on the Solo here. Like we were saying, the Camille can eventually get back into this matchup. She has her Spectre's Cowl complete at this point, so you see Solo not doing a ton of damage. Phoenix wants to rotate up, bumps into Lyra, has to run away now because Talon has that chase down threat. Does a decent job disengaging it here, but he decides to, instead of flashing away, jump back on the Ninja thinking he might be able to clean him up, but then he realizes Seraph is still in range, then he flashes away. And obviously Lyra's still involved in that fight as well, able to chase him down for his 4th kill.
It was a good flash followed by Ninja as well, getting to the opposite side of the blast cone, so he's able to chase down after Phoenix. As you mentioned, Phoenix, known for being a little bit over-aggressive, was the one fault that we really said of him so far. Not only just this time in the NALCS, but this time throughout the Challenger Series as well. Able to accrue giant CS advantages in lane, able to accrue great gold leads, but then a little haphazardly sometimes flashing into situations where he may not should have been flashing into. I recall one specific Vladimir 1v4 flash in against E United yesterday that did not work out well for him. But his aggressive tendencies, I wouldn't say it's like very feast or famine. It's very high risk, high reward is the better way to put it.
Right, and I think sometimes you can see it and be like, what is he possibly thinking? And other times he makes a play and it's like, oh my God, he just won his team the game. It leads to people having divisive opinions on him. I mean, we had that one game where he just walked back into an Ahri Spirit Orb just because, he was, thinking, all right, well, I dodged out in the gank, I'm fine now, and just traded a kill back under the turret. So, can be a little hit or miss with his decision making.
I also recall a very specific Azir play from 2015, I believe it was, where everybody was telling him to back away from a tower and he walks out with a quadra kill.
Yeah, the 1v4 quadra kill that basically won his team the game is the kind of playmaking you'll find with Phoenix when he's hitting the mark.
And if he misses the mark, he gets stuck on the caster desk with this guy.
Ha.
Meanwhile, Envy looking to defend up against this mid lane outer tower. The last one on the map for them. Seraph Got this full split push game going on, though. We mentioned the fact he's got the Trinity Force. Spectre's Cowl means that he can match up very well against this Rumble. Bottom side of the map, though, Gold Coin United has Phoenix for his own split push potential on this Jace, being matched up against Ninja and the Talon here. Santorin, though, he's been bumping and jumping all over the map, able to meet up on the bottom side here with Phoenix, also forcing Lyra to make a response down here. So Gold Coin United putting pressure on the map. However, it's Envy that wind up with the tower in the split push game first.
Envy clawing their way back into the game now. Basically no gold advantage despite being 3,000 gold down earlier on in the game. And this is a really difficult one to talk about because we always say, you know, Gold Coin United just needs to hold on versus Envy to the late game, then they should eventually be able to win through better team play. And then at the same time, you see Gold Coin United with a 3K gold advantage and not get anything off it and actually lose that gold advantage. That doesn't feel good either. So it's still in a bit of a fragile state for both teams here.
It's specifically losing that gold advantage come the 25-minute mark when Envy, during the NALCS, was losing their own gold advantage. So Apollo here looks like he might get caught out a little bit. Collateral damage will not wind up finding a kill. Does have to burn both summoner spells to stay alive. And this might be the opening GCU needs. That one little advantage that they normally get to try to pressure down into an objective, but Ninja going to wind up using the Assassin's Path over the wall. Stranglethorns comes out from Hakuo, basically uses wave clear duty to try to keep this tower alive.
It's a lot of cooldowns used by Envy to stop this turret from dropping. Ninja still messing around on the flank here, but it's going to be hard for Envy to hold on to this last outer turret of the game for them. With Gold Coin United grouped up 5 strong. Instead, Envy going to group, or split up, not grouping to defend. You see Ninja run down to try and pressure that bot outer turret.
And bottom tower got down extremely low, but that's going to be the go button here for the side of Gold Coin United. Equalizer snipes out a kill. A Solo picks up his second one of the game. Now it's going to be looking like it might be a 2-for-1 tower trade. Ninja's away on the bottom lane. That tower is already low. GCU, they take a fresh one mid.
Now Lyra might get caught out.
Yeah, Lyra going to have to flash away here, just stepping on a trap, getting rooted up, and Phoenix and Mash being able to collapse. Seraph is still split pushing on the top side of the map, so while Envy is seeding pressure in the mid lane, they are creating some side lane pressure, and it will force Gold Coin United to back away after taking 2 towers.
Now, this is the dance of the 1-3-1 comp. You want to try and hold on around mid lane as hard as you can, buy enough time for your side lane split pushers to start taking turrets. That time does not work out. Gold Coin United find an opening for a couple kills and grab some turrets. Whereas usually, if they're able to hold, it looks horrible for the team grouping up. It's all about execution, really, and that time around, Gold Coin United find the picks.
GCU, 5 towers down on the map, only 2 for Envy. Mountain Drake is going to be live soon. For the first
Hey,
time
we're getting one of my favorite dragons, finally.
that's-
I didn't get a single dragon I liked last time.
That's okay. I got plenty of Cloud and Ocean Drakes yesterday, so I'll give you one. I turned the RNG machine over to Mark settings.
Yeah, thank
So,
you. I appreciate that.
If there's another one, if they take this Mountain Dragon, I guarantee it'll be an Infernal Drake just for you.
You guarantee it.
I don't guarantee.
All right, Stats Guy Tom guaranteeing that RNG is deterministic and we're getting Infernal Dragon next. Lyra
right.
soloing the Mountain Dragon for now.
Don't let me down, game. Don't let me down. But Lyra are going to be getting the first dragon of the game for Team Envy, which, as you mentioned, whenever we see a Mountain Drake go down, not the best from behind, but with a lot of towers still on the map, Lyra could potentially be getting something good for his team over there. Next one. Ah, I lied. It's a Cloud Drake.
You did the exact opposite, Tom.
April Fools. Stay late.
Yeah, you got me. A little surprising to see GCU not actually group up to try and contest that Mountain Dragon. They are kind of stronger in a 4v4. They have their teleport available to match. Instead, they try and make a big play on the top side. They lose out on that Mountain Dragon. Seraph gets away free, and because they had so many people busy up there, Envy pushes down mid as well, getting a lot of objectives there for basically giving up nothing.
Yeah, and that means that Gold Coin United has seeded even more pressure on the map, so they've gotten a lot of towers. They've been able to push up. They've been able to contest when Envy tries to go for something, but this is the first time we've seen them in this specific game unable to react to what Envy was doing across the map. So Mountain Drake taken up for Envy. Top line pressure gained back for Envy. Gold lead gained back for Envy.
Great mid game here so far out of them. Finding a lot of picks as well. It's not totally off just moving around Gold Coin United. They've also found some kills onto some key members. They found Phoenix that one time, able to get him. And I'm a little surprised to see Gold Coin United, when they had that huge advantage topside, not try and transition his bottom a little bit harder. You know, Solo has not, he started grouping up more now, but before then he maybe could have tried to roam mid and get a kill onto Ninja. And that's one of the criticisms of Gold Coin United. Sometimes it does feel, as we said multiple times, like they lack that extra gear, the ability to really kick it into overdrive and run their opponents over. When you win a skirmish that hard around the top side, you think that they're going to start really dominating the game, but instead, slowly and steadily, Envy has found their way back into it.
Well, that's one of the things we saw in the first best of 5 between these two teams, is the fact that Goldcoin United, very typically, when they won a game, it was 40 minutes or longer. Team Envy, the game they actually wound up winning was something they had to come back. Basically, they had a goal lead the entire time, but felt like they had to come back from behind in map pressure in a 52.5-minute slugfest against GCU.
Yeah, funnily enough, winning the longest game of that series, despite how much we often talk about Envy's poor late game.
This time around, though, they seem to be doing a little bit of a better job shoring up some of these holes in the middle of the game. Just have to wait and see how they transition to the later stages of the game. Seraph's Camille was a big factor in the wins against United yesterday. Trinity Force, the Spirit Visage picked up, delaying the Titanic Hydra, going for more of the defense against the Rumble, already winning that matchup as you see him pushing up against the tower on the bottom side of the matchup. Once he gets that Titanic Hydra, though, it's going to be a lot of wave clear and a lot of damage coming out from the Camille in the split push game.
I'm a little surprised to see Goldcoin United kind of opt into this carry versus carry playstyle around the top lane. They're playing Nautilus a lot in their first matchup, and I thought that worked well in terms of just limiting the snowball potential out of Seraph and kind of playing into Envy's late game team fighting problems. Here you see Seraph just picking Solo apart in the side lanes, and this is not at all the kind of gameplay you want to see if you're going up against Envy.
No, we also saw a lot of Camille bans in their first best of 5 series. This time around, letting it slip through, and Seraph making them pay for their transgressions against the pick and ban phase. As Phoenix is now going to come down here, try to match himself up against the Camille, while Rumble has to go back to base and heal.
Phoenix just holding the turret enough to make Seraph want to back away. Now he runs back up to the mid lane. Doesn't want to get caught on the far side of the map. 30 minutes in, potentially losing out on a Baron buff. Can't stick around that bot lane too long. Runs completely across the map, trying to get up to this top wave.
Yep. Looks like GCU, more of the reactive style. We saw it out of Santorin throughout the early game, reacting to where Lyra was going to be, reacting to the position of Ninja in the mid lane after they went for that level 1 jungle invade, being at the right place, right time, able to turn things around. Goldcoin United's style, they're not super proactive, you mentioned. They kind of lack that overdrive gear, but they are extremely good at adapting to what their team or opposing teams are going to be doing for their own engagement. You see Apollo and Hako getting caught over here. Flashes have to be burned. Lyra is waiting around the backside, maybe trying to get a flank, but Goldcoin United, they see only 2 in the mid lane, and they pounce and punish.
Really nice aggressive flash forward. Lyra was kind of waiting off in the wing, wanting to poke GCU as they backed off that situation. Instead, they continue to step forward, hop onto Apollo there. Smash playing very aggressive. Kind of stuff you want to see out of a Caitlyn late in the game now, already at 3 items. Start becoming that late game powerhouse.
Yeah, some Mash, Infinity Edge, and 2 Zeal items, 1 Rapid Fire Cannon, 1 Runon's Hurricane picked up for himself between him and Phoenix, dishing out a lot of pain between those 2 AD-focused champions. Does seem like that the core group of 3 on the Goldcoin United side, not necessarily more coordinated, but definitely a lot more damage and a lot more pushing potential compared to the core group of 3 coming out from Envy's side. This also does stem from the fact that Envy's bottom lane did not have the same advantages in this game that they did in the series against United yesterday.
Right, I mean, on the side of Envy, you have a lot of poke, you have your Varus Qs, you have your Zyra plants to try and do damage. You also have Nidalee throwing a lot of spears, but if they're not connecting on things, the raw damage and burst available for Goldcoin United, it's a little scary. You obviously have the long range Caitlyn, auto attacks, traps, all that zone control, as well as Graves having a ton of burst.
See Goldcoin United utilizing that very effectively in the mid lane. However, the Varus and Zyra wave clear has been keeping them at bay and not being able to threaten an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Seraph has slowly but surely been whittling away on this tower, and it looks like Solo will now have to cede pressure to that. So Envy going to get the first tower, or the second tower on the bottom lane, the first of this kind of 1-3-1 split push duel. We saw some duels going on in the jungle here. And Exhaust already coming out from the side of Madlife on Lyra, trying to keep his carries alive as Mash took a decent amount of damage in that trade. But they got 2 Ocean Drakes.
Up to 2 Ocean Drakes. That Warlord's crit, giving him 450 health back.
Yeah, Mash took no damage in that trade whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, Goldcoin United's not actually doing anything with all this pressure that they have. They're not really threatening the Baron too hard. Even if they do, they don't have enough lockdown to stop and punish a face check from an Nidalee who's going to be walking in, throwing spears, dropping traps, most likely. Same with the Varus, just kind of shooting skill shots into it. So you see, despite how much they want to lure Envy in, Envy realized that they don't have to super respect it. Now, Goldcoin United feeling pressure to actually want to force this one down.
Looks like Phoenix was pushing up in that top side of the map, and Ninja actually starting to recall, as is Seraph. So Envy might not know this one's going down. They got a lot of damage between the Jace, the Graves, and the Caitlyn. Goldcoin United are burning this one down. No response from Envy. and they're able to take a very sneaky Baron.
Yeah, I was saying that Envy was doing a good job not respecting the threat of Gold Coin United. They went a little too far with it. They did not actually walk up at all. They weren't checking brushes. Envy seemed totally convinced that Gold Coin United actually just totally backed away from that situation. Lyra goes down to Soul the Dragon, and Gold Coin United pick up a free Baron in exchange. Not a good trade at all for Envy.
Not the best in the world. Now Gold Coin United, while they've been struggling in these split push situations with their own solo laners, maybe struggling to push to break down that mid lane inhibitor tower. Gonna be looking pretty with a Baron buff to have the minions help push it down with them. They still are at a slight gold disadvantage. Well, it's only about 1,000 and a couple hundred after that. So Gold Coin United basically stepping toe-to-toe, and this Baron buff is going to be making up a lot of that gap in gold. Now Seraph and Solo. The same old trades on the bottom side here, but there's a lot of minions and a Phoenix there. As Seraph gonna have to hookshot his way out of that one. Solo running forward with the Flame Spitter. Phoenix now swapping into his range form, lands the Shock Blast, but Seraph still about half HP. Gonna be healthy enough to hookshot his way out of there, but now Gold Coin United, 3 members strong on the bottom side of the map. They're setting their sights on the objective now that Seraph is out of the way.
And it looks like Envy electing to not actually directly contest them, trading with Ninja and Lyra on the top side trying to push that one down, but they are way behind in this push.
Yep, already one tower gone. Envy in the meantime has gone back to base to heal. Top side of the map though, they are responding with a push coming out from Ninja and Lyra, but they're about to lose an inhibitor tower before they even reach the inhibitor from their side. Got a little bit of a base race situation going on, Mark, as Gold Coin United look to not be letting up pressure whatsoever. The mid lane's been pushed up by MASH. They're getting 2 inhibitors for the price of 1 inhibitor tower. Envy has to recall. They get nothing for that. GCU just took the whole world.
A disastrous trade again by Envy there, going for a 2-turret trade for giving up 2 inhibitors. Not at all what you'd want to see. They had to kind of back off there because at that point, GCU could have threatened to keep pushing and end the game. And now you see them get back in time to defend this inhibitor. And this is what we were talking about. Envy's late game team play just falls apart after 30 minutes into the game. As soon as it gets to that point, GCU is able to pick up a free Baron. They're able to pick up 2 free inhibitors. And despite Envy showing that in the early mid game, they can make a ton of plays and get gold leads, and even from behind continue to find opportunities to find kills, that doesn't help at all if come the mid-late game, you can't actually play around objectives properly.
Late game decision making for Envy has been their bane this entire 2017 year so far. Gold Coin United on the opposite hand, the later the game gets, the more intelligent their play gets. Gold Coin United now grouping up as 5 members strong on the top side of the map, only 1 inhibitor left open. Still got 45 seconds of Baron buff and a healthy minion wave. Envy has to be able to do something. They have to be able to defend here.
Envy looking a little bit for a flank here, but they find Solo.
He gets the Zhonya's up. Chain of Corruption did not wind up landing. Lyra gonna jump onto a trap. He gets to take down extremely low. Collateral damage and 1 more shot from Phoenix will find the kill. That is the Fed member from Envy down.
This is what we're talking about. Envy's team comp playing from behind is so difficult. They don't have anyone who wants to go in and actually kick a fight off. Even if you land a root or anything like that, other than Seraph jumping in, he's still not that tanky. He can get focused down. Solo teleports back in at full health into this 4v5.
Still got the Equalizer available. Envy just have to back away from their last remaining inhibitor. Ninja trying to cut some minion waves. This is going to get farmed out by Solo. Has to use the Shadow Assault just to run away. And with 3 inhibitors down, things are looking grim for Envy.
Very grim. Lyra's not up for another 20 seconds, so they have the long-range Caitlyn to try and burst these turrets down. Graves as well does a ton of damage to turrets. The first Nexus turret's down. They're on to the second one, and Phoenix is playing zone in duty.
Yeah, the Equalizer went across the back line. They are going to wind up losing Phoenix, but they've lost all the Nexus towers on the side of Envy. A flash forward from MASH finds a kill onto Apollo. He's actually going to wind up going down. Seraph has to flash to stay alive, but there's still 3 members here from the side of GCU. Looks like Solo's going to wind up picking up an exit kill on Ninja. The Nexus will be the next thing they kill. Gold Coin United kick it off 1-0.
Getting a little bloodthirsty there, going for some extra kills when they have not yet secured the Nexus, but it works out. Santorin able to finish that one off. Talk about that Graves, late game being the extra 80 carry essentially. Able to finish that game off, and a really nice early game plan out of GCU overall. I like the aggressive pushing bot lane. Santorin tracks Lyra for most of the early game. They win an early skirmish on the top side, and even though Envy finds a way to even the gold out, it was too late into the game, and we saw their kind of late game deficiencies bite them in the butt again.
Yeah, and one of the big things was the fact that their core duo bot lane did not get the advantages that they did in the series against United, so they really were not able to hold their own against the 3-member core of Santorin with that extra damage coming out from the Graves when they went into the 1-3-1 situation.
And to be fair, I thought Envy was doing a decent job trading out. There was the one time that I think it was Hakuho got caught and died, and then that point they were like, all right, well, we can't even really hold anymore. Let's just split and push more. The big problem came from the fact that they did not respect the Baron threat that was available for GCU, and they were correct to not walk in right away, but at some point you do need to start laying those traps down and working your vision line forward a little bit, and they just totally disrespected the fact that GCU could even do that Baron.
Yeah, the objective control from Gold Coin United was a really make or break point in that entire game there. But for more on the GCU win, let's hand it over to Freak and the analysts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast so far on the day. Let's talk about the fact that GCU did take game 1 over Team Envy, and it was close for a while, though. Early game back and forth, mid game back and forth, and then a Baron sneak just like won the game.
And that's the thing. I think that it being close for a while in the early game is so much in favor of Gold Coin United. Envy is this team where the thing you're worried about is a 10,000 gold lead at like 15 minutes or something. And if you're able to go, head to head, just getting to the late game versus Envy is exactly what you want.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think one of the problems was just with the team comp that Envy has here. I think that while they had good split push advantage, their wave clearing squad was never really able to stay safe, never really able to effectively clear out those waves. Nidalee doesn't have great wave clear. The Varus was not particularly safe under those turrets. They're constantly threatening dives and shoving it in and being able to force their will upon them. And I feel like you need to draft something a little bit more solid for your 3-man wave clear squad if you're trying to pull off 1-3-1.
Yeah, I think that, as much flack as Loco Doco gets on social media or whatever, the coaching staff for Gold Coin United is definitely a pro for this team, especially in this matchup, and one of those reasons predicted them to take the victory.
Yeah, I do want to talk about something real quick. We have the team comp graphics still down here. Now it goes away. That's fine. Don't worry about it. But speaking of coaching staff, though, I like how actually Team Envy kind of got themselves to play talent again, because we had seen the same bans back in Friday where you ban the AP top, or you prevent it by baiting Camille out there and things like that. And it's like, oh, you can't play Jace or Talon anymore. But like, well, we're just going to play Zyra support. We're going to play Nidalee jungle. We have enough magic damage. We're going to play Talon anyway to get him back in comfort. And to be honest, Ninja matched Phoenix for most of the game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Phoenix definitely didn't take over this game. It was more about just a team win from Goldcoin.
Yeah, I agree. And one of the things I did also want to shout for Goldcoin here is the way that they started this game. Because I was wondering, are they going to attack Lyra? Are you going to attack the strengths? Or are you going to try and feed off of Ninja, attack the weaknesses? They start out with both. This is a red quadrant invade from Santorin. And even though they saw the beginnings of this on the Raptor pit, and even Ninja contested it a little bit, he still pushed up here. So Santorin goes, I'm going to counter jungle Lyra to start this off, take away half of his jungle, then gank mid. Ninja messes up this gank. He could have flipped over the wall parkour to get away, goes for the kill back in. Then not only does Lyra have half of his jungle gone, he has to cover the mid lane. So Santorin doesn't even have to worry about giving away his red quadrant, and it really makes it a very easy for Gold Coin United to track Lyra for quite a while. That being said, Lyra is still a very good jungler, and he was still able to get off a bunch of kills in the early game. But as far as setting up the game, that was definitely one of the best ways that they could set themselves up for success in this one.
And I think also just attacking Ninja, who has had so many issues with these kind of micro plays as far as making the correct decisions in the moment. Here in this situation, he flashes away, but he fails his flash over the wall, and then he Qs back in. If you actually want to commit to that kill, you flash on the Jace in melee range, you Q for the melee bonus damage, and he actually at least trades a kill there. So at the very least, he could have done that. The top lane dive, he misplayed. Instead of running out the top, he runs down the bottom, gives over a kill to Santorin. There's a lot of little things that they did wrong, but despite that, I actually felt like they were in an advantageous position before the Baron, and they just failed to track it.
I mean, you can see this on the gold graph, right? The 20-minute mark comes through with a GCU early gold lead, then it goes down and down and down and down towards Envy. Like, they were winning the 20 to 35 minutes. Yes, okay, Baron happened. They failed the Baron control, but you had a 15-minute stretch of Envy getting more out of the game.
Plus, just to add more on top of this theme that we're probably going to be hearing a lot more of about Envy, and we've been talking about for the whole split, after the Baron, basically base racing a Baroned up team that's already got 4 members hitting turrets is never going to work out.
No.
There's no way you come back from that. And the fact that they even committed to like 30, 45 seconds of a base race versus the Baroned up team was just a kicker to really put that one home.
I mean, it felt like they just thought it was hopeless to try to defend because their wave clear is pretty bad. So they send Nidalee and Talon who don't really have safe wave clear. But even then, I think you have a better chance of just committing to a 5v5 fight and hoping that you can pull out something there. But yeah, there's definitely some problems I think with how Envy are playing this game and how Envy has played all year long.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll see if any of those issues get fixed. Of course, the best of 5. We've seen reverse sweeps, we've seen all kinds of things in best of 5s. We'll see what actually ends up happening. But for now, we're heading for a break. But of course, there is more League of Legends coming up. So when we return, we're going to see if Envy can answer GCU's win in Game 2. Don't go anywhere.
Getting knocked back in by Phoenix. The exhaust had gone down extremely early. Ninja trying to get a trade kill back around, but Phoenix flashes some first blood for Santorin.
Nice. Help. Hey, I'm 2 seconds. I'm pushing. Nice. Kill. Hey, Camille no flash. Oh, yeah, flash up. Nice.
I'll take 3. Okay,
Keep going. Has already used the exhaust. Decides to trade back onto Phoenix, on the Ninja. Flashes out though with Seraplots from the top side, and Phoenix getting maybe a little bit too aggressive there. Gold Coin United kick it off 1-0.
이번에 지면은 또다시 챌린저스를 다시 해야 되는데 그건 너무 끔찍해서 절대 그런 생각하지 않고 무조건 이긴다는 생각으로 LCS를 노려서 열심히 하겠습니다.
It sounds like it would be absolutely terrible, especially with those guys that have to cast it. Well, welcome back, everybody. We are about to get into game number 2 between Team Envy and Goldcoin United, where Goldcoin United in game number 1, it wasn't a decisive victory, but it was a victory that seemingly just exploded from nowhere.
And that's kind of how the series in the first time around went, where, GCU was hanging on with Envy getting a little bit better of them in the early game, but not a significant lead. And then as soon as it got past the 25-30 minute mark, Goldcoin United was able to win all those games. And a big difference this time around for Envy compared to what we saw yesterday was the bot lane laning for Apollo and Hakuho. Using that Zyra and Varus combination, were able to get massive advantages. They had, on average, up 885 gold at 15 and a 4 CSD, so they were able to find kills as well as getting a CS advantage. And then today, in their first time that they run that lane matchup, they're down 50 gold and at -8 CSD, so a much worse day this time around.
Yeah, and as we mentioned during the cast, because they didn't have their backbone of their duo lane to kind of hold them together in the 1-3-1 split push, even though they wound up having Lyra's Nidalee, even though Seraph was kind of ahead of the Rumble matchup, with the Camille versus Rumble matchup in the split push, they weren't able to hold on to the core of 3 in the mid lane. And not only did that wind up opening up Santorin to go assist some of those side lanes and make sure the damage was mitigated from that split pushing threat, but also the fact that they were able to take down 2 towers in the mid lane pretty much before Envy could get anything on the side lanes going.
Right, I think that's the big thing, is that as much as Envy doesn't really play around their bot lane, they need them to be kind of playing well on their own. And then sometimes Lyra makes his way down there and they're able to get a gank off, or Ninja can make the choice to roam down there. This time, because the bot lane was losing, this Talon pick felt like it was pressure to keep going topside. Potentially could have looked for a path down behind the constantly pushing bot lane of MASH and Madlife, but they ended up not doing that, playing a very kind of telegraphed game plan, always going top over and over, and Santorin was basically following that pressure every time.
Yeah, and the criticism of Envy, not this split, but in the summer of 2016, where it felt like it was a split team where the bottom half of the map was doing one thing and the top half of the map was doing the other. This time around, they're a lot more synergistic within their gameplay with each other, but it still feels like if one of those sides of the map isn't necessarily doing what they need to do, the team falls apart.
Right. And Ninja got his signature Talon, was able to hang even with Phoenix, which not many people can say for the most part this tournament. But the problem came later on in the game. They over-focused on split pushing in that 1-3-1. Don't react to the Baron pressure. Don't react to the push in the bot lane. Give up a bunch of inhibitors. And then they finally try and force around the last inhibitor turret. But GCU's far enough ahead at that point, as well as probably having a better 5v5 team comp pretty clearly, that they were able to finish the game out.
Well, the Goldcoin United advantages really started with Santorin. We saw on the analyst desk the smart pathing from him to wind up going for the red side invade, wind up picking up a very early kill on Ninja after that because of the pathing, but pretty much just being wherever Lyra was trying to gank and just cutting him off from getting any advantages for the side of Envy.
And this is kind of what some people were talking about in this specific matchup, is that the strongest point of Envy doesn't actually match up that well against Goldcoin United, because Santorin's no slouch at all in the jungle, and he can, for the most part, match him. As we all expect, Lyra's going to get the better of him over the course of a series, but not to the point where that necessarily takes over the series. Whereas Phoenix, great game one out of the Ninja to hang with him, but can he keep doing it? Can he keep putting up that performance, especially if he's forced onto a different champion other than Talon?
Yeah, the pick and ban phase will be absolutely crucial, because we did see Goldcoin United aggressively attacking Ninja's champion pool as opposed to aggressively attacking Lyra's champion pool in the first best of 5 these guys played against each other, forcing onto an uncomfortable pick with the Vladimir, where he was not able to go head toe-to-toe against LeBlanc.
And they still throw a couple bans at Lyra, but trying to force him off like a good champion is just never going to happen. Lyra will always find something to perform on. This time they go with the Nidalee because they want that extra magic damage for their team comp. Doesn't quite work out, but he's got so many things in this champ pool. You just want to limit a couple of them and get into a situation that you feel good about. That time around, getting the Graves was huge. I'll be surprised if Goldcoin United leaves that one up in case Envy looks for a first pick on it. We'll have to see. So far, they go with the Elise and the Ziggs. Team Envy going with the Shen, Vladimir, and Ashe early on.
And more importantly, they swap sides now, so Goldcoin United will be on the red side. So while they don't have the ability to first pick something in the draft, they will potentially have the option to pick 2 first somethings, as we have seen a lot of these teams trading back and forth the more powerful pickups. And yeah, Malzahar ban going through. So we have Lulu, we have Graves, we have Camille, we have Varus, which they are going to be taking away for Envy. That's kind of just been Envy's, I wouldn't say their Achilles heel, but a very staple go-to in the draft phase is securing the Varus early on, but giving up so much else because of it.
I liked it in yesterday's series because it did not seem like there was a good answer available for the side of Team United. Goldcoin just showed that they can run Kate Karma and do fine against it. So here, they can easily grab the Graves, securing what they consider probably the best jungler in this series, and still grab the Karma and Caitlyn right now and stop Envy from getting that bot lane that seemed to be an issue last time around.
Well, the big question is now, do they wind up picking the Camille away from Seraph? Or do they let Seraph have that Camille matchup and then try to take a Rumble early on in the first pick phase?
Well, we'll have to see, because if they do end up with the lopsided first round, the bans can start influencing that. Instead, it looks like they are thinking about taking away that Camille pick, feeling like they don't need to tunnel on picking their bot lane counter right now that seems so effective last game, excuse me, and instead wanting to limit Seraph's Camille, which, to be fair, was in a position to almost start taking over the game there. You felt how much pressure GCU was under in those side lane split push situations. It was the rest of the team of Envy who kind of did not do their job in making sure that the 3- and 4-man core didn't get stuff done. They gave up a Baron, which is a huge problem. But I guess they saw enough out of Seraph to say, we kind of want to react to this Camille pick. We don't necessarily just want to play Rumble into it again.
Yeah, well, they do wind up getting the Zyra again for Team Envy, and the Renekton, which was banned away in the game #1 series. So that, of course, means that Seraph going to be on something that is considered a decent matchup into the Camille, especially early game. Renekton, kind of the quintessential top lane bully. Very difficult to beat him in the early game lane phase. GCU's response is going to be to secure themselves the Karma, but now we'll see if Envy wind up attacking the AD carry champion pool coming out from MASH. And of course, Goldcoin United, by taking the support in the top laner, do not have an AD carry for themselves. There's no jungler picked up for the side of Team Envy. We could see more aggressive bans thrown at Lyra, or we could potentially see them targeting down that mid lane champion pool from Ninja again.
We'll have to see what GCU decides to do. They go with the talent pick. They saw enough out of it last game. I do like that. Even though Ninja, died early on, he still played the champion relatively well. And compared to what we've seen in other matchups between Phoenix and Ninja, Phoenix will usually find a way to get the better of him, so get him off his comfort champion. Envy also banning away the Caitlyn. I'll admit that I'm a little surprised to see GCU favoring the Karma as the more important part of that bot lane that was able to contest Envy's Zyra and Varus lane. Obviously, Karma's great against the two because she has the shields to poke out, or stop the poke from coming in a little bit, as well as having the speed up to get away from Zyra's roots and her plant. So it is relatively hard to play Zyra into Karma, and I do like it, but the Caitlyn did feel like such an important pickup for MASH. With the Ashe already banned away, there's a chance he gets forced onto a less than ideal pick here. Goku United going with the Lee Sin as their last ban, and now Envy have one more ban to throw away. It will go at Ezreal.
Yep, so that means Ashe, Caitlyn, Ezreal all banned away. Marksman pool a little bit dwindling here. Lucian is still available, although Lucian into a Zyra and a Varus means that he's a little bit more shorter range, going to be taking a little bit of damage in the face of that lane. But that does leave up the Ahri pick here for Phoenix. It was banned out away from Ninja in game #1. It'll be Phoenix taking that one for himself in the mid lane this time around.
One of the champions that he did look very good on for Ninja. It is a little bit of an assassin, even though it's a control mage as well. It has that kind of play style working. It can be a little bit of both. And we saw Ninja have a good game in game 4 yesterday in E United versus an Ahri when he was the Syndra, taking that matchup again here. It is a little skilly of a matchup, is susceptible to jungle ganks. We saw one time when Ninja was getting collapsed on, was able to turn it around and trade some kills back in some jungle mid 2v2s, but it was not against the quality that we saw out of Santorin and Phoenix being the strongest pull in the map probably for GCU.
Meanwhile, Team Envy has locked in the Syndra and the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix not necessarily a go-to champion for Lyra, whereas the Kha'Zix has been a very popular pick out of the jungle. He himself only played one game of it so far in the promotion tournament, and then one game of it looks like in the North American LCS split as well. Actually, a couple games of it in North American LCS, sorry about that. But not the most successful champion for him, and it is going to wind up being the Lucian as the last pick for Goldcoin United. So Goldcoin United, not the same kind of strength at the bottom lane. You mentioned how much pressure is going to be on Apollo and Hakuo to wind up getting those advantages they had in their series yesterday against E United. Goldcoin United, however, this time around, a little bit of a different style of composition. They don't necessarily have the same amount of ridiculous wave clear, but they do have a little bit more split push threat coming out from Solo's community.
Yeah, GCU and Team Envy heavily changing up their team comps this time around. Team Envy basically going with a 5v5 team fighting team comp, and Lyra, even though the Kha'Zix still is not like a super powerful late game carry, he does continue to scale pretty well into the late game, playing that assassin role. And then the Renekton finally getting some beef here for Team Envy. Not a pure tank, but a bruiser, and that's better to have than nothing.
Potentially the tankiest person we see on the Rift in game #2. Both of these teams going for a little bit more beef, a little bit more strength coming out from different sorts of roles. We'll see who winds up coming out ahead in this one. Of course, you guys can let us know who you think is going to win. Hopping on Twitter, tweeting at LOL Esports, hashtag NVWin if you think they could tie up the series 1-1 here in game number 2, or hashtag GCUWin if you think they can pull out to a 2-0 lead. Of course, they are up after a first game victory here from Gold Coin United. It's the best of 5 series, Marks. We got plenty of League Legends left on the day. We'll see who comes out ahead in game 2.
Very different look here in game 2 between Envy and GCU. So one of the things that you tend to see in best of 5s is oftentimes game 2 looks a lot like game 1, where the team who lost is identifying what exactly were the problems in them. The mid-series adaptations can be a little slow in the first 2 games because you're not exactly sure if there's a draft problem and you want to relook at doing the same draft again but making fewer mistakes. Maybe Ninja doesn't die to that level 2 cheesy gank, those kinds of things. But this time around, both teams actually ending up with very, very different team comps. GCU grabbing the Camille this time, having much more of that 4-1 style, and Envy having a lot more early game advantages this time around. We talk about Lyra wanting room to work. Well, you've got probably a winning bot lane, what should be a winning mid, and a winning top lane. So you have all the tools in the early game to take this one over.
And we did, of course, hear yesterday from Apollo, a little bit of a soundbite he gave us during the game against United, where he said that if you wind up losing momentum in this series and you have to kind of come back from behind, that's a scary position to be in. And of course, Envy, they already have some issues with their late game decision making when it comes to being in game. Their adaptation from game to game in a best of series also hasn't necessarily been their strength, only winning 3 matches overall across the best of 3s in the North American LCS. This is a point that they have struggled on, although they've had a lot of practice over the last couple of days at adapting to being down in best of 5 series. This one, of course, going to be the most important one of their careers, because if they wind up falling down 2 games to none, they're only 1 game away from, as I mentioned on the analyst desk, losing their jobs.
And then you have to go for the reverse sweep. And then you get all the memes start coming in. No one ever comes back from a 2-game advantage in the best of 5. We've seen that one heavily proven wrong in history.
Multiple times it's been proven wrong.
Been on the receiving end of one of those predictions going wrong. Not very fun.
Looks like everybody at home, however, is still on GCU side. It was 82% before, so 2%
right,
actually went back.
They lost 2% after a victory. What happened? Who's flip-flopping?
I think that'd be you. I hear you're the flip-flopper on the desk.
That's what people always tell me. This time around, MASH and Mad Life continuing to push up pretty aggressively, getting a lot of poke down onto Hakuho. And this is kind of the big story for me is can Envy's bot lane bounce back? We talk about them being a little bit of a backbone and how we think that they should be able to get the better of this matchup. And if they can actually do that, then you have a big opportunity here for Envy to get one of those monster leads that they seem to need because they have so many winning lanes here. You think that they'll be able to grab a big advantage.
So bottom side of the map going to be a strong point for Envy, or at least one that they hope to be a strong point. Lyra in the jungle will also be trying to gain traction against Santorin. No early level 2 first blood kills for Santorin, and no early level 1 jungle invades for either side of the map. So Lyra, just in a straight-up jungle matchup, maybe trying to get some advantages over Santorin, who was unable to gain last game. Of course, you mentioned the Kazakhs. Not nearly as much of a power farm as the Nidalee pick was. A little bit better when it comes to the team fighting phase of the game, but also very good at singling out targets in their own or his own jungle. So we'll see if he tries to get a little bit aggressive against Santorin. This Graves pick for Santorin, though, has worked wonders. The Challenger Series alone, it was a pick that he was extremely fond of just sitting back and farming up and counter-ganking on. We saw that style prove extremely successful for him in Game 1.
Still a little bit more aggressive play out of him over the course of the promotion tournament, though, which is something that he definitely needed to do given the level of competition he was up against in the jungle position, both Rainover and Lyra in the promotion tournament. Some of the best junglers in the North American scene are fighting for their jobs, so you can't have that kind of sit back and just farm out play style against such aggressive playmakers early on. He's really stepped up to make his own plays, getting that really early first blood off the level 1 invade last game.
We actually heard on the soundbite as coming into the commercial break where he was being a lot more vocal as to calling out summoner spells, letting Phoenix know if he could dive or not. And we talked to him on the desk at the beginning of the Challenger Series, and he said one of the big things he wanted to work on was becoming a team leader, becoming a better shot caller, and being somebody that not only is deserving of his LCS spot, but has earned it. Between him and Mad Life, Gold Coin United have had extremely good vision control, and he said between the two of them, those are where they try to focus down on who's going to be calling what shots out, who's going to be making sure the team moves across the map. And so when he's got that pressure on his shoulders, on top of the fact that he's playing against some of the best junglers in the NALCS that somehow wound up in the promotion tournament, he's been able to adapt to that pressure too. We talked about Envy falling behind in the series, and we don't know if they're going to be able to adapt to the pressure. They're afraid of it. Santorin stepped up to that challenge massively.
You can definitely look at the promotion tournament a little bit like a bit of a tryout in some senses, because obviously everyone's watching this tournament. You're playing against LCS caliber teams, people that they have been battling all year long, so you get to see a better relative skill test than you might if it was just the challenger teams playing against each other. So Santorin having a great promotion tournament so far. Hope to see more out of him regardless of what happens here today.
I mean, he himself was no slouch. Made it to Worlds with TSM. So
Bit of a history with that guy.
yeah, trying to step back up into that form. But meanwhile, on the side of Envy, well, this team here, a little bit more struggles throughout their entire NALCS split. But Lyra coming up into this top side of the map might be trying to make something happen with this aggressive Renekton pick from Seraph. Although Santorin, once again, finds himself immediately there. Seraph trying to turn around now that Lyra's here. Santorin's going to get stunned up and taken down. First blood goes over to Lyra.
Good 2v2 there by Envy. Seraph working a little bit as a meat shield there. A lot of damage pumped into him early on, but Renekton, one of those very aggressive bruiser picks in the early game, can take a beating, and it allows Lyra and him to focus back down onto Santorin, picking up first blood. Big advantage there for Envy, grabbing that one away. Phoenix tries to make something happen in the mid lane, knowing where both junglers are, not actually able to convert into a kill.
Nah, winds up missing out the charm after the Spirit Rush. There's no kill threat there as he does have the exhaust in the mid lane, but still continuing to apply pressure onto Ninja. Flashes forward, misses out on the charm, but he is going to get an exhaust out of Ninja. Has to exhaust back after the ultimate comes out here. And now it's going to be Lyra running in. Phoenix extremely low. Force of Will picks up the kill.
Uh-oh, this is the scary early game out of Envy, already coming into effect just 6 minutes in here. Get a kill in the top lane. Lyra instantly makes a visit to the mid lane where Phoenix has been playing super aggressive. He's able to help secure a kill there for Ninja as well. When we talk about how much stronger their laners are in the 1v1s this time around, able to convert those into kills with the help of Lyra.
So early game Envy, looking like shades of their former selves with 2 kills on the board compared to the none of Gold Coin United. Madlife going to step up, stops the recalls coming out here from Apollo. That has let Mash go back and pick up a Bilge Ward or Cutlass early on, though they are at a CS deficit because he's been away from lane. But Madlife, flirting with disaster, drops down a little bit low there. And we can see just a replay of what happens in this mid lane fight. Phoenix had already used the Spirit Rush, thinks he'd get a Flash Charm. He's going to wind up connecting.
Nope, goes for a flash charm, misses that one, gets exhausted, turns around here to land the exhaust onto Ninja, but all the ult damage already came through. Makes him an easy stun target and leaves him a little out of position for Lyra and Ninja to come in and get a couple more kills. And it's not just the kills this time coming in from Envy. They have CS leads almost everywhere aside for the jungle position. They have about a 20 CS lead in the top lane, 5 CS lead in the mid lane, and a 10 CS lead in the bot lane. So not only do you have 2 kills, you also have a 2,000 gold advantage.
Yep. So 2,000 gold up for Envy. Looking like the Envy that we know and love. The Envy that we expected to show up in this promotion tournament. Phoenix Mia on the mid lane. No flash, no exhaust, just that Spirit Rush available. Lyra knows that there's some summoner spells down over there. Hovering around the mid side of the map. Is going to get spotted out by a ward and a couple of pings coming down, though. Goldcoin United, though, grouped up as 3 now in the mid lane as Madlife's found his way up in here. Santorin also kind of poking through. But Lyra set his sights on that red buff invade. Put down a ward a little bit earlier before. Sees the timer on the red buff, going to steal that one away. And Goldcoin United now reacting a little bit slower than they were in game number 1. Just sees the exit there from Lyra.
A little greedy on the side of GCU there, wanting to secure vision down onto the red buff of Lyra, hoping to find him down there. Lyra instead already on the top side, stealing that away. GCU try and get back up there in time, not able to do so, so they don't even get the trade of the red buff steals off. Lyra just getting a straight advantage there.
Some early game advantages for Envy are lining up pretty nicely. A lot of them coming through Lyra, whether it be the first blood on the top side or Ninja getting a little bit of assistance in the mid lane. Phoenix going to land the charm, but Over Deception already gone out, so there's no extra return damage there, just more surviving for himself. Hakuo, though, knows that this blue buff is available. Goldcoin United have to come over here to defend it, and they will be able to pass it off to Phoenix.
And Lyra's having a great game, but also the solo laners are having a much better game as well. The fact that they're already getting CS leads a little bit on their own. Obviously, Lyra's helping those out, but they are such an early game team. I do like the idea of just drafting better lane bullies and being able to kind of convert their small advantages that Lyra always is able to find for them. So this time around, actually turning those into bigger advantages. And then the bot lane, not quite winning still, but at least they're not getting shoved in over and over, quite like they were when they were up against that Caitlyn pick.
Right, the bottom side of the map definitely holding their own a bit better in this matchup. A little bit of help from the ban phase, as they did wind up putting MASH down all the way down onto that Lucian pickup. You mentioned before, may struggle against some of the range coming out from the Zyra and the poke coming out from Varus in that straight 2v2 matchup. Top side of the map, about a 23 CS advantage in favor of Seris Renekton. A lot of that coming because of the pressure that Lyra is able to put down with that first blood kill, but also just straight up the Renekton lane bully pick. Doing a little bit better early on in the lane phase in the Camille versus Rumble. Although Seraph going to be slicing and dicing in here. The Hextech ultimatum goes down because Santorin's around the backside.
Lyra's here.
Sarah's going to wind up drop down extremely low, but Lyra jumps in, takes Solo down extremely low, and they're not going to be able to trade a kill onto Seraph. Now Santorin finds himself in trouble. Red buff on a flash forward from Lyra. Double kill picked up. Tastes his feet.
It's a disaster. That play takes a little bit too long to develop. It gives Lyra enough time to collapse up into the top side. They try and open up on Seraph. Now the bot lane's going crazy too, knowing where all the junglers are. Envy's bot lane having the ability to pick a fight basically whenever they want to with the lockdown CC available with the Varus ultimate. Hop on the MASH. They're not actually able to force out any summoners. It's actually Envy's bot lane who lose their heal. But during all that time, Envy with that 1-2v2 on the top side, take down the top turret, ballooning up to about a 4,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, and a lot of that is going to specifically be on Seraph. He's got that solo gold from the tower, about 1,800 gold Renekton holds over the Camille. Already a finished Black Cleaver, 11 minutes into the game. We said one of the victories for Team Envy against Gold Coin United came through Seraph and his Renekton play. That 52.5-minute game number 2. Envy are looking to set this one up a little bit quicker.
Yeah, but the big difference was that time around they were on the Nautilus pick, who has a much better job stabilizing as it's no longer a carry versus carry matchup. Here, where they're trying to make plays to get Solo going on the carry, but Lyra's there to cover. Seraph gets very low. They almost are able to clean this kill up. Nice last-second flash out there. Solo can't get in range. Now Santorin's left in a one-on-one versus the stronger Kha'Zix pick. Lyra flashes in to secure the second kill, and you gotta look at this strategy where last time around we saw, for the most part, Solo playing more stable picks. This time playing Rumble in game 1, looked decent, still fell to the pressure a little bit of Seraph, but this time on the Camille has the Renekton counter pick playing against him, and you have to wonder if it was right to kind of opt into this champion.
Well, a little bit of trade damage there for Solo as Seraph is just content to tank that one up. Has the Phage built up. No Sheen yet, so he's not going to get the extra burst of that Spellblade damage. Gold Coin United's bottom side of the map, though, looks like there might be a dive coming in from Envy, but Seraph just pops the Dominus, trades back down on the Solo. The power of that early Black Cleaver forces the flash away from Camille. Now on the bottom side of the map, Madlife and Santorin trying to come to the aid of MASH. Madlife has to flash over the wall there because Lyra is ready and waiting.
Yeah, not enough vision control down on the side of Gold Coin United. You see they finally got a ward into that bot river. The rest of it is all Envy control, and they were able to path into the jungle, essentially, of GCU, so as they move down to the river to try and help MASH, they actually get cut off there, force out Madlife's flash, and that opens up the Dragon now for Lyra to take this one away. Not much of a contestant as Santorin's on the top side. I don't know if he's looking for Seraph or looking for some farm, but either way, he finds the Crocodile.
He finds a Renekton over at his Trugs, and he has to back away from that. Meanwhile, Ocean Drake going to go down in favor of Team Envy, so they get the first Drake of the game. Next one will wind up being a Mountain Drake, so don't worry, Mark. We're not getting another Cloud. We're not getting another Ocean yet.
Where are my Infernals, though, Tom?
No Infernals to be found in this best of 5 quite yet, but if Envy keep playing this way, we're going to have at least 4 games to try to find some Infernals. 4 kills to 0, with 22,500 gold lead compared to 18 and about a half for the side of Gold Coin United. The first tower has gone down in favor of Envy as well, so playing to the strengths of their early game aggression. The big question is going to be, can they hold on to this lead? More importantly, not can they hold on to this lead, but can they transition this lead into a victory? They still got a lot of time, a lot of League Legends to play for that. They got to keep up this aggression and keep GCU on their toes.
Well, it looks like they're trying. You see the Varus ultimate come out of Apollo there, just misses. And even with that, they're still continuing to push up. They don't need their ultimates. They got a lot of poke available. Hit MASH down to half health, force the pot out of him. Has a little bit of sustain with his Cutlass completed, but still not a fun lane matchup to be in.
I'm also liking what Envy is doing this game against Gold Coin United. You can see on the bottom side of the map, there's a lot of vision control around the mid lane river area. So if Phoenix on this mobile Ahri pick is going to try roaming down to their bottom lane where they're shoved up super aggressively, they're going to be able to spot it out. We saw the Syndra blue buff being traded over. We normally see if there's a dragon on the map or if there's a bot lane being pushed up, when that mid laner leaves to get the blue buff, we see a roam coming out from the opposing team here. Phoenix and Santorin going to get aggressive here, are able to get a pick-up kill on the Ninja. The 2 teleports being channeled in from both top laners. It was canceled there by Solo, but completed by Seraph. They want to try to get a kill on the Santorin. The flash and the slice still has the dice. He has to be able to chase after Phoenix, who has to flash away from that one. Solo's kind of left Phoenix all to his lone, so the dominance has been popped. The slice will be available in 2, 1. Slices forward. Dice is after. Phoenix goes down.
Charms him out of the first part, but enough follow-up there for Seraph to get a double kill for himself. Now Solo caught under the turn. Might not be able to get out of here. Seraph has cut off the escape. The hook shot connects, but he blocks off the second half of it. It's going to drop some damage onto him, but Solo's gotten far enough away at this point.
Well, meanwhile, on the bottom side, the culling connects onto Hakuho. Stranglethorns has to go out. Apollo holding onto his chain of corruption for a turnaround here, forcing Mash back.
A lot of aggression all over the map there, but you see Gold Coin United don't have really any CC available to them in that bot lane, just a couple slows, even with the Cutlass coming in. So it's very hard to actually force down onto Envy's bot lane, who has way more hard CC available. So if they ever find an opening to start things off, Apollo and Hakuho can really be the ones to decide if they want to force it. Here, Mash walks forward.
There's that chain of corruption coming in, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and Mash gets smashed.
And there you see the importance of tracking your cooldowns. Apollo's ultimate had just come back available. We saw just a minute or two ago. He missed that one. This time around, Mash, probably not sure if that's actually available, walks up to try and trade with Apollo, gets hit point blank with that Varus ultimate locked down and killed by the bot lane. And with that, they also grab their third turret of the game.
Yeah, and all off the back of some aggression in the mid lane. Started up by Gold Coin United, but answered in time by Envy.
Right, it's a nice opening. Obviously, Phoenix has been missing his charms, making this a little bit more difficult. And that dropped Santorin low enough that while the teleport of Seraph completed, he was able to chase him for some more kills.
Yeah, meanwhile, we saw aggression from Ninja going down onto Phoenix's Ahri. Looks like Phoenix had gone over and gotten the blue buff passed off to him. There's a couple Scatter the Weak stuns, forcing us to snap back to reality here as Phoenix about half HP. Forced the wave clear underneath his own tower, but about a 7,000 gold advantage now for Team Envy. This is a massive advantage, more than we're used to having them see. Some of these leads they got against United, they kept them throughout most of the game, but the difficulty was they needed a Baron in order to close it out. At this point in time, they have 3 towers already.
Yeah, I mean, these are the kind of leads that you want to see out of Team Envy, where you're confident that they're going to win the game. If they have a 3,000 gold lead at this point, there's still a possibility, a high possibility that Gold Coin United comes back into this game. With a lead this substantial, Gold Coin United is definitely in a bad spot.
Well, they should be all but taken down, but Envy, this is the point we've been trying to make. They are an extremely early game focused team. They get these leads. They'll take down outer towers. They'll split push down with the Seraph or Nectin. But then lane assignments and team fights and skirmishes do not go their way in the mid to late game. And Seraph here is going to maybe bite off a little bit more than even he can chew at this point in time. We'll wind up going down to 3 strong on the top side, but a good reaction from Team Envy. They know there's so many people in the top lane. They're going to push down for the last outer tower. Apollo, though, getting trades down on by Mash. Flashes away from the chain of corruption, but Mash with one piercing arrow takes him down.
Actually, a great job backing into the brush there. Mash was a little slow, using his blue trinket to secure vision to get the follow-up auto attacks onto Apollo. And as I talk about this,
Mad Life goes down. More like Mad Dead as Lyra picks up a kill.
Yeah, Mad Dead absolutely trying to move down to that bot lane, gets picked off in his own jungle. And Apollo winning that duel. I'm not sure Mash would have won it anyways, but he was a little slow on that blue trinket, and it gave Apollo enough time to get his piercing arrow off cooldown again and lands that final shot to finish him off. And this is coming apart at the seams now for GCU.
Yeah, Envy taking aggressive trades and winning them all across the map. So Envy, these early game advantages, they know that they have them on their individual players, and they're matching them up against their weaker counterparts here. Even in the AD carry position down this bot side, Mash, I thought he could win this duel, but like you said, the vision control on that brush was crucial.
Right, so he starts it off with the culling here. Apollo doing a good job dodging out on a lot of that damage. Apollo decides he still wants to, or Mash wants to still take this fight. Does get a good trade there, but then here drops vision on the double tap. I'm pretty sure if he had him, he would have finished off Apollo. His health wasn't actually that high, a lot of that coming in from the mastery, so very close duel there. Apollo coming out on top, both of them missing their ultimates. It was very scrappy, good flash by both of them, and Apollo with that extra bit of gold lead, able to win that fight.
That's what happens when you have blight stacks and you have a level 5 piercing arrow from that Barrett. Just massive amounts of damage chunking down through Mash. Is all across the map, like you mentioned, Envy turning these gold advantages even higher and higher. About an 8,500 to 9,000 gold lead is where things sit right now for the side of Team Envy. 4 towers compared to 0, and they got the only dragon on the map in their name as well. Next one's going to be a Mountain Drake, so if you have questions about how they break the base, that could be something they fall back to. But Gold Coin United, they're going to be looking to get a little bit pushy, a little bit aggressive. Once again, going down on the Ninja, using that exhaust aggressively, coming out from Phoenix, but Lyra's on the backside. GCU have to back away from this.
Able to force out both summoners of Ninja. this is a potential window over the next couple of minutes to try and make a play, but you're so far behind at this point. You want to keep looking for fights. You want to look for these small advantages, but at some point you need to find a way to break a big fight back in your favor, as well as grabbing some objectives off the back of it. And the problem is, Envy's doing a good job pushing in all the other lanes. You see Renekton shoving the bot wave all the way in there too. Solo has to go down and catch that one. Up on the top side, Apollo pushing in that wave. Now it's going to be a little fight in the bot lane. Solo a little caught out.
Yep, Solo getting some good trade damage. Though has the Trinity Force finish in addition to the Ninja Tab Eye, so Seraph gonna have to pop his own Dominus to keep himself healthy. He did see Santorin coming around the sides, so maybe getting a little bit scared. Flash over the wall from Hakuo. Misses out on the roots. The Stranglethorns gets used. Scatter the weak. Decent amount of damage traded back on the Phoenix.
Good footwork though, dodging out on the grasping roots there, as well as avoiding the slow from Ninja. But still Force low, gonna have to go back to base, heal up. And this basically secures the Mountain Dragon for Envy. Goldcoin United coming out a little worse for wear, and a couple too many trades there, and Envy extremely far ahead, so a little easy for them to grab this one.
Yeah, like we said before, they need to fall back, take this Mountain Dragon. They have the lead. They can utilize that one to start breaking down some of these inner towers coming in for the side of Goldcoin United. The second Mountain Drake will be the next one. So that could potentially even push that snowballing threat further on. And then Baron, now that we're 21 minutes into the game, becomes a real threat. They already have both of those top lane towers down for the side of Team Envy. They can try to force somebody to split push on the bottom side against this Renekton. That could open up that Baron play.
Wrapping around Solo.
Could just open up this tower. They are going to flash forward onto Solo. The Stranglethorns, the roots will not wind up landing. Solo going to use the Hextech Ultimatum, but he's already gone down. Hakuo picks up that kill.
There's really nothing for GCU to force back on. They're trying to go for this Baron. They're extremely far behind, and not going to have that much damage onto him with Apollo and Ninja in the area.
They're extremely squishy too, and they're not going to really be able to tank that one up. So I like the Gusto that they had, but Goldcoin United, they just can't do that one. It looks like they're trying to go for some desperation plays at this point. 10,000 gold deficit at 20 minutes is massive.
Yeah, it's very hard to come back in this game.
We keep saying that. But this is Team Envy, and we saw them stall out against United in one of the games of their Best of 5 series yesterday. It took them until they got 2 Barons 10 minutes later to close out the game from this exact standpoint of a 10,000 gold advantage at 20 minutes.
So what we're saying is don't count your chickens before they hatch with Team Envy here, but the Dragons are on their side this time around. Being able to pick up a double Mountain Dragon is huge with a kind of split push comp, but Apollo walks a little bit far forward here. He's going to get caught out of position.
Mash was just ready and waiting for that one, even though the Stranglethorns pop him up. It's Apollo that goes down.
Good pick off there by GCU. Mash had pushed in the top wave, acted like he was going to recall out, and instead stayed in the brush. GCU need to be a little bit careful because Envy are still the stronger team. They're rotating up, but Mash is going to be able to recall out. And they're going to have to take a moment to reset. This brief reprieve coming in for GCU, and this is what we talk about, how Envy might stall out despite having this massive advantage, is the fact that they can get picked off. We saw that happen a couple times yesterday, and that forces them to need to take an extra minute or two to calm down, and then a skirmish doesn't go that well, and they're forced to retreat again, and next thing you know, you're 30 minutes into the game, and the enemy team's starting to scale back up.
Yeah, well, Apollo, a little bit too far ahead of the rest of his team there. You mentioned that Envy, sometimes the coordination and their lane assignments in the later stages of the game, mid to late game as we are in the mid game now, sometimes get themselves into a little bit of trouble. We'll just see if they're able to adjust to the fact we do have Apollo going up into the top side all by himself again. Meanwhile, Hakuo is trying to secure vision around the Baron Pit area. Yeah, could potentially just be a repeat of what we see. Apollo, though, got a minion wave to stop off and farm, so Hakuo will give him a little bit of time to come back. And Apollo very wisely backing away. They see some pings coming down in the river from those wards Hakuo will wind up placing. They see Santorin and Mad Life coming around from the side. Mash decides to pop out and foil.
Oh, Lucic, Apollo is not insane, does not attempt the same thing over and over. Phoenix getting
though,
cursed out here a little bit.
Unleashed power winds up going down. The exhaust comes out as well as the Karma Inspire shield. So Ninja starting to get the better of these trades, these 1v1s in the mid lane against Phoenix.
Phoenix able to live though, doesn't actually lose too much more than his exhaust. Still hovering around, kind of low health though, signaling to Envy that can't really take a fight right now.
He's going to wind up trying to recall, though it's not necessarily in the safest place. Plants are going to wind up targeting down the Mad Life, so Phoenix completes that recall. Envy, though, knowing that they've chunked out the mid lane, they've chunked out a large portion of the wave clear coming out from Goldcoin United, trying to push down this mid lane. Forces Santorin to wind up using his end of the line to wind up wave clearing. But now Envy, wrap around the backside. They know Mash is kind of up here all by his lonesome. Are they going to be able to get the catch on Mash this time?
He's not hitting the best spot on the wrong side of the map now, running away from 3 people. Does the fadeaway culling, trying to scare them away from him, but looks like he might be able to meet back up with his team now on the other end.
Buys some time to meet up with Goldcoin United, but there's a teleport coming in from Seraph. No response quite yet from Solo. They're trying to catch on the Phoenix, who has to flash away. He's already used his Spirit Rush. The flash after from Lyra. He goes unstoppable.
Nice pick off onto Phoenix there, who had kind of thrown himself at Envy to distract them from chasing down onto Mash. He did cut off the escape for him, but it left himself in a bad spot. The teleport comes out from Seraph as well. It's not the end of the world for GCU, but now they're pushing in that bat wave on the top side, and no one is back there to defend. Lyra will not actually go for the inhibitor turret. Looks like they're peeling back and pinging onto Baron.
Yeah, Solo in the meantime walked up from the bottom lane, didn't really get anything done, couldn't use his teleport. There's no wards in the area for him to go to. Tries to go to the top side. Goldcoin United face check into that brush, and Envy is waiting and ready for them. Double kill.
Exactly the kind of play they need there. They find the pick onto the jungler. Obviously, GCU is in a terrible position so far in this game. You have to be scared of this Baron buff. They're so far ahead. Look how fast they do this. Almost everyone on the side of Envy building damage, so you have to respect how fast they can do that Baron buff. On top of the fact they already have a Mountain Dragon down. They walk forward and get blown up, but you can't really fault GCU at this point because there is such a threat on that Baron buff.
And as we see here, Goldcoin United, no vision whatsoever besides around the backside of the Baron pit. Walks right into that brush, and Mad Life and Santorin just get deleted.
Quick 2 kills turns into a Baron there. And with that, MB can now start setting up their 1-3-1 yet again. Or go for the 4-1. They don't have a teleport anymore because Seraph did use it to get that cleanup kill onto Phoenix. So who knows exactly what they're going to go for. It looks like they're looking for that Mountain Dragon before they start getting the push going.
They have an okay amount of vision up on the top side of Goldcoin United's map. So they could potentially go for a Renekton in the top lane, the rest of them in the mid lane kind of push situation so that Seraph can group up with them rather quickly. It looks like they're duo lane here on the bottom side, Renekton on the top side. They might just be going for the full split. As you mentioned, Mountain Drake spawning in a couple of seconds. Might be looking to pick that one up before they make any sort of aggressive moves on the map.
See Apollo using his blue trinket there, scouting out the brushes in the side waves now. Does not want to get jumped on by the enemy team again. And to be fair, it's actually a fairly important thing. We saw, there's a great example of Arrow knowing to do this instinctively and telling his support to go check those brushes and making sure he's hanging back until he's sure that they're clear. And then you see some other players, I believe it was Keith or someone who did not actually do that kind of check. And it's one of those things that comes with experience and you want to see more out of, but it's always a little scary as an AD carry. You're balancing, trying to remember so many things. Sometimes you forget to check one of those brushes.
So fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Coming out from Apollo. Learning and adapting in the middle of the series to make sure he does not get jumped on there. Meanwhile, second Mountain Dragon in the game does wind up going over to Team Envy. Gives way to an Infernal Drake, Mark. Although we may not wind up reaching the point where Envy needs to take that one.
Oh, this game better not tease me that much. The one time they show me the Infernal Dragon, the game's done before it actually spawns.
13 kills, 3, and a 15,500 gold lead makes me think that Envy, even with their struggles in the mid to late game of being able to close things out, are going to be hard-pressed to falter here. Although Envy has their bottom lane getting flanked here by a teleport coming up from Solo, but they immediately stop him up. Chain to Corruption. Strangle Roots knocks him up in the middle of the hook shot, and Solo just feeds another kill on over to the side of Envy. Now they're trying to chase down on the Goldcoin United, who have to retreat to their own base now. And it's Envy pushing up the bottom, pushing up the middle. Already towered down on the top side, so there's exposed inhibitors. They want to rotate to that one.
I like the idea there by Envy. They're getting chunked out really low. The idea out of Goldcoin United, you know they don't have the teleport to match. You want to get a teleport flank off and force something before the minion waves really start crashing down into your turrets. Unfortunately, he just gets chain CC'd up. Envy gets an easy kill. Now they're continuing to try and force.
Maybe a little bit too forceful here as Mash just gets taken low, but he also responds back in kind onto Seraph. We saw Phoenix with a blinking health bar for himself. Envy, though, got to take down that last inhibitor tower of the game. Every tower except for the Nexus towers has gone down on GCU side, and they haven't even gotten one back as a response. Mid lane inhibitor winds up falling. Bottom lane inhibitor winds up going down. Goldcoin United, they're on strict tower defense duty now.
Goldcoin United seemingly up against an insurmountable lead now for the side of Team Envy. They go back, they heal up, they reset. Only one more inhibitor to force down. 2 turrets left available on the side of Goldcoin United. Only those Nexus ones available. It's going to be pretty hard to mount in defense now, especially with their teleport down. They're going to try to find some kind of fight most likely, but it's a little too late now. And like I was saying, I like the idea of teleporting in there, but you see how much lockdown is available for the bot lane of Envy. Just as soon as he showed up in the fight, was actually unable to move the entire time before he died.
Yeah, the unfortunate downside for Solo is that he is still 500 gold ahead of Hakuo. So not necessarily in the strongest position right now. Gold Coin United all across the board have had disadvantages pretty much since the early game. Lyra helping the top side of the map get first blood meant that Solo was at a disadvantage against Seraph. Bottom side of the map, we talked about how important it was for Apollo and Hakuo to get advantages, and Hakuo utilizing these plans to check that brush. Still takes a decent amount of damage for himself, but they're able to get a quick kill onto Mash. Lyra over the side of the wall, chunks people down extremely low, and now the teleport coming in for the side of Team Envy because that one is back available. This is going to be the collapse. This is going to be Sarah picking up a kill on the Mad Life, a slice and a dice after Santorin. The stun comes up, and Santorin goes down. Gold Coin United futilely trying to start a fight against Team Envy, and Envy, this might just be all they need to break the base and break the Nexus.
You talk about how much damage Hakuho had, having his gold comparable to Solo there. Chunked out the entire team of Gold Coin United when they try and force that play. Easy chase down for Envy now. They get 4 kills. They're going to close out game 2 here off the back of a monster early game.
And a 6,300 gold Baron power play to close it out. Envy. Look, where were they in game number 1 like that? They looked like they had cruise control on the entire time.
Well, the big deal was the fact that they got a bunch more winning lane matchups this time around. We saw Lyra was able to influence the lanes game 1 as well, but having champions that can fight on their own a little bit better, they can bully these lane matchups. They're able to take those kind of advantages that Lyra tends to get every single time, but this time convert them into much bigger leads. And you got to look at what Gold Coin United chooses to do in the draft here. We saw Solo playing a lot of tanks in the first time that these guys played, now playing 2 games in a row of carry champions. Not saying Solo can't play that style, but when you're scared most about getting snowballed on in the early game and you take these more volatile matchups, it might not be playing the game plan for the best for Gold Coin United here.
Yeah, and the thing is, about the Camille being left open through the ban phase, they felt like they had to take it, but they were not able to ban the Renekton again like they did in ban phase number 2. Envy wound up capitalizing on that matchup on the top side in the first pick phase, and they come out ahead in that matchup by giving that first blood over in the top side of the map and getting that advantage ahead. But also, you really have to kind of give props to Ninja in this matchup. The Ahri from Phoenix looked really solid yesterday against Team Liquid. Ninja himself on Syndra stepped up in the series against E United yesterday, and today he wasn't massively ahead of Phoenix, but he was going toe-to-toe with it, and Phoenix was unable to move around the map.
Yeah, Phoenix had a couple looks in the early game that he might have been able to convert into kills if he was able to land those charms. Unfortunately, he missed all of those, and then once Ninja was able to live through those first couple attempts, Lyra started showing up and started really turning the matchup completely on its head in favor of Ninja, and we know what a Syndra can do from ahead, and we saw Ninja play a really good game 4 on it last time in their series against E United, and here it looks good again. So Gold Coin United are going to have to find something to do about it.
Yeah, well, Envy take game 2, so now let's check in with the analysts to see what they think of Envy tying up the series.
You know what I think, Tom? You want to know what I think? I think the scoreline's 1-1. That's what I think of them tying up the series. I'm very, very focused
on that for
on
like 20 minutes.
saying
Ooh,
what's on
I
the
thought he was
screen.
going to get it wrong. I was sweating.
Yeah, it was close. I mean, hey, some of us think talent's level 3, some of us think the score is 1-1. It's close, it's close. I'll call you out on that one. So let's talk about this. Envy, I mean, this looks like every Envy win. They hard smash the game, Lyra takes over, and they have 20,000 gold at 20 minutes. That's exactly what you said.
Every Envy
win. Every Envy win.
Different
I said every Envy win, not every Envy game.
Yeah.
All right,
I just
keep
blocked
up,
out
keep
half the
up.
stuff he said.
What you got to say, Al?
One thing I will say where it does look a little bit different is Ninja has actually been holding up pretty well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Yes, this game was about Lyra, and we're going to get to watch him smashing. I think he was in the right place at the right time a lot of the time, but you know, Ninja deserves some credit for going even and doing well in a lot of these matchups against Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of the times we've seen him do well have been on Syndra as well, so that people might need to add that into consideration when they're trying to force him onto all those ADs. As far as this montage, though, Lyra absolutely smashed this game, and particularly Santorin. And this is why last game we emphasized so much how important it was where Santorin starts the game out counter jungling Lyra, and then they kill mid lane and like force him into show in lane early on in the game. Because if you don't, Lyra is absolutely going to blast this team, and Santorin actually gets counter ganked multiple times. He starts panicking as soon as he sees Lyra, it feels like, and he won't be able to play out the skirmish appropriately, and he died a couple of times there, so definitely still have to watch out for the star player there.
Yeah, you definitely do. And this is one of those games where not only was Lyra individually successful, but his success kind of spilled over into the other lanes, right? Into top
Seraph
lane and
smashed.
stuff. Like, a lot because of the counter ganks. And the Renekton was already up quite a bit in farm. He was already doing very well in that lane. And then when you can turn around a couple fights, donate full solo gold of the first turret over to the Renekton, you start getting him enormously ahead to the point where the Camille never really gets to outscale, never really gets to a point where she can duel.
I mean, honestly, when Envy wins like this, all lanes are actually doing well. Even we had the one picture there of Apollo 1v1ing Mashme, who tried everything he could. You know, he's going in on it, he's Lucian, he flashes the ultimate, it still goes down to the heal coming up. So basically, Seraph doing fine, or doing well, and then Ninja doing well as well.
Yeah, I gotta say, even though the bot lane has been pretty, even though the bot lane has been pretty low impact, we have just seen sort of the group with the push lead tends to do well. Envy's like first picking Varus every single game, and okay, well, you got the Karma in there, you get rid of the Caitlyn, so now the push is not so good for Mash, and suddenly it's not GC who's able to get the push lead out of the bot lane, because before Caitlyn, Karma obviously got a lot done, things like that. So yeah, it just feels like bot lane is just whoever's getting the push is going to get first turret at some point, and all the actions top side. I didn't really like the fact that solo blinds the Camille. We're seeing very clearly that Camille can lose lane. There are counter picks, and that's been playing out kind of every time.
And one other thing from Champion Select that I just remembered as well is I'd rather see them put Phoenix on a team fighter who can really carry the game when they get towards that mid game. You know, first objective is to get past the early game without a huge deficit, but then setting him up for success with something like a Vladimir or something like that, rather than Ari or no, not quite the same effect. It's still a very good champion, and you still can take over the game, just not in a
I definitely agree, because the games, even when he has been able to do really well in lane in the promotion tournament on the Ahri, like we smashed Piglet twice in a row on Ahri, couldn't really have the big impact on the game, and I kind of feel similarly about the Jace also, you know, but obviously he is feeling more comfortable on these picks, otherwise he wouldn't keep picking the Ahri and keep picking the Jace, but I do feel like he needs to be playing those teamfight champions, because you can't always rely on shutting down Envy's early game, and they need to kind of have some sort of insurance for late.
Just thinking team fight comps, maybe a tank top, like bring out the Nautilus or the Maokai. Like, you know what, Sarah, if you can get ahead, that's fine, because a Maokai can withstand. Is that like the cake that we're baking here for GCU?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, we heard Santorin talk about all you have to do against Envy is take them the late game, right? So if you set yourself up a stable composition with good scaling, with solid wave clear, you slow down the game and you try to play around where Lyra is, track him, and play safely, I think that you can get to a stage where, you know, Phoenix should be able to consistently outperform someone like Ninja in those team fights.
Yeah, all right, we'll see if that ends up happening here. We're going to take away for a quick break, but stay tuned, because Game 3 is coming up between Gold Coin United and Team Envy. You're watching the North American LCS Summer Promotion Tournament. See ya.
Seraph trying to turn around now that Lyra's here. Santorin's got to get stunned up and taken down. First blood goes over to Lyra. Lyra jumps in, takes Solo down extremely low, and they're not going to be able to trade a kill onto Seraph. Now Santorin finds himself in trouble. Red buff on a flash forward from Lyra. Double kill picked up.
No flash. I'm on grapes. Okay, grapes.
They immediately stop him up, chain to corruption. Strangle Roots knocks him up in the middle of a hook shot, and Solo just feeds another kill on over to the side of Envy.
I got Lucian.
Alright, no ulti.
I can't see.
TP here. Here, go.
Okay, coming. I have Jonias.
Careful Camille. What Nexus? And the game.
Yeah, go in.
Welcome back, everybody, to Gold Coin United versus Team Envy. Envy did not die a lot that game. Envy got massive gold advantages that game, and pretty much Envy rolled over Gold Coin United that game.
Yeah, and it was a good draft for the side of Envy. You saw a bully lane in the mid lane, a bully lane in the top lane, two champions that snowball extremely hard, and they ran their bot lane that they've been running all, for basically the last 2 days of this promotion tournament. And they also made sure that they didn't get a bad matchup this time in the bot lane. So bot lane went even, slightly pushing in towards the end of that laning phase, and then the two other solo laners were able to get massively ahead with Lyra snowballing them.
Right, and overall, Envy wound up ending that game with a 21.7k gold differential at the end of the game. So pretty much, early game went Envy's way. Envy did Envy things. More importantly, they looked a lot more proactive in the way that they were playing that mid game. They did potentially have a couple of question marks of are they going to stall out against E United. They had a 10,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, but they were able to balloon that off of the fact that they started controlling objectives, specifically the dragons in this game, and off of the back of a couple of good catches out when Gold Coin United's vision was low, secured a Baron, and then secured the win.
I mean, anyone will tell you that shot calling from ahead is 10 times easier in League of Legends. And to be fair to Envy, they often do actually play out the early and mid games pretty well from behind. We saw in game one, despite being down 3,000 gold early on, clawed their way back into the game. But they struggle from playing from ahead, even into the late game. But this time around, having such a massive lead, even though they got picked off once in the side lane, they were still able to eventually turn that into a Baron because it's just so much damage available to them. Anyone gets close to face checking, they blow them up, and that's kind of how they ended that game.
Yeah, on Gold Coin United side, you can see here, looking a little bit distraught after that game 2 loss because for basically the first time the entire tournament, we saw pretty much every single lane matchup behind in the early game. Every single lane wound up losing out. Even Phoenix against Ninja. I mean, Phoenix was a little bit ahead of Ninja, but in that case, it's losing when it comes to Phoenix.
Right. I think when you look at big picture, game 1, game 2, it looks like what you would expect. But if you look at how the mid lane has gone both times around, it hasn't been super Phoenix favored quite the way that we were building it up coming into this series. And you got to give Ninja some props. He got his Talon in game 1. It's obviously a signature champion, and there was a lot of scrapping that happened around that mid lane early on. Both of them died a decent amount, actually, which is fine for Envy, you would think, as long as Ninja's trading for the most part. But game 2, he gets a Syndra pick and actually wins that lane, survives through Phoenix's all-in attempts, and then with the help of Lyra, starts turning that around, and come mid-late game, he's still a Syndra. He's able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and off the back of a snowballing Renekton matchup from Seraph in the top side of the map, Lyra playing a lot better on the Kha'Zix in that game. Envy was just able to, as you said, take all their advantages across the map, culminate them together into a game-ending push with the Baron buff, and now it's going to be on GCU. How do they wind up adapting? Because the pick and ban phase, we said it was very good for Envy in that time. They left the Camille open. It looked like that was what GCU was going to have to take away as one of their first picks on the red side. Seraph just had the Renekton available to him because it wasn't banned away in the second ban phase this time. We picked it in the first pick phase. So it looked like Envy had a little bit better of the deal when they were on blue side.
And you can talk about the fact that Gold Coin United also did not seem to draft to their exact strengths. We saw Solo on that Camille pick, maybe more of a takeaway. I'm sure he plays the champion, but is he truly prepared to try and snowball with it the way that we see Seraph able to do in yesterday's series? It didn't quite look that way. So we'll have to see what happens with that Camille pick. If it ends up getting banned away, do they drop the Elise ban for it now? We'll have to see.
It's also difficult to snowball on the Camille when your top side of the map gives away first blood, so instead it's going to be a ban on the Camille coming out from Gold Coin United. Malzahar and Ziggs are the other two from their side. Ash and Vladimir, things that Team Envy have been banning away quite frequently, and now we'll see, is it going to be the Rumble ban to answer the Camille ban, or is it going to be something completely different here?
The interesting thing, of course, is also the Elise might be the first time Envy has their chance to grab it throughout this entire tournament. It's almost been perma-ban status here, so I'm sure Envy weighing their options now. Elect to miss the ban. I wonder, we'll see. Try and hear it from production if there was a intentional or something, but for now, that leaves a lot of stuff open on the table. The Graves pick is still there, the Elise pick is up now, the Rumble pick is still available, and then you also have the Varus and things like that. So GCU, with the Rumble left open, decided to snatch that one up right away.
So that's going to be a Rumble that can do very well into multiple tank matchups, and I was informed that they just ran out of time for that ban. So you mentioned all the options you get first pick right there. It's no surprise that they were hesitant to try to figure out what they exactly wanted to ban away. Instead, it's Gold Coin United, you mentioned, picking up the Rumble. And now what is the response from Envy? There's still a lot of things open. Varus has been left completely open. They've been picking that one first almost every single time. They could follow up with the Renekton, which, I mean, they're hovering over right now, but it doesn't have to be their final pick here. They've been going with the Zyra. They've been going with a strong jungle pickup. The Elise, like you said, has been left open. Graves is still available. They could take something extremely strong for Lyra in this first rotation. So many things open. They wind up picking the Renekton here for Seraph. You've won them game number 2. Might as well try to go back to it.
For the most part, Seraph has had good Renekton performances over the course of this tournament. Sometimes it hasn't been enough to actually win the game, depending on what he's up against. We saw in one of the times he was against the Nautilus. Nautilus survived the early pressure. Sure, he died a couple times, but then he's able to still do his job in team fights. This time around, going up against, once again, that carry pick in the Rumble. The snowball potential becomes a lot higher here for the Renekton. Gold Coin United snap picked their bot lane from game 1, which gave Team Envy's bot lane, which is also the same from game 1, so much trouble.
So Envy responding in kind with the Zyra pickup, and Gold Coin United not wanting to have Mash's AD carry pool limited in the second phase of bans. Instead, it's going to be a lot of mid lane bans going through here. The Elise does actually want to getting banned through from Gold Coin United, but a Jace and a Talon ban from Envy's side.
So this is actually one of the things I love about Best of Fives and learning where your priorities are. You might think Team Envy has a super high priority on that Elise and you've been banning it away and you think they're going to take it as soon as it's available. But then you learn that they prioritize making sure that their bot lane gets through there. If they didn't grab those exact 3 champions, one of those is going to get banned in the second ban phase, and they choose to say that all 3 of those are more important in this game than that Elise pick. So you know that they highly prioritize the Renekton pick now. You know that the Varus is obviously super highly prioritized, but then the Zyra priority being higher than the Elise priority is something that you have to take into account now.
They are going to leave open the Lee Sin here for Lyra. Banned away the previous 2 matches on top of that Elise pick. Elise goes into the bans, Lee Sin goes through. This will be the first time we see Lyra on it in this Best of 5 series. More early game focused jungler, but that's where Lyra thrives. That's where he gets all the advantages for Team Envy. He's going to be matching up against the Graves coming out here once again for Santorin. So we'll see a 3rd game of him on that champion. And potentially a Syndra pick away here for Phoenix in the mid lane. What is Envy going to respond with? They banned away 2 of their own mid laners.
Right, you're a little surprised at that one.
The Ahri is still available. Oh, Ahri's banned out by Gold Coin United, so that's not even available. Could have Orianna, although the Syndra normally gets the best of that matchup in lane, and we have seen Ninja be a little bit over-aggressive with his Orianna, not necessarily knowing the limitations, the damage from that one. Vladimir had been banned out by his own team, so it will be the Orianna response against the Syndra, but this is a lane matchup that will be Phoenix favored.
Definitely, and this is one of the times that I think you can say it's not even close to a skill matchup. This is generally Syndra favorite. Orianna, if you're really good at it, can kind of go even at best for the most part. And this looks like a decent team comp for Gold Coin United. They secure that bot lane that was super successful in game 1. The Graves pick for the 3rd time in a row here for Santorin. Hopefully we see a bounce back performance. And then Rumble this time around, not into the Camille, into the Renekton. A little bit more difficult of a lane matchup early on, but the Rumble pick will start outscaling it super hard, and the split push threat come mid-late game is not nearly as high.
And this Rumble pickup for Solo, looking to get himself a little bit of a comeback game after going against the Camille previously. This time around, though, it is going to be a Renekton matchup. You mentioned very strong early on. Bottom side of the map will be where I really want to focus from this side of the map between Gold Coin United and Team Envy. Gold Coin United got the best of them with this lane in game number 1, but Team Envy's bottom lane, unsung heroes of their matchup previously against United, and very strong in game number 2 to help them come out ahead in that one.
You got to look at that last ban that they missed. You were trying to think that, well, what can you throw there? What's something that we know we want to like get rid of? Why not get rid of the Caitlyn or the Karma or something? It's obviously it felt like they were wrestling between, well, do we ban Rumble and then we give up this matchup, and we'd prefer to take the Renekton into Rumble so we can force their first pick with Rumble and we get the counter pick. You're weighing all these different options. And it's a little surprising to not see them just snap pick something that you know the enemy team prioritizes that you don't have to think about at all if you can't come up with a ban there. So the Caitlyn would be an example. The Karma would be a potential example. And it's a little surprising to see them let that opportunity slip away there. We'll see if that mistake in the draft comes back to bite Envy in the butt.
Well, Envy wound up dropping to Gold Coin United on Friday, 3-1. As Freak pointed out in the analyst desk, we're tied up 1-1. So that means we're here in game number 3. Envy are looking to try to jump out to a 2-1 lead here, but so are Gold Coin United. And Gold Coin United's composition, very similar to what they had in game number 1. The only real difference is the mid lane matchup here with that Syndra for Phoenix against the Orianna for Ninja.
right? And I liked Gold Coin's level 1 plan in the first game when they were on blue side. I bet Envy are wise to it this time around, though. And Lyra, like we said, also on the Lee Sin this time. So a lot stronger of an early game champion in terms of his dueling threat.
Potentially not going to be as aggressive from Santorin. He had that nice red buff invade early on in game number 1. Looks like, though, that they are going to wind up hugging the mid lane here. He might be going for something very similar. There's a ward in the river, though. Does Envy see if they pop out from this side? If they hug that wall, I still think Envy's just barely going to notice that they're there. And they are starting on the top side. They actually do not. So Gold Coin United are able to sneak through a hole in the vision. Put a ward back over the wall. And they are going to steal away the Raptor camp again. Lyra had been starting on this red side here. So they're going to try to collapse Santorin, about half HP from doing this Raptor camp. Ninja put a ward over the wall too, so they see this one. Lyra comes around the opposite side. Ooh, a failed flash from Santorin's going to seal the deal on his death. First blood goes over to Lyra.
Disastrous level 1 there for Gold Coin United. You thought it might work out in their favor given the fact that they snuck past the vision on the slightly misplaced trinket board there. That's one of the things that is sometimes not given enough attention to is exactly where you place your trinkets if you're trying to snipe out that vision. There you see the fact that they went for the pixel brush ward as opposed to securing the complete vision on the actual ramp. A little bit of a mistake, but Gold Coin United throw their trinket ward over onto the red buff of Envy, alerting Envy to the fact that somehow they snuck past us at least. And then they know to wrap around instead. Lyra jumps onto him and they're in a 3v2 situation. No help here because obviously Phoenix does not want to be super out of position at the start of level 1. Not able to get involved in that fight. Not a great start for Santorin when we talk about how important it is that he doesn't need to beat Lyra necessarily in the early game, but he needs to hang close to even with him. And Lyra gets the first blood and a much faster start on his jungle now.
And not to mention, he's on a much faster and more early game-centric jungler in the Lee Sin pickup. We've seen Lyra get up close and personal against his opposing jungler, specifically Gilius in the match against United yesterday. Was not afraid to mess with him when he went for his second buff attempt. Santorin, though, has gone down to his bottom side of the map and has cleared out that red buff area. And while Lyra is matching on his own bottom side of the map, will not be able to contest if Santorin goes back up to the top side and focus down on his blue buff. So we may not see as much contesting around the bus as normal. But Lyra, a large amount of gold in his pocket, will end up going back and buying an early mobility boost extremely quick on this Lee Sin pickup. That just screams that he wants to be all over the map.
Right, it was a good decision there by Santorin to move into his bottom quadrant of the jungle to look for farm. If Lyra secures his red buff and moves up for a blue side steal, there's really not much you can do as the Graves pick in that situation. Trying to fight him as a level 1 Graves versus what could be a level 3 Lyra, so he goes on to clear his bot side. Lyra does not go for an aggressive invade. He instead focuses on finishing out his first clear, and like you said, going back and getting those early Moby boots. Runs up into the top lane, camping the brush now with Seraph, making sure he's safe as he escorts that wave in, and now he's going to show him that ward.
Yep, so Seraph and Lyra, two-man wrecking crew, moving down towards the blue buff side of Santorin, and he is just finishing that one up. Lyra's Sonic Wave will not wind up stealing away a blue buff. So Santorin escapes with his life, but Lyra and Seraph still kind of on the hunt in the backside, putting some wards down, keeping track of where Santorin's going to be in this jungle because, as we mentioned before, this jungle matchup, specifically here for Gold Coin United versus Envy, going to be very, very crucial as to who's getting out ahead. And so far, Lyra's getting the upper hand. Or foot.
Upper something, upper foot. A little bit of a surprising lack of ability to convert that advantage into something more tangible, though, on the side of Lyra. Camping the brush is... You know, I'm not sure why he thought that that was necessary, considering Santorin was behind in that clear. Maybe he thought Santorin was just going to do like a red clear and move up right away, as opposed to doing a full bot side clear. But that's one of the tricky things about jungling, and why people who have game sense as junglers is so important, is because you don't always know exactly what the enemy jungler is going to do. And now Lyra, with those Moby boots, after being spawned on the top side, works his way down to the bot side extremely quickly, and Hakuho tries to kick things off.
The flash root from Hakuho is not going to land. Sonic Wave, a resonating strike connects on the mash. The exhaust comes out there from Mad Life, so forcing a summoner spell out. They're not going to want to get a kill, but they do want to burn in some songs.
Right, they get everything aside for the heal out of Mash Me. Overall, a great gank attempt there by Lyra, grabbing up that summoner advantage and maybe limiting what the enemy bot lane can do. This was something that we saw Envy have happen to them in one of their games yesterday, where they have the aggressive pushing lane of the Zyra Varus, but they got ganked extremely early on, and they could no longer play as aggressive as they wanted to. This time around, we saw how powerful the pushing power was on the side of GCU in game 1. As Lyra
Ninja taking a ton of damage, has to burn the heal. One more Dark Sphere, not going to wind up picking up a kill. Phoenix low on mana, can't run the chase through. Lyra has shown up, as has Santorin. Looks like they both just want to heal, holding these waves for their mid laners.
Both junglers going to try to secure this wave, push it in for the other one. And good early game for Phoenix so far this time around. Up a lot of CS over Ninja.
51 compared to 38, but Ninja underneath his own tower is going to stick around for a little while and CS those up. But going back to that bot lane advantage, you mentioned the fact that Envy had that pressure turned against them in their series against United. It was specifically the Lee Sin from the opposing side that was shutting them down. So now that in the hands of Lyra, we'll see if he's able to do the same thing. But Seraph on the top side, blew the equalizer from Solo early on for the wave clear potential, but Santorin winds up coming up here, does force the Dominus out. Seraph had flashed a little bit earlier. But they get the Summoner spell out there, and they get trade down onto the top side.
Good gank there by Santorin, helping protect his Rumble, who's, for the most part, actually doing extremely well in this lane matchup. Almost up 15 CS against the counter pick in the Renekton. Things looking much better around this time for Solo, who, you know, we were being a little critical of the fact that he was being given these carry champions. Not like he doesn't have the ability to carry, but just wasn't the best option for the team. This time around, looking like it might have been the right choice.
Solo overall throughout the promotion tournament has definitely stepped up a bit. He's always been known as a bit of an emotional player. And when he winds up falling behind, sometimes those emotions can really get to him, and he starts to make poor choices based off of that. However, for GoldCoin, yeah, they did win the series yesterday. He wasn't necessarily a catalyst for their issues. As a matter of fact, he was a catalyst for the success, coming back from behind against Team Liquid and helping force that series go to a full 5 games. This time around, as you mentioned, they're not sticking him on tanks, they're sticking him on carry champions, and that, of course, only exacerbates that issue if he does wind up falling behind. But so far, he's done a pretty decent job going toe-to-toe against Seraph. There was the Camille versus Rumble matchup where he was behind for pretty much the entire game, but his team wound up winning. But now, it's been a little bit left out to dry as Seraph and Lyra have made their way around, get the kick back onto the Rumble and take down Solo.
The commentator's curse, just as we're saying he's doing a better job stabilizing this matchup.
My bad.
Meanwhile, Ninja in the mid lane, he's going to get opened up on it. It's going to be a trade kill, though. Nice ultimate pulls Phoenix back under the turret. Not able to live with the heal. Still goes down there in a nice 1-for-1. That's still not bad for Ninja, the fact that he's able to get that kill. It's also fine for Phoenix, a champion who definitely wants to be picking up some kills on that Syndra, trying to snowball. Solo has to teleport back up into the top side, equalizing out that teleport advantage. Now both junglers going to pop up into each other.
Santorin finds Lyra in his own jungle. Lyra has to try to flash over the wall. It's going to be a smite to heal himself back up on the blue buff. Santorin gets the Inspire shield, but Hakuo is shown back up. A couple of roots going to dissuade Santorin from that one, but that's the slight advantage that Santorin has going for a couple of long swords rather than stopping from the Moby boots like Lyra has.
This is a great gank for Lyra to go for. He's able to avoid a lot of the vision that you see available on the top side for GCU. Nice ward hop kick into the wall. The flash was still down on the side of Solo. And during that time, Phoenix, knowing where Lyra is now, wants to get really aggressive onto Ninja. Flashes forward to secure the ultimate, but it puts him in range to get pulled in the turret. The heal not enough to keep him alive. And the reason that gank is so important for Lyra to pull off there is that it forces that teleport out of Solo. And you're in the position now where you're worried about the bot lane potentially pushing in and forcing a dive, or because they're playing really aggressive now with that summoner advantage, a teleport coming in from behind. This just buys a lot of space for your bot lane, which is crushing this game, to keep their pressure up.
It's also a really good answer for the gank beforehand. Seraph had already used his teleport to get back to lane after buying a Hex Drinker, then had to recall and walk all the way back to lane. So the gank following up after the walk back to lane forces Solo, like you said, to utilize that global. And, you know, he's not going to be here to teleport into this potential gank on the bottom side of Santorin. Routes on the other side, but Lyra is here to answer that one. Flash away from Santorin as the Stranglethorns comes out from Hakuo. The heal winds up getting used there by Match to give him a little bit of a speed boost, a little bit of extra health. GCU's gank gets turned around.
You see Lyra with that counter gank that he's so well known for, turning the aggression back around onto Santorin. And this is a scary thing, is when your bot lane's getting pressured super hard, you feel like you need to go down there and gank it, but you're weaker in that 3v3. So Lyra able to turn that one around. Now keeps the pressure up onto Santorin, just misses the Q follow-up onto Santorin. Would have been a little risky to go for, given the fact that Mad Life was still in range, might have gotten a shield on top of him, and then you risk getting turned around on.
So Lyra, small victory, smites away the big Gromp, or the big crowd, gets that for himself. Ninja in the meantime getting aggressive underneath the tower to Phoenix. He's tanking that one up. Command Shockwave gets used for that one, even though Lyra is here. He cannot dive through onto that Ninja. A little bit too low for tanking 2 tower shots, but Seraph's wrapping around from the top side.
Yeah, still a little pressured here by Phoenix, trying to clear out the minion wave. Does manage to do so, but Seraph's still on the backside.
Yep, uses the unleashed power onto Seraph. It's full HP. Renekton will not go down. Meanwhile, bottom side, Hakuo and Apollo utilizing that pushing pressure, take down Mad Life. More kills for Envy. Another great early game.
Another great early game here for Envy. Ninja's ultimate did not pull Phoenix forward, which is I think what he was going for with that shockwave, but they're still fine to kill on him because Seraph had roamed down from that top lane. We'll take another look at what happened in the bot lane here. Looks like it's going to be a fight started off by Hakuho. Lands another root onto Mad Life. He walks up aggressively trying to get the tether off, but gets chunked extremely low.
An immediate flash ignite response from Hakuo to turn on the Mad Life. They understand the damage of their bottom lane combination extremely well. You'd expect it considering they played it pretty much every game except for one so far in the promotion tournament. You got to kind of question this. When do you start putting priority on the Varus and the Zyra? You have 22 CS advantage now for Apollo over MASH, and this is the matchup that you were winning in game number 1 that you just haven't, just because of one little assistance from Lyra.
See, Ninja caught a little bit out of position there. Stun misses. Santorin goes over the wall. No ult or flash available. Santorin cleans up that kill.
Quick collateral damage, quick response from GCU in the mid lane. Ninja pushing up a little bit too far. 3-man take him down. 3v1, not fair.
Not fair at all, but Phoenix was the recipient of a 3-man gank prior. He wants a little bit of attention for himself this time around. Is at 1-2-1 now. A little bit of a CS lead, but things not looking great for GCU. Down around 2,000 gold, 12 minutes in. And like you said, the fact that Lyra was able to get down there and turn that play around the bot lane was extremely important for how this game shaped out. It just bought Lyra so much extra room to run with, considering he does not have to worry about potentially protecting his bot lane at all. And then all those ganks that he forced later, that counter gank onto Santorin, is much easier to win because you're ahead now. And I think a lot of it also comes down to the fact that, you know, Santorin died level 1, so Lyra had so many more options available to him in that early game.
Yep, well, all this is culminated into Apollo already getting a Blade of the Rune King. It's about 12 minutes into the game. Meanwhile, Hakuo has gone for his own pair of boots of mobility to match his jungler Lyra on the map. Mid lane matchup. Negatron Cloak picked up for the Orianna to survive a little bit against the Syndra. Going for Merc Treads on top of that, where Syndra has gone for those Sorcerer's Shoes for a little bit of extra magic penetration. Mash's Caitlyn's only picked up a BF Sword to his name and upgraded for those Berserker's Greaves, so a little bit of extra attack speed. But the bottom side of the map still heavily in Envy's favor. 122 CS compared to 90. Lyra waiting in the wings of this brush here. Chain of Crusher actually lands on the Mad Life. The follow-up roots are there. Didn't even need Lyra. Kill goes over to Hakuo.
Santorin just a little too slow getting involved in this play. Shows up in time to protect the turret, but not fast enough to stop that kill coming in onto Mad Life. Would have been hard to stop anyways, given the fact that it was just all long-range damage coming in from Apollo and Hakuho. That chain CC combo can be brutal.
Now Santorin's forced to give some attention to the bottom side of the map, helping clear out some waves with MASH as he is in a position to get towered over, but Lyra is making his way towards the mid lane here. Finds Phoenix, though. Face checks him, and Phoenix able to just delete him with some unleashed power.
Lyra getting a little bit too aggressive there, thinking that he's safe to run around the map, knowing that Santorin was stuck in the bot lane protecting that turret. Phoenix also aware of the fact that Lyra was looking for advantages, picks him off in the jungle there. A little over-aggressive on the side of the Lyra, but Envy's still in a decent spot sitting at that 2,000 gold lead.
Well, yeah, that aggression has gotten him the 2,000 gold lead. So Lyra oversteps his bounds ever so slightly. Winds up paying the price for it. More importantly, double buff now on Phoenix, so Ninja's going to have a bad time to see him taking a couple Dark Spheres and Force of Wills to the face. Slight level advantage as well, level 11 compared to the level 10 of Ninja, but he will most likely wind up hitting on himself after clearing out this minion wave. But now the onus is on GCU. Game number 2, Envy had about a 2,000 gold lead going into like the 10 or so minute mark. It ballooned at the 20-minute mark to 10,000 gold lead. You have to stem the bleeding at this point to try to hang on and have your superior late game, but your bottom lane getting summoners blown and health bars knocked down. Not the way to go about it. The ace in the hole gets channeled though, and Hakuo is forced to tank that one up for Apollo. Both 80 carries in the bottom lane dropping low.
All right, but with that all in, Apollo and Envy might have bought enough pressure down in this lane to try and grab the first turret of the game. That bonus gold still available, and also with that pressure, Lyra going to be working on the Mountain Dragon. The winning bot lane, like we said, the backbone a little bit of Envy. Sure, Lyra is the catalyst that blows these games wide open, but it feels so much harder for them to make that stuff happen when their bot lane is losing. This time around, they grab the first turret and they grab the Mountain Dragon, ballooning up to a 3,000 gold lead now.
Yep, so first Dragon of the game going to Envy. The objective control on their side with the first tower of the game. So GCU is going to respond on the top side of the map where no one else from Envy is except for Seraph. Equalizer gets dropped. Seraph has to try to dodge through that one, but Solo winds up getting the kill with some help from his friend Centaur.
They have a little bit of time now to try and hit this turret down. It is relatively healthy. The bot lane of Envy is rotating up here. The minions are low. They probably will not be able to grab this turret. And unfortunately, GCU is still left without any objectives taken on their side. And gotta feel a little bit bad for Solo this time around. He's on the Rumble for the second time. This time, once again in the counter pick against Renekton, but he's doing much, much better, actually winning the lane for the most part on his own. Did a great job farming and not dying to any of the attempts by Envy, aside from that one gank attempt on the top side after he got himself a teleport advantage. And the rest of his team just not being able to keep up this time around.
A wise man once told me you can win lane, but that doesn't mean you always win the game. Gold Coin United have to kind of hang on through this mid-game era of Envy. If they don't balloon a lead to the point where they did in game number 2, it could bode well for Gold Coin United. We've already said their strengths lie in their later game decision-making and their team fighting prowess. Although Envy, though, with their bottom lane on the top side, wailing away on this top side tower. Solo wound up having to go back and finishing his Meandry Torment. Envy's Haku and Apollo get themselves the second tower of the game for their team. Now 29,500 compared to 28 or 25.8k gold in Envy's favor.
Would have been hard for Solo to hold on to that turret. He had used his Rumble ultimate aggressively there to get that kill onto Seraph. The Equalizer being one of the best tools for holding on to turrets in 2v1 situations, but not an option there, so he instead backs off and cashes in on that gold. GCU not able to trade down around the bot side at that same time, and you know, we talk about GCU's comp probably being a little bit better come the mid-late game. They have the better scaling top and jungle, a little bit worse scaling mid, and then the bot lane is relatively even, but they're getting into that point where Envy is starting to accrue a big enough of an advantage that you can no longer confidently say, okay, GCU is within the threshold of like being stable come the mid game. It's getting a little too big of a lead here for Envy.
And Gold Coin United definitely have a little bit of a deficit on their bottom lane duo as well. The fact that Madlife hasn't been able to dribble Santorin for some aggressive ward clearing or ward placement on Envy's side of the map to kind of figure out where Lyra and the rest of the team are going to be sending their lane assignments and roaming around. The fact that they have a Caitlyn pick up in that bottom lane too, who got behind the laning phase. You normally don't see the Varus lane being the one to come out ahead by taking the outer towers first, and Caitlyn does have that sort of mid-game lull and plateau where Mash is still sitting on components for his first couple of items, whereas already Apollo has finished his Blade of the Rune came extremely early, has gotten the Zeal, goes back and immediately turns it into a Runon's Hurricane. So 2 completed items compared to pieces of 2 items.
It is one of those matchups in the bot lane where Caitlyn and Karma, not being very ultimate dependent champions, have the advantage for the first 6 or so levels, and they really need to push that advantage as hard as they possibly can during that window, because as soon as this level 6s come in and the ultimates become available, you see the all-in potential of that Zyra Varus lane, and the fact that GCU got that early gank against them limited their ability to play aggressive. And from there, as soon as it became level 6, it was just too hard for them to hold on to that lane. Now they've rotated up to the mid lane, trying to protect their last outer turret, probably the safest place on the map for them. But it's not like they have a champion who wants to be in the side lane in Syndra.
Very true. And Syndra, not the most mobile of champions. No Ghost picked up for Phoenix this game either, as he's taking the heal, trying to stay alive in some of these trades. So he will not have the extra mobility summoner even get him out of some of these long lane assigned situations where he is more susceptible to ganks. Envy, however, see the mid lane rotation from GCU's duo and match it with their Varus and their Zyra lane. Mentioned how ahead this bottom duo already is over their opponents. They've grouped up a Ninja in the mid lane as well. Take down that mid lane tower to about half HP, and Santorin has to wind up using some of his own abilities at the end of the line there to help clear out some of those minions in the mid lane. Lots of damage going down that tower, dropped to about a quarter HP now in Envy's favor.
Envy slowly grinding out these advantages. Talk about how much of a lead do they need to be relatively secure heading into the late game. 4,000 at 20 minutes feels pretty good to me. I think Envy is in a great spot so far this game. Not out of the woods yet. They still need to continue fighting for these advantages. Mountain Drake spawning in a minute will probably be the next focus for them.
That only helps them more, too.
And they got a lot of good zone control as well in their team comp. You're often scared of fighting a Rumble around a Dragon Pit, something like that, but you're also scared of fighting a Orianna Zyra.
Yeah. There's a lot of pick-off potential from the side of Envy, a lot of team fight potential as well. So Team Envy could be set up to get themselves a couple more objectives. A second Mountain Drake also means that the potential for Baron, which is now spawned on the map, is a lot stronger. They're able to take down inner towers a lot more efficiently when they have 20% extra damage onto it. So Marky complains of the RNG gods for some better dragons in this game. They're giving them to Envy so far.
Yeah, MB very happy with this potential second Mountain Dragon. Talk about how much better Mountain is from ahead than from behind. If you're able to actually use that 10% bonus damage to neutral objectives, threatening Baron or turrets in a split push situation becomes much more useful. Obviously, if you're the team behind, you still want to grab those Mountain Dragons so the enemy team can't use them, but Mountain Dragon definitely a more snowball-oriented buff.
Well, this bottom lane is now where our top laners make home as Seraph is pushing up against Solo's Rumble, who, as you mentioned, has been pretty much holding his own in this matchup. Slight CS advantage, so it's only about 10 so far at the 20-minute mark. 1-1 and 0 for Rumble compared to the 1-1-1 of Renekton. See Santorin get into a bit of a scuttle crab duel against the enemy support. Zyra roots it up, but Santorin smites it away. But on the flip side of the map, Lyra knows that his opposing jungler's nowhere to be found. Starts out the Mountain Dragon. Meanwhile, Santorin actually dropped extremely low compared to a duel between him and Hakuho and Ninja on the opposite side.
Yeah, Ninja almost able to open up Santorin there. Not quite enough damage from the rest of the team. Santorin's able to live, but during that time, Lyra was down there soloing away the Mountain Dragon. He grabs that one. Team Envy continued to grow their lead now.
Yeah, so already a 4,500 gold lead, approaching the 5,000 mark here for Team Envy. Last outer tower on the map is this mid lane one here. Ninja and Lyra trying to push down on that one. A good scatter of the weak stun from the side of Phoenix, though. Forces Ninja back for now. But Blue Buff Orianna is going to be content to just continue pushing up these waves, clearing out minions, and forcing the issue for Envy as Hakuho and Apollo on the top side of the map in this blue buff area, trying to establish some vision and some map control for Team Envy. Looks like that their focus is very heavily on this mid lane area. They want to try to be able to split it down. They want to be able to open up the map for the side of Goldcoin United. And with the pressure they put on the top side, mid lane does wind up crumbling underneath the pressure from Orianna and Lee Sin.
It's all three outer turrets down now on the side of Team Envy. Pretty much the ideal timing if you're hoping to get those down. It's right about when the Baron starts becoming a bigger threat. And having that mid-outer turret down is one of the best things for helping you get the Baron. You're able to push the minion wave in further. It gives you more space to work with. The enemy team does not have their security as far forward, so you get to have more room to look for those kind of baits.
So the map has been opened up for Envy. Game number 2. They had some really good vision control, especially around the Baron Pit area. They had a larger gold lead at this point, though, and that was able to domino effect them into a couple of key pickoffs that let them get a Baron buff and let them eventually push into the base. There's also the split push factor coming out for them in that game with Seras Renekton, which is wailing away on the bottom side. But Goldcoin United showing that they will not go quietly, taking the top lane tower, their first tower of the game for themselves.
There's a lot of turrets still available on the side of Goldcoin United. They're able to start evening up these objectives. They can pull that gold lead a little bit closer. Not quite enough to be able to equalize, but we talk about GCU being potentially the better late game team fighting team, as well as, well, in terms of champions, as well as the fact as players and as a team, they seem to do that better. So any kind of objectives they can grab up go a long way to helping them back into this game. Lyra, not quite the tankiest Lee Sin quite yet, getting that early Hex Drinker to try and survive through the Phoenix burst, as well as the fact that Solo on the Rumble, another magic damage dealing champion. A little late on his armor pickups, makes it a little bit harder to do the Baron, but Team Envy have a lot of damage and a lot of turn-off potential as well. You have the potential Insect from Lyra, you have the longer-range skill shot ultimate to lock people down out of Apollo, Hakuho as well. As soon as they start getting this deep vision down and baiting Baron, it's going to be a difficult time for GCU to really walk up and make sure that they're safe and not losing it.
I really have to credit Envy for their adaptation to focusing down on objectives. Not just the fact they've been able to push down more towers so far between this game and the last one, but also their dragon control has been a lot better just in this series compared to the promotion tournament and their entire stint in the spring split of the North American LCS. Goldcoin United in game number 1 never really had a massive gold lead until towards the end stages of the game. They were going relatively even, if not slightly behind Envy, but their advantages came in the fact that they were stacking up the dragons and Envy was not. Even though there were ocean dragons in that game, they had sustainability. This time, Envy's denying that as a comeback mechanic. The Equalizer gets used out by Solo here, but it's quickly flashed away by Ninja. They try to summon his spell for an ultimate. That's an ultimate, though, that was going to help in some of these objective fight situations.
All right, but with Envy postured around the bot lane, not going to quite need it for a dragon fight, most likely. Apollo pushing down the top lane during this time. a little caught out of position now. Santorum might be able to wrap around behind him here. Going to call off that pursuit, it looks like. And like you were saying, in game 1, GCU had great dragon control. They also smashed the top side of the map relatively early on. They had that 3K advantage early in the game, and then their bot lane, which was the same matchup, was actually winning at that time. So it was a lot easier for them to find openings to go for those dragons. Here, Envy, with the early game going heavily in their favor, doing a much better job being on top of those dragon timings and actually grabbing them. And we talk about how they're a little bit, more advantageous, being able to snowball, playing into Envy's style, where they're really, really happy seeing those versus something like a Cloud or Ocean Drake, which makes your macro decision-making the more important factor with those buffs.
Well, they got a Cloud Drake spawning in about 1.5 minutes, so they may not prioritize that one. However, a third dragon for the game can't hurt. Envy, though, have stalled out a teeny tiny bit. Gold Coin United were the last ones to get a tower on the top side of the map. All the outer towers are down in favor of Team Envy, and they did have Apollo kind of split pushing on the top side of the map. Got that one down relatively low before Gold Coin United threatened to collapse on him. So GCU, by buying their time so far, have been trying to establish a little bit more vision control, specifically over the top side of this map. They know the Baron is up on that side. They know that they can rotate between this top side around Baron vision, potentially swoop down and try to get that mid lane outer tower for themselves to open up more ability for vision control on the map. He's also been buying a little bit of time for Mashme to kind of sit back and farm himself back up. Now completed his Infinity Edge, so he has 2-item Caitlyn, but he's still behind the 3-item Varus as he completed a full Maul to Malmortius. So buying a little bit of time for Caitlyn to kind of get over the hump in her build for now.
They have stalled out a little bit, though, since they took down those outer ring of turrets. They're working on getting that Baron vision control right now, but Gold Coin United has done a good job thus far of keeping up a relatively defensive ring, making it so that they're able to track Lyra exactly what he's going for. They had that small pick-off attempt onto Ninja, who was able to escape. Splash still down from that one. Envy working on that top side vision control. They can try and use that to grab that inner turret on the top side that you said, Apollo had already worked down pretty low. Maybe rotate from the mid lane up there, or they can fall back onto the Baron. They've got a lot of options here for how they want to use this pressure on the top side.
Yeah, Team Envy definitely have the pressure in this game, definitely have the gold advantage. 6,000 for themselves. 6 kills to 4 as well, and the 2 Mountain Dragons with the Cloud Drake now spawning. Ping's going down from Envy side over towards the Baron. That top lane tower also extremely, extremely low in the HP department. All of Envy, save for Seraph, grouped up on the top side of the map. The Renekton split push not yielding the results that they quite want it to. However, that is because Solo's Rumble still at a decent point in this game. So Madlife trying to get some vision down, will wander a little bit too far into the forest. Gets taken down by some roots and a Lee Sin as Hakuo gets the kill.
Madlife on solo warding duty there. All too easily caught out of position. Mash baits out the ultimate from Ninja there. Easily Caitlyn netting out of that shockwave. And a tool down for Envy, but they do get the pick off onto Madlife. A lot harder for GCU to get vision control now, and Envy's going to take that opportunity to start off his Baron buff.
And they've also pulled Solo's Rumble away from the bottom side, so while this is going on, Seraphis is pushing on the bottom. Baron already down below 3,000 HP. There's no vision for GCU. By the time Santorum even gets to the backside of the pit, it's already gone down in Envy's favor.
Both teams over the course of this series showing a little bit of lackadaisical vision control. Now Seraph
getting aggressive, goes and slices and dices and flashes way in the mid lane. You're caught on the Phoenix, and it's going to be Apollo picking up a kill.
Nice teleport in there by Seraph, cutting off the backside of GCU, who are late checking that Baron buff. Was a little bit far forward, almost turned around onto, but Apollo lands the CC, letting them finish off Phoenix. They're going to grab this Cloud Drake now, and they got the Baron buff. Going to see how much they're going to be able to grab with it.
It's a classic engagement from the Challenger series. You say, you don't have a lot of engagement tools. What are you going to do? Flash Renekton stun? Well, after this teleport in, it's exactly what Seraph does. He gets trapped up, slice, flash, dice, stun.
Right, and you saw how GCU was pushed up into that river there. The minion wave giving him the angle for that teleport. Able to hold Phoenix down long enough for the rest of his team to get in range to collapse onto that. And yeah, like we said, GCU being a little lazy with contesting that Baron. It is scary to walk up into a 4v5, but you need to do it, because otherwise you give that Baron away for free. After he got picked, you saw the team kind of hovering extremely far back, not respecting the double mountain extra damage, and you saw that right as Santorum was finally getting into range to potentially look at that Baron, it was already dead.
Now that Envy has the Baron buff on them, it's going to be the base cracker. They've taken the top lane inner tower, bottom lane inner tower. Seraph is already pressuring down on. Meanwhile, Ninja is in the mid lane, putting pressure on that mid lane inner tower. So this inner ring of towers is now looking to be the target from Envy all across the map. Lyra's joined up with Ninja in the mid lane. So that's going to be a 5th tower now falling down. Would not be surprised to see some rotations towards the bottom lane because Seraph's got that one pushing up already.
Yeah, Envy going for all 3 lanes at the same time here. They have no teleport available. GCU still does, so they need to be a little careful about a potential force coming in from GCU, but they are extremely far ahead. And they're moving around the map to make sure that they get to these turrets as a team. No teleports coming in from GCU. They're stuck in their own base.
Envy with Baron buff looks way better than Envy without Baron buff when you get to this point.
I would hope a team looks better with Baron buff than without.
I mean, it just kind of seems like once Envy gets the Baron buff, they make the smart map movements. They know how to push up these lanes. They know how to go and pretty much match where the minion's going to be pressuring up. They've had this large gold advantage for a while, but they were stalling out in the mid game. But they get one catch on the Mad Life, they transition into a Baron, and all of a sudden it seems like the rotational play just falls into place.
I mean, it's definitely, like we said before, much easier to play the game out after you get that Baron. The hard part is getting the vision control and getting the pick on the bait. And then what you do after the bait, if the enemy team's going to walk up, do you turn off and risk, you know, getting nothing out of it, or do you continue forcing onto the Baron and risk a steal attempt? Those are the kind of tough decisions that really are the things that make teams start floundering in the late game. Once they have the Baron buff, it's usually much easier to play out from there. And especially when the enemy team is not even being that aggressive in their contest, it's a lot easier because you don't even have to decide between turning or staying on the Baron. You just finish it.
Envy not getting over-aggressive as their Baron buff is wearing out. They've taken all 3 inner towers. Have not actually cracked an inhibitor tower yet, but are not over-aggressing to try to do so. Continue just kind of keep up the Seraph split push and everybody else farming up their individual lanes. Lots of itemization has come in across the board. The Liandry's, the Abyssal Scepter, the Morello Namicon, an additional needlessly large rod has now become a Luden's Echo for Ninja as he just wound up recalling. Apollo's going to wind up going back to finish off the itemization for a favorite of his on this Varus, which is the Ginsu's Rage Blade, going for a 4th item Ginsu's this game.
Yeah, he's got a little different look on the Varus and some of the other people who have been playing it on the recent patches. And overall, Envy, good usage of their Baron buff. Knock down all the inner turrets. Sometimes your first Baron buff, you can't even think about ending the game with it. You need to win a massive team fight in order for that to happen. And if the other team decides to turtle out in their base, like we saw GCU doing, you don't want to risk getting over aggressive. You take those extra gold leads that are available through those inner turrets, and then you know that you have to force one more big play at this point in the game to really secure it. Most likely going to be a Baron. Nice steal there by Mad Life.
Mad
Blue
Life.
buff. They're going to need to get one more Baron, essentially, or one more big team fight around a major objective in order to close this game out. And they're extremely far ahead, about a 12K gold advantage, but they're still that one play away from really ending it.
Yeah, well, they have 3 Drakes on their side, with an Elder Dragon spawning in about 2 minutes. So that could be the next objective they need, because that would be giving them a lot of extra combat power. And with how far ahead they are already, forcing a fight around GCU's base could just be as deadly as the game being over. Now Envy continuing to pressure up every single lane on the map. Seraph on the bottom side, Ninja in the middle. Duo lane from their side of Apollo and Hako on the top. And Lyra bouncing between absolutely everybody. Has gone and sold his Boots of Mobility on his last back instead of going for his Merc Treads. The early game advantage from the Boots of Mobility no longer being in effect. Instead just wants to have the extra magic resistance against this double AP threat from GCU. And the tenacity is Ninja getting caught out on a rotation towards the bottom side here. Command Shockwave is used, but it got Zanya's Hourglass up by Solo. Phoenix going to get caught out in the Stranglethorns, flashes way to the other side, still gets knocked up, but does not wind up going down.
Nice small little catch onto GCU there, chunking out a bunch of Envy. Envy not gonna back away quite yet, though. Ninja continues to walk up aggressively. GCU having a hard time holding off this 2-man push in the bot lane.
Yeah, Seraph and Ninja now, they are grouped up on this bottom side. Hard pressing against that bottom lane inhibitor tower from the side of Gold Coin United, who pretty much just been ping-ponged back and forth across their own base at this point in time. Haven't left it for quite some time. Only have a couple of wards on the bottom side jungle area, so they have to be a little bit careful about going forward from this point on. But Envy, Baron's going to be up in a minute. Elder Dragon's going to be up in 30 seconds. All they have to do is just continue to deny that vision. As you mentioned, 1 or 2 of those objectives could be the one they need to end the game.
You see GCU with that slight breathing room that they made for themselves in that skirmish, trying to go down and get some vision on this Elder Dragon that's going to be spawning in 20 seconds. Does not look like they want to give this one away for free. We see them grouping up around the mid lane now. Looks like they're going to look for a fight in order to try and come back into this game.
They might be looking for a flank, though. Is behind where Gold Coin United has been placing vision. So GCU going to be securing their own red buff. backing away as a unit to make sure that Lee Sin, any sneaky attempt from Lyra will not catch anybody out of position. Envy with that Elder Dragon now spawned on the map will be making their way down towards that area to try to clear the vision out. Chain of Corruption actually used there by Apollo. Does not connect on the Mad Life, just uses the Inspire Shield, runs away.
That's one major ability down on the side of Envy. Might make this Elder Dragon fight a little bit more difficult for them now. They also have decent vision. They're aware of where Lyra was now. Envy pushes in that mid-minion wave, trying to get mid-control before starting this Baron off. They're also hoping to find another pick-off attempt as Lyra starts soloing away the Elder Dragon.
Serif's going to go join his jungler on the Elder Dragon. The rest of Envy baiting in this rush of the control ward, poking their heads out, making GCU try to back away. But GCU, Baron is spawned on the map. Elder Dragon's still about 5,000 HP. They're rushing down for the Baron.
Yeah, they're going to try and start this one off. Envy not in the best position to contest. It's going to be a three-man group up trying to stop it.
Elder Dragon has just died, but Baron's at 3,000 HP. This command Shockwave's going to wind up picking up Phoenix. He tried to flash away from that one, but GCU will take the Baron down, but Solo's going to pay with his life. GCU are on full retreat, but they're running back towards Envy's base. Mash is going to try to get out with the empowered Baron recall, but he gets stopped by Ninja. Santorin winds up going down to Seraph. It's a double kill for Renekton. Make that a triple. It's an ace.
It is a clean ace for Envy there. They lose the Baron buff, but they finish off the Elder Dragon. Seraph TP's in to join up and contest in the 4v5 situation, and a huge shockwave by Ninja blows up Phoenix before he's able to do anything about it. 30 seconds before anyone respawns. They have a minion wave in the bot lane. Turret's already down. They're working on the inhibitor. Might be game.
20 seconds left on Phoenix and 25 seconds left on Santorin, and Solo means that with this inhibitor going down and everybody from Envy still alive, it's going to be Envy that jumps out to a 2-1 series lead here in the promotion tournament. Only one game back from keeping their spot in the LCS.
Huge game 3, often considered one of the most important matches to take in the series. They're up 2-1 now off the back of a big performance from Lyra and a bounce back game from their bot lane. Second one in a row that they've been playing well compared to how they played that matchup the first time around. Ninja and Seraph also doing pretty well, holding their own in their lanes. And that looked like a decent start for GCU. They were not actually able to turn it into anything. That first blood coming in right away onto Santorin put them at such a deficit. Really hurt their ability to play that early game out.
Yeah, Santorin kind of seemed like he was a little non-existent that game. After dying to first blood from the failed invade, tried to get things going during the lane phase, tried to get a couple of ganks off with the Graves, but he doesn't pack any CC himself, packs a lot of damage, wasn't really able to lock anybody down. 1, 2, and 1 for Santorin, relatively quiet, but that bottom lane from Envy, as you mentioned, stepping up. They got a little bit of pressure from Lyra. That's all they needed to get those advantages over Mash and Mad Life in the same matchup that was in game number 1. But instead of falling behind and losing that game, they end as a combined total of 5-0-7 as a bottom lane.
And what happened to Phoenix as well? This was supposed to be one of the star players for GCU. It was supposed to be the Lyra versus Phoenix show. Phoenix popping off in the early game. Game 1, there was a lot of trade kills. Game 2, basically a non-factor. And Game 3, once again, he was able to get a kill on the Ninja, was traded back on because Ninja pulled him under the turret.
Yeah, Ninja definitely been holding his own against Phoenix, which is something we did not expect here. And he's been doing it on a multitude of different champions. He did it on the Talon, did it once on his own Syndra pickup, and has now done it on the Orianna. So these are champions that we had question marks for Ninja with his champion pool or his mastery on certain champions, and he's doing okay. He's doing fine. That's all he needs to do.
I mean, this is exactly what you want out of Ninja. Go mostly even in the laning phase. Lyra gets you the advantage, and then from there, your team should be able to get enough of a gold lead that you can close it out.
All right, so for more on that win from Envy, let's send it on over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's talk about the fact that, hey, Envy really starting to step up here. Another win now, 2 in a row, starting to really come online.
Yeah, they really are. And once again, I mean, we keep talking about him, but Lyra, he had another great game. I think partly that's kind of gifted over to him by Santorin, but he made a big difference across the whole map.
Yeah, and this is really becoming a serious thing for me where Santorin seems to have this panic thing kind of set in whenever he does see Lyra. Last game, it was a couple of the counter ganks, and he gets a little shaky in the playing out the skirmishes, and this time around, Azalea wanted to go over the magnificent level 1.
Yeah, and I mean, basically, the ward getting placed over from GCU tips off Envy. Their mid laner can come up first. Santorin is tanking the Raptors. He has to actually smite for the heal because he's very low, and then flashing into the wall, giving over a free first blood, losing your smite, and then dying there, and then Lyra is able to come bot lane. You remember last game, they actually lost this bot lane pretty hard, but because there's a triple summoner forced by this early Moby Boots Lee Sin, he gets down there, they can win that lane, and then he's up on top side again, Kobe.
And here we go. Seraph gonna set him up with the Sun, so an easy Q land for the beginning. And start to get that Renekton right off to another good start.
I think he's just playing super impressive League of Legends. I think that he made the Moby Boots pay off. And Moby Boots to me is always an interesting choice because there's that investment, right? It's risk versus reward. If you buy this and you don't make the ganks happen, you are kind of hurting yourself because Santorin actually ended up a level and a half above him because he was just hard farming after giving up that kill, whereas Lyra was trying to affect the map, and had that not paid off, it could have looked bad.
Exactly. I mean, you really need to take advantage of opportunities with mobility boots, and he did just that.
Yeah, so speaking of Lyra kind of giving opportunities and the rest of the team taking advantage, I want to talk about what's happened in the mid lane here because Ninja, I think both a beneficiary, but also playing better himself. I asked for some stats about how he was doing when these teams met on Friday. Ninja was losing. He was down gold pretty much every single game, on average down 341 every single game. And now here on day 3, he's averaging up in gold. And again, you can say, yes, this is Lyra doing better and the jungle doing well, but still, in his one-on-one versus Phoenix, it is going better today.
He's just objectively playing better, I think. Even in a tough matchup like the Ori into the Syndra, he still did well.
Yeah, and it's partly on Phoenix as well. One of the things we're banking on for Gold Coin United is that Phoenix was going to have some carry performances, and he was outstanding yesterday. However, we haven't seen those glimpses quite yet from him in the series, and they need to turn it on right now because one game left.
I mean, it's definitely tough. We talked about like kind of the ways to win for either of these teams, and to me, it was always going to be who steps up more. Is it Lyra or is it Phoenix? They're the big stars of the show, and you know, while it's not necessarily fair to put the pressure on them, that's the reality. When you're the best player, you have to put up the best performance. And,
yeah, absolutely.
And Phoenix, he seemed a bit shaken up after their loss against Team Liquid. Understandably so. He put in an incredible series overall and lost in the 5th game. I think that can be pretty draining, and maybe it's taxing him here today.
And it seems like the case that it is right now. We'll see if Phoenix does step up and if the rest of the team can rally around that. But for now, Envy are only one game away from keeping their spot in the NALCS. So join us back here after the break to see if GCU can bounce back or if it's going to close out here. Stay tuned.
Silver Scrapes?
Not yet.
Lyra comes around the opposite side. Ooh, a failed flash from Santorin's gonna seal the deal on his death.
Seraph's still on the backside.
Yep, uses the Unleashed power onto Seraph. His full HP Renekton will not go down. Meanwhile, bottom side, Haku and Apollo utilizing that pushing pressure.
Vision control. Now Seraph.
Getting aggressive. Goes and slices and dices and flashes way in the mid lane. It's caught onto Phoenix, and it's gonna be Apollo picking up a kill.
Okay, Shinda down.
Slowly. Great. Rumble.
Kill the ammo.
I go.
Chase.
Go in the game.
Okay. I go end. Hey, right here. Okay, with this. I go end.
Let's go bottom.
Nice.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 4 between Team Envy and Goldcoin United. Envy just 1 win away from solidifying their spot back in the North American LCS. Goldcoin United, they got an uphill battle of at least 2 more.
The big thing, of course, is Lyra. We've been talking about him forever, basically. Anytime you mention Envy, you mention Lyra in the same sentence. But one thing I want to highlight is just how he spreads his influence over the game. It's not like he's a 15-kill Lee Sin running around murdering everybody. It's a lot about getting his team advantages where they should be disadvantaged. So in game 1, we talked about how GCU was able to win that matchup with Caitlyn and Karma. They had an 80 gold advantage over Envy's bot lane that time. But now with the early pressure, the gank forcing out those summoners, Envy's bot lane is up 886 gold in game 3. So you see how
pretty big.
He didn't get a kill in the bot lane for him right away, but he was able to neutralize that early pushing advantage. And then his team at level 6 is able to start winning the bot lane on their own. And then you see around the top side as well, his opponent has a teleport advantage in a matchup that should be going in favor of the Renekton. Well, he goes up there and gets a kill for the Renekton and forces that teleport out to stop a potential bot side play coming in a minute later or something.
And all those advantages just compound with the fact that Envy was able to move around the map and take towers more efficiently and quickly compared to Goldcoin United. A lot of the times, the tower control and the dragon control was what was keeping GCU in game 1 against Envy and keeping the gold counts relatively close. But with those options off of the table, Envy were the ones that took that gold advantage, about 4,000 gold when we hit the 20-minute mark, and we were able to seal the deal in this game.
Right, and we heard the analyst desk talking about Phoenix. You know, you need him to step up. He is such an important part of this team. Solo actually had a great game 3, but he did not have that extra carry on his team in Phoenix in the mid lane. Where is his other solo laner at this point? Phoenix has been trying to find a matchup that's going to work for him, but he hasn't been able to abuse Ninja at all like we saw in their first matchup on Friday.
Yeah, and Goldcoin United, they definitely still have some strengths to them, though their early game advantages are not being transitioned or not being accrued as much as they were earlier on in their series. I mean, the first series they played on Friday against Team Envy, they were able to negate a lot of the early game, and Santorum was pretty much wherever Lyra wanted to be to counter-gank those opportunities. We saw that happen in game number 1, but the disadvantages from Santorum at level 1 due to the invade being snuffed out by Team Envy, he just was not on the map in game 3 and was unable to match Lyra.
I mean, he did a good job trying to stabilize from there, farming up, but it's just Moby Boots Lee Sin with an advantage. It's really hard to keep pace with him if he's going to keep forcing these plays around the map. And we saw Santorum unable to really get anything going over the course of that game. And now into game 4, we're going to have to see how these teams choose to adapt. We saw a very interesting little tidbit of information in that the Elise priority does not seem to be that high for Team Envy, looking more around their bot lane as being something they want to secure.
Oh, that's going to be the first Varus ban against Team Envy in the entire promotion tournament, if my memory serves correct. So already adaptations from Goldcoin United now on the red side this game. Team Envy will be on the blue side. They've banned out pretty much the same things, though, almost every single game. Vladimir, Shen, the Ashe, although the Shen was missed out in that last ban where they did not have a ban in game number 3. And Goldcoin United now, the last response is on them. Do they ban out the Camille? Do they give it over to Seraph? Do they ban out one of the junglers, potentially, that Lyra can snap away?
They go with the Graves ban now, not wanting to give that one available. We saw that Team Envy was basically first picking Varus every time around. Now without that available, they're concerned about the Graves first pick, so they banned that one as well. And instead, Team Envy take Caitlyn, a very strong lane bully champion. So even though you ban out the Varus, Team Envy might run the same comp here with Zyra Caitlyn, still an extremely strong, annoying poke lane. Doesn't quite have the level 6 all-in that we saw them abusing with the Varus and Zyra.
It also cuts into the fact that that's what MASH is playing when they pick the Varus, is he's taking the Caitlyn. When they did not take an early game marksman, they wound up falling down into the Lucian pick, but Goldcoin United with the adaptation here steal the Zyra away from that bottom lane duo combination, so the Caitlyn will no longer have that strong pressure. There are still a lot of supports left on the table, as none of them have been banned away in this first ban phase. We've seen Malzahar banned away, we've seen Lugu left open quite a lot, and it will look like Santorum goes to Rengar as his jungler of choice, which has been left open this entire time, just not prioritized.
I love best of 5 summon. I especially love them in the 10-ban system. You get to see over the course of a series what meta starts to adapt. Varus and Zyra become so dominant in this situation that Goldcoin bans one and picks the other one away from Team Envy, not knowing how to deal with it, being scared of just giving them a third time around and throwing a new potential solution at it, not wanting to give them the bot lane they've basically been running for 2 days straight. And they also grabbed the Rengar, a different look for Santorum here, not on the Graves, was not finding success with it, and did not want to chance it. giving it over to Lyra and seeing another hard carry performance out of him.
Well, Envy have snatched up the Karma, and you would think that would be a support pickup. You have to remember, when Caitlyn is on Team Envy, they do wind up running with more of the protect the Sarah, Sarah, pick the champion. Protect the Apollo composition.
There you go.
That's the marksman with their team, their bot laner, where they potentially could be running that Karma mid lane as a secondary shielding and utility enchanter, but they do wind up going for the Camille pickup for Seraph too, so that could prompt a Rumble pick here from the first phase from Goldcoin United. If they do not, they threaten that being banned away, but it is going to be the Renekton instead of the Rumble, so this time it's solo on the Renekton, the opposite side of this match.
I like this a little bit more, not opting for the complete skill versus skill matchup. We saw a pretty scary performance out of Seraph's Camille against the Rumble in game 1. They did lose that game, but it was off the back of more macro play than Seraph's split push failing. It was starting to come online right when they kind of lost that game. So GCU doesn't want to risk that. They take a more early game focused team. Envy has smashed them in the first 20 minutes of the game, 2 games in a row, and so they're focused on stabilizing that part of their game.
We saw the Elise hover before the Camille was locked in, so Elise and Lee Sin will be the bans from Goldcoin United. Continue to target down on the bot lane pool. Jhin and Ezreal being banned away. Mash with a smirk on his face knows that he's being targeted in the second ban phase. Still has the potential to pick up the Lucian that we saw in game number 2, but it will be the Ahri being picked up here for Phoenix. We saw him in the Ahri versus Syndra matchup. Not getting the better deal of that one, and we're going to see a run back here in game number 4.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at the double jungle ban thrown Envy's way. I mean, we know Lyra's gonna perform on basically whatever you give him. The Kha'Zix is gonna be left up. We saw him have a great game on Kha'Zix in game 2, I believe it was. So I'm surprised to see Goldcoin United go for that one again. Holy crap, we got a Jinx lock in as well.
Oh,
stop my train of thought. We got something different in the bot lane.
I love this pickup. Jinx in the bottom lane. A Jinx and Zyra lane has a lot of damage potential, and while Jinx may not be the safest laner in the world, she can potentially match the range of Caitlyn early game because of her rocket form, but...
Safest laner? I'm scared about mid-late game. You're gonna have a Kha'Zix and Camille jumping on your face, and your team comp has 0 peel, and you're playing Jinx? It's a little scary.
You do have 0 peel. You have double exhaust though. Mad Life's taking it as is Phoenix from the mid lane matchup. But in the late game, if you are at that point with Jinx, you can just melt through absolutely everybody, considering there is no tanky frontline from Envy this game, and Goldcoin United has the pseudo tanks in the Renekton and the Rengar. I mean, this does screen to me as a very potential weak point in the later stages of the game, but also a very, very big strength that they haven't necessarily had on their team.
It's going to come down to execution. If you're Camille and Kha'Zix find flanks and opportunities onto the Jinx, there's not really anything available on the side of GCU to keep her alive. But if they flub those engages and she gets away, she has huge reset potential given the fact that Team Envy does not have a tank front line. She does have to be careful running forward in case she eats a Syndra stun or something like that.
Yeah.
But like I was saying, I'm surprised GCU elected for the double jungle ban instead of throwing one at the Syndra. You know that is Ninja's preferred counter pick on the Ahri. You're going to first pick the Ahri. You could have banned away a potential counter after the Syndra ban. Maybe they instead go with a Ahri ban, and then you can't get the Ahri, so you need to leave his counter up so you don't get counter banned. Those are some situations that crop up, but what ends up happening is Mash's champ pool gets completely pinched, and now we see him on the Jinx.
Well, it's game number 4. One more win here means Envy makes it back into their NALCS position. Goldcoin United have to win 2 more games in order to try to get promoted through.
I'm not one to usually talk about skins. Everyone knows.
Oh, I know that.
I am brain dead about skins. No idea what they're called, no idea what they do. But I do know this one. We got the Star Guardian Lux skin available. Or
Guardian Lux.
See, that's what I mean. Star Guardian, Jinx. They're all Star Guardians. They're the same champion at that point.
You really don't know anything about skins. Here, I thought you've been trolling me this entire time with your lobster fisherman Braum talk.
I
Star
still
Guardian
think that's
Lux.
a great skin, by the way.
What's Ahri's skin?
I don't know. Is she a maid or something?
I'm done with
Schoolgirl?
it.
Schoolgirl.
There you go. It's the Academy Ahri skin.
There you go.
All right, you get half credit for that one. But this Mash on Jinx pickup, first off, it's got me excited because I love Jinx, my favorite champion. So I'm really hoping that Mash is able to do something with this pick. But as you did mention, very unsafe lane phase, especially into the Caitlyn Karma bully lane matchup. But also, the late game potential for this Jinx is massive, but it's also very scary when you have stun, delete button, Camille, everything to pretty much just kill you.
Yeah, I mean, either way, this is going to be an explosive matchup centered around that Jinx picks a little bit. Either she's going to be getting exploded at the start of team fights, or she's going to be resetting like crazy, most likely. So we'll have to see what happens. Of course, most of these games are being decided in the early game. It might be over before we even get to that point with how explosive Envy has been playing these last 2 games.
Well, both junglers going to be starting on their red sides of the jungle. Santorin going for a start over by his own Raptor camp, so he's not going to be going for any sort of cheeky invades right now. The bottom side of the map is going to be started up by Lira and Kha'Zix on his own Raptor camp, so both of them going for the red buff start. As you mentioned, this matchup between these two junglers has been extremely pivotal, and how fitting that we have the Hunter versus Hunter matchup, the Rengar versus Kha'Zix, in a game number 4, which is a must-win for GCU if they want to prolong this to a best-of-5, full 5-game series.
And I like the team comp for the most part that they drafted to do it. I'm still a little suspect on that Jinx pick, but I do like the Renekton for solo. He had a good game last game. We see GCU still the heavy favorites in the fan vote.
They keep losing 2% every time we see this, from 82 to 80 to 78, but now here, hitting level 2 extremely early on, getting aggressive. Of course, you have the Zyra and the Jinx lane here, the Chompers, and the Zyra roots can combo together quite effectively, but Apollo able to get himself out of that sticky situation. But they're being pushed in extremely early on here from this early lane aggression.
Right, you saw GCU's bot lane able to grab the level 2 first, shove out Envy's bot lane a little bit. They also burned the Ignite there. Not a massive advantage gain. Does force the pot out of Apollo, but he's mostly healed back up to full. Lira now on the top side, looking like he's going to take a blast cone over. Gonna look for this gank onto Solo, excuse me, but instantly backs away.
Yep. Solo's gotten his hands on this Renekton this time around. During the Challenger Series, Solo was known for getting lane advantages, whether it was with the help of Santorin or just by himself, being very aggressive on this Renekton pick, shoving up the lane, but then roaming down towards the mid lane, trying to transition advantages onto Phoenix, much like you see Nautilus picks utilize in the top lane.
Right, I mean, I think that's something that I like more for the side of GCU is having that kind of stable top laner that you don't need to worry about getting snowballed on. It hasn't been that bad necessarily for GCU. I don't think that's the problem with the series, is the fact that, oh my god, Solo keeps dying and getting snowballed on. I think you have to look at what's been happening with the mid lane, the jungle, and even the bot lane to an extent. But even still, I do like seeing him on this champion who has the ability to fight Seraph early on and can kind of hold him down.
Oh, Seraph gonna wind up going back and buying a second Doran's Blade and a control ward for himself. Immediately uses the teleport to get back to lane.
Whereas Santorin and Lira on opposite sides here.
Yeah, Lyra's a little bit stuck out in the Dragon Pit. Does wind up leaping over, but Santorin didn't even know he was there. He's looking for Ninja instead. Going to tag him with the savagery, bolos him up. Has to burn the flash from Ninja there. Did not want to get charmed up there by Phoenix.
And Envy did not seem like they had a clue. Santorin was over the wall there. They had him kind of pincered, actually. Lyra jumps over, though, and that gives the angle to Santorin to go open up onto Ninja, who is in the river there.
Well, Nash gonna step on a trap, takes a lot of damage there. Jinx not the tankiest champion, extremely squishy marksman in the bottom lane, and Apollo and Hakuo, double Q damage coming out from Karma Caitlyn. Forcing the Jinx actually to recall as Mad Life gonna try to hold the wave himself.
Grabs the early Vamp Scepter, going to be trying to get some extra sustain in this lane early on. Will most likely be going the Blade of the Rune King first build that we tend to see on a lot of AD carries now, not just the attack speed dueling ones.
Yeah, Blade of the Rune King into Runon's Hurricane. Most likely the build that Jinx is going for. I'm really interested to see where you go from that, but like you said, Mark, if the game goes the way that it has so far for game 2 and 3 from Envy, we might not get to the point where you get to see a late game Jinx popping off.
Nope, we have not seen too many late games this series. And I think, based off how this game started, though, much better for GCU. Lyra's first couple attempts were sniffed out, not able to find an opportunity. They also are able to force the flash on Ninja pre-6. And now that Phoenix is getting closer to 6, he might find an opportunity to open up onto him, especially with Santorin in 6. We do see the cleanse on Ninja, so he has one defensive tool still available to him, but if the charm lands, he cleanses that, there's a bowl right after, it's not going to be too easy for him to live.
The chain CC. One of the worst enemies of the Cleanse Summoner spell. You can get rid of one, can't necessarily get rid of them all, though. Phoenix is down for the exhaust in this mid lane matchup, though. We did see him playing rather aggressively, but while he was able to exhaust out the trade damage coming out from Ninja and the Unleashed power at level 6, he wasn't able to really seal the deal on a lot of these kills that he might have potentially gotten with his Ignite. Top side of the map now, Solo and Seraph seem to be our focus as Lyra was clearing out the Scuttle Crab in the river. Might be trying to make another gank on the top lane, but at the same time, as soon as Phoenix is level 6, he goes in. First blood picked up for him while there's trying to be a trade kill on the top side, but Solo slices and dices, locks up Lyra and Seraph in a 2v1 situation. Solo gets the kill.
Huge play by Solo there, able to flash into the brush while Lyra was tanking the minion autos, gives him enough time to get another auto attack off there, picks up a kill in the 2v1, and then I was talking about needing 6. Santorin didn't even wait for it. I believe he had a nice flash to dodge out on the stun that came in. And Phoenix started that all off, landing a charm this time around. That was something that held him down in the last time he played this matchup, was the fact that whenever he went aggressive, the charms were going wide.
As you can see, a quick replay of this one. Phoenix hits level 6. Santorin is waiting in the wings. And as soon as Phoenix knows that these abilities are down from Ninja, he dashes forward, dodges out on the spear.
Ninja just playing way too aggressive here. You know your jungler's on the top side making a play. You're down a level to an extremely aggressive champion in Ahri. No reason to walk up there and really try and contest that wave for your 6. And then here on the top side, you see Solo. Good job fighting, staying alive there. And big misplay by Ninja there, opening himself up to a potential gank when he knows his jungler is not around at all to punish that. And Santorin and Phoenix combined for a kill. They also got the first blood there, so Phoenix finally in a position to pop off potentially and take over this game.
At the same time, Solo getting a trade kill, or not even a trade kill, getting the only kill in a 1v2 situation where he gets ganked. Also gets the flash out of Lyra, so early game Lyra, not the same as it has been so far in this series. Without that summoner spell of flash, might be a little bit more difficult for him to gain some traction. Whereas on the opposite side, his opponent in Santorin has already gotten a gank assist on first blood in the mid lane. Gone back, picked up pieces for his warrior enchantment. Has the tracker's knife fully finished. Matching that actually of Lyra, but he's got some boots and some extra vision control and a control ward in his inventory over his jungle opponent.
While we're talking about all this great stuff happening in the top and mid lane and jungle for GCU, you look down the bot side and you see a 30 CS deficit for this Jinx early on. Not having a good time at all.
Life is difficult for a Jinx in a Caitlyn Karma lane. Actually, life is difficult for a lot of AD carries in a Caitlyn Karma lane.
Yeah, not many champions are happy to be against Caitlyn Karma. Jinx in particular. You see getting totally zoned away from this wave. It is the small saving grace right now on the side of Envy. Goldie's up to 1,000, excuse me. It could be a lot higher if they did not have that 30 CS advantage.
Goldcoin United advantages on opposite sides of the map from this bottom lane. The Team Envy. A lot of the times the advantages have been coming through them from Lyra. Their bottom lane has kind of been a very stable point for their team, although those advantages in game number 3 were gained from a visit gank from Lyra that they were able to abuse. This time having to do it pretty much on their own and succeeding so far. Ace in the hole actually going to wind up landing. Mash gets that blocked out by Mad Life. Saw a little bit of trade going down in the mid lane too as Phoenix and Ninja traded some blows back and forth. Phoenix with a blue buff for himself. Ninja not with his. So Phoenix going to get a little bit of the shove early on, has that Spirit Rush available, and immediately dips down towards the bottom lane.
Right, Phoenix and Santorin combined together to steal away Ninja's blue buff there, limiting the ability of Ninja to match the push. And the problem is this bot lane is getting so bad for GCU. It's going to start pulling down a lot of focus here. Santorin still making his way up to the top side, but Phoenix was down the bot lane trying to get some space for his bot lane to work.
Same time, Santorin on this top side with Soul. Looks like they might try to brute force down the first tower of this game. Seraph pretty much all by his lonesome as Lyra is on the bottom side of the map, so stun under the tower there from Solo as he slices his way out of that one. Seraph going to be holding on to this wave for a little bit of time, but Lyra knows that Santorin's on the top side of the map. Put some vision down over by the blue buff area. Santorin, though, and Solo just going to force Seraph away from this top lane tower.
Right, there was that one ward on the Gromp of GCU. Santorin was recalling to react to what was going on in the bot lane. Did not want to force around the top since they did not know where Lyra was. But once he saw Lyra there, he knows that they can actually get this turret first, so they go for that first circle. Now Lyra caught a little bit on the Gromp.
Ooh, he's going to get the Super Mega Death Rocket. The ticking down is not going to wind up getting the kill. No Ignite used by Mad Life. Lost vision over the wall, but Lyra getting chunked out just for a Gromp trade for a tower.
That was actually a pretty smart play by GCU. I like the decision there by Santorin to cancel his recall and pressure around that top side to make sure that he secures that first turret blood bonus. Now the bot lane doing a little bit better job hanging on now.
Apollo walks into some Flame Chompers, but not going to get traded upon with a ton of damage. Top side of the map now, that means, of course, Solo getting some solo gold for himself. A 1.6k gold advantage for the Renekton over the Camille in that lane matchup. Taking up a large majority of the lead the Goldcoin United has accrued in this early game already. 2 kills to 0. They've gotten the first tower of the game. They have CS deficits, however, on the bottom side of the map. As now we see Seraph struggling to go toe-to-toe against Solo as he's picked up the early pair of Ninja Tab. You Phoenix trying to equate some of these losses out in the bottom lane. Immediately exhausts trade back and forth. The flash forward from Mash puts the Chompers down behind Apollo. He has to try to run away. Mad Life picks up that kill.
Really nice roam by Phoenix there. The bot lane of Envy was shoving up relentlessly over the course of this early game. And Phoenix finally finds an opening to punish that aggression. GCU having a great early game here, up to a 3,000 gold advantage now. Not much working on the side of Envy.
Envy definitely looks like this early game the hardest one for them that we've seen so far. Almost 3,000 gold in favor of Gold Coin United. Ninja in this mid lane matchup getting a little bit bested here by Phoenix, finding his second win on this Ahri in game number 4. However, Envy not going to sit back and just stay quiet. Will respond by taking the first Drake of the game. And Ocean Drake will be the first one that spawns for them. And they take that one away.
Another advantage for Envy right there, finding some small advantage. We talked about how they've been having great Drake control so far. Keep that one up. Sarah's still stuck in this long lane though. Keeps getting bullied out by Solo.
You see the slice after the hook shot and the dice after Seraph runs away. Chasing down on the Camille underneath the tower. Lyra jumps in, but the Dominus is just popped there. Turns on the Lyra, flashes forward. Solo with another kill in a 1v2. GCU not quite done. The Stranglethorns on the bottom side, and Santorin savagely rips apart Hakuo.
Lyra having a very bad performance this time around. Jumps in on the relatively healthy Solo, who is fed as well. Got that turret blood bonus gold. He's able to trade back on the Lyra, finishes him off. Hakuho gets caught out of position. Not synced up, obviously, with his jungler trying to get vision anywhere, and as a result gets picked off. And now Mash on this Jinx pick, if there's one thing it can do in the early game, it's push turrets.
Yeah, Jinx extremely good at doing that. Apollo, in the meantime, extremely good at getting jumped on by a Rengar. Super Mega Death Rocket does not find the kill, but a leap from Santorin secures that one. Sarah's teleported in. He will wind up picking up a kill onto Santorin as he shuts down that 2 kills, but Solo has responded and kind of flashed forward, though, from Seraph. Mad Life being locked up in the Hextech ultimatum. The heal will keep him alive, but it's a double kill picked up for the Camille, and now Envy are on the chase. They've caught on to Mash, and he's turned to dust. Ninja unleashes his power upon Jinx. The hook shot now going down onto Solo, but he dices away. Phoenix is able to answer the trade kill in the mid lane, but 3 quick kills picked up by Envy.
A 3-for-1 trade, and as well as protecting their bot lane turret. I like the idea for Santorin going in here. Both teleports channel around the same time. You sort of need to leave Santorin here to the Wolves, given the fact that they don't have vision on Lyra or Ninja at this point. Solo and Mad Life walk forward, and I like this aggressive flash ultimate by Seraph here. The minion wave is dying, so you know that someone on the enemy team is going to pull that turret aggro. It's not going to be easy for them to turn on and focus down onto you, and because Mash wanted to finish that turret off, he sticks around long enough for Ninja to get in range to finish him off. So GCU getting a little bit greedy with that bot lane force there. Not the end of the world, but a really important find there by Envy because they were slipping out of this game.
Yep, the hook shot comes out from Seraph, but there's a 2-level advantage for Solo, a level 2 Dominus, and there's no mobility left from Seraph. Solo goes left, goes right, still picks up the kill, tanks through the tower. That's gonna be another kill and another tower going down for GCU.
Love seeing Solo on this Renekton pick, having that extra early game bully potential. We saw him doing great with the Rumble last game. This time around, finally given the completely favorable matchup versus Seraph, and he's taken him apart so far. Finishes him off for his 3rd kill of the game there, as well as grabbing his 2nd turret.
3-0-0 on this Renekton for Solo. 134 CS compared to 93 of Seraph. It's even more the advantages than Apollo has over Mash. 135 compared to 107 on this Caitlyn Jinx matchup. Renekton had gone to the bottom lane to pick up that 3rd and final outer tower for the side of GCU, while their duo lane of Mash and Mad Life, who are slightly disadvantaged right now, rotate up towards the top side to hold that one against the bottom lane push coming out from Envy, who have the duo lane push from Envy have rotated up to that top side as well.
GCU, it was a scary draft a little bit. We saw how smashed they were getting in the bot lane, but enough worked out between the jungle mid and top side to cover Jinx's early game weakness, and with that extra pressure that they had, it's only 20 CS down now. Slowly farming further into the game, actually up gold overall versus the Caitlyn, despite how disastrous that lane looked at just the 6-minute mark.
Interesting thing is this Jinx pickup, as you mentioned, the early game, extremely good at taking towers. Actually, all game, extremely good at taking towers. Not involved in a single tower kill yet.
Hard to do when you're getting shoved in constantly in the early game.
But now having a little bit of a breathing room, try to get through this early game. The Blade of the Rune King build coming out first. So the first completed item for Mash compared to his opponent in Apollo. But Phoenix now trying to look for a kill for himself. Gets snuffed out in the jungle. Uses the exhaust at the perfect time to mitigate the damage to the Unleashed power, but Seraph will be able to get the kill as Lyra collapses down Solo. He's a big Renekton, but he is going to get shut down before he gets a trade kill. Super Mega Death Rocket will not connect with the intended target. It's 2 kills picked up for none.
Phoenix getting a little over aggressive there. Caught out of position. tries to dash back in to land the exhaust onto Ninja to negate some of that damage, because he can't dash out at this point, locked into the Hextech ultimatum there. Like the idea, but just too many people down there on the side of Envy. Taking a look at that one. You see it start off with Seraph, jumps out of the charm, good ultimate there, and then good move by Phoenix, like I said, dashing forwards to get the exhaust onto Ninja. Not able to actually live through it because Lyra, who's the third man involved in this fight, is able to pick up a couple of those kills, bring the last bit of damage needed to stop Seraph from, or Solo, excuse me, from potentially cleaning up a couple more kills.
So Envy have been able to get a couple of response kills on the board now. The gold lead, only about 3,000 in GCU's favor. Before that trade-off of kills, about 4,000 in their favor. Phoenix is going to be donated over a blue buff, whereas a Mountain Drake will be spawning in about 30 seconds. GCU, recognizing the fact that that objective may be something they want to do to try to push this advantage forward and break some of the inner towers. Having Mad Life and Mash back on the bottom side of the map, starting to ward up around that Dragon Pit area. Take control of the vision there. Meanwhile, Santorin secures Scuttle Crab on the top side. No Baron yet available, but still, they want to keep up the vision control. They want to keep up the pressure on the map. GCU's strength all throughout the Challenger Series has been their control of vision. And it looks like one of our favorite friends, Mark, the Rift Herald.
Let's go.
Being started up. This is something that Renekton specifically would love to have on his side.
Right, he's snowballing Renekton, one of the most powerful early game champions up on that top side, getting the best single neutral objective for an individual champion who wants to pressure a lot. Grabs that Glimpse of the Void. Gonna keep trying to pressure onto Seraph. And this game looking really similar to game one, where GCU got a big lead early on, grabbed a lot of objectives with that. Envy made plays to slowly shrink the gold lead, but at the end of the day, GCU is too far ahead to really have that gap come mid-late game start mattering.
And Envy unable to contest either of those objectives going down, so a Mountain Drake picked up for the side of Gold Coin United, their first Drake of the game. Solo now with this Glimpse of the Void buff. He's going to be taking a little bit of reduced damage in these 1v1 situations. He has no allies around. He's going to be a little bit tankier thanks to that buff. Also going to be able to discharge a decent amount of damage when he stacks up to 100 Void stacks. With the Mountain Drake on his side, he's going to be able to unleash a decent amount of damage down onto those towers if he split pushes as well.
Split push will be the name of the game for Solo right now. It is a little hard for GCU to find too many openings. Envy doing a good job looking for vision, looking for picks. Right now they're going to look for another one onto Solo. Caught out in the 3v1.
Yeah, it's a 3v1 situation. A little bit more than the 2v1 that he's been able to turn around before. Still gets Seraph extremely low, but not able to wind up picking up a kill. They shut down the Renekton, but Phoenix waiting around in the brush. Wants to try to get a kill for himself, but Envy takes the safe way back from that.
So what we were just saying is that Envy's been doing a good job for the most part of finding places that they can control the vision and then make a play around there. You saw Phoenix sweeping out a little bit of vision on that top side, but did not have his jungler or support helping him get that vision control for his split pushing top laner. There's a path left unwarded. Now Mad Life on top of the ward.
Goes through. That's the flash away Stranglethorns after Hako gonna flash 2, does not wind up landing there. Mad Life. Fancy footwork. Recall in an unsafe spot, though.
Wow, that was a little bit of a mistake by Hakuho there. Almost found another kill for his team. Just barely missed that Karma Q, and not being able to finish him off with that means the knockup comes in, can't keep chasing down. Mad Life able to get away, but GCU being a little sloppy in the mid game once again, as Envy is the one actually making more plays.
NG still has the play-taking potential on their side, despite a relatively quiet early game from Lyra. He's not as far ahead on the Kazakhs as he was in game number 3. Not far ahead at all, he's not ahead. 1, 2, and 3 on this Kazakhs pickup here, but Seraph on the Camille. 4, 1, and 2, has completed the Trinity Force, has the Ninja Tabby for herself. May be able to start stacking up against Solo's Renekton relatively soon, but he has completed a Randuin's Omen on top of his own Ninja Tabby and a Black Cleaver, which means that he is still a full item up on this Camille on the head-to-head matchup, and still has that Glimpse of the Void buff. About 1.3k gold over the Camille in this individual matchup. GCU will still be trying to make advantages on the map because of Solo and his Renekton advantage and his lead. But what else are they going to be able to do with that pressure that he creates on the top side? It looks like they're going to be trying to group up around him, clearing out the blue buff area and contesting vision control and Envy's jump.
Yep, they're going for this blue buff seal. They grab that one, rotate up to Solo, who pushes in the minion wave. Gonna try and take this one down. Don't have the Jinx to help push it, but Envy not quite in position to contest. They open up on the Solo, actually.
Yeah, they're gonna use the Hextech Ultimatum to lock Solo down. He's not quite in tower range, but he is stuck there, so he cannot dodge out on the stuns, and Syndra picks up a kill.
A little greedy not using his ultimate right at the beginning there. Means he's stunned up and unable to pop it when the Syndra ult comes in. They blow him up. once again, Envy are the ones finding a kill. Now have actually equaled out the kill score. Gold lead still in GCU's favor as well as the turret score.
Mash was clearing at the mid lane as Jinx, but we mentioned already, Jinx thrives in these 5v5 teamfight environments, thrives in the fact that she can be tower pushing, but because he was set behind so early on in the lane phase, maybe thinking that he's a little further behind than he actually is. You mentioned already the Jinx was ahead in gold of the Caitlyn. The Caitlyn has about 150 gold over the Jinx, so Caitlyn has kind of gotten those advantages back just through all of this farm, but Mash is going to be the one that needs to take down these towers. You mentioned early on, Jinx was being pressured in, but Gold Coin United was able to break those towers. But without the Jinx to provide that constant DPS into the inner towers, it's a lot harder for Gold Coin United to split push them down or do so when the Camille is starting to come online and when Envy are grouping up together to defend.
Right, they weren't really able to keep forcing plays around their strongest members. Obviously, the Jinx has been held down for a large part of this game, but you had a really, really strong Renekton, and Phoenix was also relatively strong, and a few times that they try and group up for plays, they can't make them. Now Phoenix looking for a solo one.
Yeah.
Forces the flash out of Ninja, but gets low himself.
Speaking of relatively strong, Phoenix did try to go for that 1v1 kill, but Ninja was able to flash and cleanse away from it. Phoenix himself came out a little worse for the wear, uses Spirit Rush, but took a decent chunk of damage and has to go back. They have sent Mashpee back to the top side of the map to continue pressuring this top lane, shove out those minions, pick up a little bit more farm. Bottom side of the map has been the Solo versus Sarah show, as the Renekton versus Camille match continues to clash back and forth on the bottom side. Baron and Buff has spawned on the map. 23 minutes into this game means that Gold Coin United may be looking to transition those vision advantages they were accruing on the top side of the map into vision advantage controls around the Baron buff area. But Envy, there are no slouches in vision in the promotion tournament either. It's actually been something they've been relatively strong at controlling all throughout the promotion tournament, even though they find themselves in this last match on Sunday.
Yeah, I think for the most part during their first matchup even, Envy was getting the better part of the vision war, but they just couldn't make the better decisions with that extra vision that they were getting. GCU was able to take that series. This time around, once again, Envy, for the most part, having better vision. You see even from behind, finding these pickoffs over and over and over again, stabilizing the game. For the most part, it's still hard, obviously, when you have a fed Renekton, but you went from 3-0-0 to 3-3-0.
Yeah, not only that, but the gold front has closed from about what was a 4,000 lead a couple of minutes ago into about a 2,500 lead in the favor of Gold Coin United. So while we say Envy, when they get gold advantages, they may have times they stall out. Gold Coin United, our criticism of them has been they play it slow, they play it calm and controlled, but sometimes they play it a little bit too slow, and they don't know when to turn it on and get more aggressive. At this point in time, they're dwindling advantages from the early game. If Envy are able to match up with them, and Gold Coin United wind up falling behind, that could be their promotion tournament lives gone. They could be back in Challenger because of it.
Right, you see Solo getting low in trades versus Seraph. Talk about how this matchup favors Renekton. Eventually it does get to the point where as the health pool of the Camille starts to go up and up and up, and he starts getting a couple resistances, the Renekton does not have a great way of cutting through those, even with the Black Cleaver, whereas the Camille gets that true damage proc from her Q. Means that even as the Renekton starts grabbing resistances, she will keep her damage relatively unchanged against him. And during this, Santorin solos out the Dragon. Envy takes control of the top side, knowing that Dragon's available, and are going to trade for their first turret of the game, grabbing the top outer.
Well, second Mountain Drake of the game goes in Gold Coin United's favor, so while Envy are able to get their first tower of the game on the top side, the 20% damage now belongs to Gold Coin United, and with a third Mountain Drake in this game, Gold Coin United have the potential not only to wait for that and take that extremely quickly, which will be about 6 minutes from now. They have a lot of Baron pressure. They have a Jinx with double Mountain buff, so that's going to be a tower-destroying machine. Gold Coin United, while they are slowing down, are still accruing those advantages through objectives like Dragon, through vision control, through making sure that Envy aren't getting any more of these random kills that they were getting just about 5 minutes earlier.
And if I might take a moment to have a small bone to pick with GCU's name, Gold Coin United. It's a little tough to say when we talk about gold all the time in the game. You have to understand gold way too often. It'd be like if we named a team the Barons, and then we talk about how Barons using Baron power play.
That'd actually be pretty cool.
You think that's cool?
I would utilize that a lot. I would say every single time they got a kill in a team fight and they came out ahead, that was a Baron power play.
I guess we have different ideas of cool, Tom.
I just enjoy the small things in life, Mark. Let me have these things.
Those small things frustrate me.
All right. Well, you also did not identify the skins properly, and those things make me happy. So I'm not surprised you wouldn't like a team named the Barons of the Dragons. But Gold Coin United are grouped up in the mid lane here. They were contesting the Baron pit area. But it looks like they are just going to be continuing to shove waves back and forth. A lot of them grouped up in this area here. Even Solo's Renekton has joined them in this fray. Looks like they might be trying to catch on to Seraph. Has to flash away from the Flame Chompers. Santorin will leap out from that brush, but Seraph using the hook shot to get away.
Santorin, excuse me, should have waited for that hook shot to land. Wait, hold off on your jump, and then use that to gap close. Instead, he gap closes to where Seraph used to be because his hook shot connects on the wall. Maybe could have turned that into a kill if he was a little bit more patient with his jump there. Doesn't end up doing so. Solo losing out on some CS on the bot side right now. Has been grouping up with the team a lot. Now they're going to try and use this, like you mentioned, the 20% extra Q damage to burn down the Baron buff.
Bit of a brute force between Renekton, Rengar, and Jinx. They are burning through this one, but Envy has grouped up. Ninja on the front side, Seraph on the back side. He's trying to cut in on the mash. It looks like the Stranglethorns have gone down to zone it out. Phoenix, in the meantime, has picked up Seraph. The Baron's about 1,800, but they've peeled off of it. No, they decide to go back to it. It's a little bit of a split decision-making. They've killed one, but they're about to lose their front line. Solo goes down. Lyra is now going to be the target from GCU. Both of these teams are traded 1-for-1. They were hesitant to commit, and GCU have to back away.
This is what we talk about when the team actually contests a Baron buff. You get into those tough decisions. Do you stay on it or do you peel off? GCU decide to stay on it way too hard. They could have peeled off and potentially gotten way more kills. You saw them re-aggro the Baron as Santorin was getting ulted. He has no way to walk in and try and contest for a smite, so they can't finish that down. Here you see Solo and Santorin trapped in the pit, Seraph zoning away. As opposed to everyone looking to get kills, here Phoenix goes in, no one else backing him up. Solo and Mash re-aggro this Baron, but Santorin's too low to walk up for a smite there. He'll go down. Very fortunate for them that they were able to keep fighting here. End up with just a 1-for-1, and Baron starts healing back up, so Envy can't leash it. Make sure its health stays low and then go for a smite.
During that replay, we saw that Envy had pushed up towards the mid lane and equalized the turrets trades now, so 3-3. Gold Coin United's gold advantage is gone. It is dead even in gold, dead even in kills, dead even in towers. The only advantage GCU has left over is that second Drake.
And it feels so weird to talk about this game state for GCU as we're watching the game slip out of their hands and still say this is good for them, given that we know Envy tends to lose games in this circumstance, as well as the fact that GCU has the extra Mountain Dragons on their side. A little bit of a cute bait there by Mash.
Cheeky.
Knows that there's some vision on the Rift Scuttler, but they don't know about the Baron, so he shoots it just wide of the Baron, making them think they started it off, but baits out a blue trinket. That's what you want to do, actually, is work out the vision resources available on the team who's trying to face check the Baron buff. That bait, even though it didn't get a kill, you can still say was reasonably successful because it forced out that blue trinket. Now GCU still baiting around there, no trinkets available. Envy are going to have to walk up eventually.
Well, Seraph has already made his way up from the bottom side where he was split pushing with his Titanic Hydra completed. But GCU have Phoenix in the mid lane trying to clear out some waves, but he's kind of cut off from the rest of his team who is waiting in that dock rush. They land a double root and they dash and slash forward onto Lyra, trying to eviscerate the jungler, and they will. Mash in the meantime is barely going to stay alive through the unleashed power. Seraph in the front is locked down onto Santorin, but he's going to wind up going down as Phoenix picks up a kill. Solo on the backside is trying to deal with Ninja. Mad Light throws down a plant to try to help him out. A flash away is going to keep Solo alive, so they picked off 2-for-1, but both junglers are dead.
Very scrappy bait there by GCU. Smart face check on the side of Envy, but Mad Life lands a really nice double root to really set that fight up. You see, they see that one coming. The double root locks up Lyra and Hakuho. Phoenix is coming around the backside. Good flash out by Apollo to not get hit by that. Santorin goes over the wall. Mash barely lives through Ninja's burst. And then Santorin is getting very, very low here. And Phoenix gets a little bit greedy with his exhaust. Doesn't blow it until Santorin's basically already dead, and Apollo can finish that kill off. And Solo having to flash out at the very end there, ends up in a 2-for-1, almost a 2-for-2. Mash just barely managed to stay alive.
Yeah, Mash lived with about 20 HP through that unleashed power coming out from Ninja's Syndra. So even though Gold Coin United are able to win the battle, they have still yet to win the war over the Baron buff area. So they kind of find themselves back at square one because of how low everybody had gotten in that fight. The fact that Santorin did wind up going down meant they had no jungler to seal the deal on that objective. Now there is a third Mountain Drake on the map. Envy do not want to give this one up to Gold Coin United because they get into a Baron bait situation again. That'll die really quick. Phoenix is going to get tagged up here with the ace in the hole. Has a Spirit Dash out, but Spirit rushes back forward to trade some damage on the Seraph.
Right, but that gets rid of a lot of team fighting power of an Ahri champion, of the Ahri pick, and you're able to get her ultimate out. That's how she finds those angles on her back lines. And by doing that, Envy secures themselves their first Mountain Drake of the game, catching up a little bit to GCU's. Last elemental dragon of the game. The next one will be the Elder Dragon. And they tie up the overall dragon count as well, 2-2.
2-2 on those objectives, 10-9 on kills, and 3-3 on towers. Gold Coin United find themselves on the receiving end of about a 700 to 800 gold advantage, which, if you remember, about 20 minutes in this game was a 4,000 gold advantage. So Envy shoring up some holes in their mid game, closing the gap in this game. They have had the Camille, who in the split push threat is more effective than the Renekton at this point in time. Their Caitlyn is also pretty much getting over the hill of her mid-game plateau, now on about basically 3 items of the Zeal and the Last Whisper picked up for herself. We do have the Leandri's Torment, the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, and the Morella Namicon picked up for the Syndra coming out from Ninja, who's going to be able to provide a ton of damage for their side. Zhonya's Hourglass for Phoenix on top of the Luden's Echo means that he has a bit of itemization on his Ahri as well. Double Black Cleavers picked up for the side of Gold Coin United. A fight could be explosive around this Baron pit. We've seen it happen 2 or 3 times before. GCU living for the same bait, trying to lock on the Lyra. It's not going to land this time. But Phoenix on the opposite side, chunk it down on the Seraph. Redemption's getting used. The Zhonya's Hourglass cancels out the Hextech Ultimatum, but Solo's getting locked up. Seraph's going forward too, but a Flash Charm lands on the Seraph. They don't have any follow-up damage, though. Gold Coin United are peeling back.
Nice individual play there by Phoenix, but can't actually net himself a kill with it. This game is riding on a razor's edge right now. So many close team fights, and whoever is going to be able to decisively win this first one will likely be able to claim the Baron as well in the first massive gold lead in this late game.
Back and forth, these Baron baits go. Back and forth, the minion waves go. Seraph now on the bottom side of the map, clearing out the minions that have pushed up down onto Envy's side. At the same time, Seraph has his teleport available, but the vision has been cleared out by Gold Coin United from that bait. They're trying to rush down this Baron buff. 5,000 HP. Envy are trying to chase after Mad Life, who is leading them to the Baron buff, which has already been taken by GCU. They utilize the advantages they gained from that fight before, which is the vision control, and immediately go back to rush down that Baron while Seraph was away.
Envy had done such a good job contesting these Barons for so long. They reset there off the map and opened themselves up to a free Baron that GCU grabs. Now they're potentially caught out of position.
Solo's going to get locked up here. Seraph and the Tether Chain coming out from Hakuo. He has to pop his dominance, but Seraph takes a lot of damage as well. There's a wall in between most of the members of both sides of this fight. Super Mega Death Rocket lands, deals a little bit of damage to Apollo, but the inside track here is gained by Gold Coin United over towards the base of Envy. Santorin using the Thrill of the Hunt, kind of using it as a zoning ultimate and tracking where everybody from Envy's side is going to be. Gold Coin United have taken one top lane tower, can't quite finish off the inhibitor tower. Oh, Phoenix actually going to ace in the hold up, jumped on by Lyra, but he is forced back as he groups up with the rest of the team.
Envy are able to protect their base. The inhibitor turret doesn't drop. A little bit of a scary situation there as GCU might have been pitting themselves against the base of Envy, but they are able to land enough chunk. But Envy's not done yet. They're still chasing down.
Seraph re-engages. He's dropping low, uses the Hextech Ultimatum to dodge out on some damage and locks up Solo, who in the front line will go down. Killing spree picked up for Ninja. Envy gets charmed up here, Lyra, but they are going to wind up having GCU forced back.
Good punish by Envy there. Able to pick up 1 kill on the retreating GCU. Does not look like they're going to look for any extra objectives off of it, but taking off a Baron buff from a split-pushing Renekton, who has a teleport advantage, is a little bit of an objective on its own.
Very true. So Solo already disadvantaged now against the Camille in the split push. Will not have the Baron buff to push up these minion waves. Seraph has his Guardian Angel already, so he knew by going for that engagement, if he wound up dying, as long as he trades his Guardian Angel for a kill, it works out fine. He even gets out ahead in that one by not popping his Guardian Angel. So now Gold Coin United, 4 Baron buffs left on their team. It's not a bad idea, not a bad position to be in, but they don't have their split pushing threat with one. They have to stay grouped up, and Envy has been going toe-to-toe with them in a lot of these contestings, a lot of these 5v5 fights. As you mentioned, this is kind of on a razor's edge at this point.
Yeah, I thought for sure the Baron was going to go after a big team fight, but Envy had lost position on it, gave it away for free, and as a result, the gold lead slightly in GCU's favor, grabbing that Baron buff. but they're not actually able to really turn it into cracking the base or anything like that. Envy get that cleanup kill, and now doesn't look like GCU are going to be able to use this Baron. Just a minute left on it, not quite grouped up anywhere, and all three side lanes trying to get them pushed in their favor so that they can instead focus down on the Elder Dragon next.
And there's only about a minute until that Elder Dragon does spawn. Coincides nicely with about the 39 or so seconds that Baron buff will still be available. So GCU can continue to push down the bottom and the mid lanes of this map. Continuing to apply ward control, map pressure, everything they need to potentially set themselves up for an Elder Dragon take. Envy on the opposite side though, going to do everything in their power to try to stop that from happening. Ninja in the mid lane, pushing up against Solo, as you do have Seraph kind of moving up towards that side to replace his mid laner, as that wave clear is needed on the bottom side of the map as Gold Coin United grouped up 4 strong over here. Mash at this point on the Jinx, pretty big. Last Whisper picked up for him to cut through some of this armor. He's got the Runon's Hurricane, the Blade of the Rune King from before, and has added an Infinity Edge to his inventory. So Jinx is online.
Late game Jinx, a little bit of a threat, but it's still really hard for him to get involved in these team fights. A lot of mobility and dive available for both team comps, and not too much protection. No one's going to throw a ton of shields on him and let him run wild the way you might see if he was paired up with a Lulu or Orianna. Instead, he's just hoping to play cleanup while his frontline divers are able to get a number of members on the side of Envy low.
Sarah's pushed up the mid lane to contest up against Solo, trying to push it back against them. Ace in the hole lands on the Mad Life as Gold Coin United look to potentially want to stir up on the Elder Dragon that has spawned. Be a little bit careful though. They are in a position they could get collapsed on by Seraph coming from the top side. The rest of Envy coming from the bottom side. Baron power play. Wasn't the best one in the world. 1,826 gold. You get 1,525 from killing the Baron and giving it to everybody on your team. So Envy's done a really great job of mitigating the damage that they were able to provide from that Baron.
Right, and we see Envy having to go up and throw that massive top wave. GCU did a good job waiting for that.
Hakuo gets caught out and just melted down. The Stranglethorn's gonna be picking up that kill. Sarah's teleported in, but the Dragon has gone over to GCU already, and that's going to be providing the aspect buff for massive damage. But a great stun comes out from Syndra, and they rip through Ahri. They're able to take down the Syndra, but Sarah's in the back line. He's killed the Jinx. Now Lyra's trying to join on that side, but the front line has killed the Caitlyn. Mad Life dropping down low. Lyra dropping down low. His Guardian Angel will get popped after the flash. Seraph has lost his Guardian Angel. Gold Coin United, they're going to pick up 4 kills for the price of 2, and they get the Elder.
Huge play by Phoenix there. He does go down the team fight, but he opens it up for the side of GCU, able to pick off Hakuho right at the start, and sets up the other members on the side of MV getting extremely low, so Santorin and Solo can come flying in on the back end of that fight, picking up a kill, and you get to see the difficult life of MASH there, trying to 1v1 a Camille. Doesn't actually kill him, but gets him low enough that they're able to pop his GA. They get that cooldown. Seraph does get away, but they did finish off the Elder Dragon. They grab the bot inner turret.
GCU off the back of this Elder Dragon fight, taking objective. It all starts off by Hakuo getting charmed and rooted up.
They got a lot of residual damage there onto Apollo as well. He's still over the wall. Envy's still in a bad spot for contesting that. You see him now with the Infernal Elder Dragon burn, getting a lot of members of Envy very, very low. Solo goes aggressively over the wall with that flash, trying to get an angle onto the back line. Him and Santorin finish off Ninja. They also get onto Apollo, and they had to leave there. Jinx out to try and 1v1 the Camille, but overall, definitely a good trade. Ending up getting a 4 for 2.
The aspect of the Dragon burn, ticking away onto Lyra, taking him down. Do you see the Envy now has gotten additional towers? So they've gotten 4 towers. They pushed up into that mid lane, were able to take one down. 5 towers to the side of Gold Coin United, and you can see in that fight, once the aspect of the Dragon buff really kicked in, the damage numbers from the side of GCU just eking out their opponents on Envy.
A very close team fight overall, though. Phoenix really did find a great opportunity to start that fight off. You see him highest damage numbers in that team fight. Chunked out multiple members of Envy, making it pretty easy for the rest of his front line to come in and clean up some kills. Now, with that Elder Dragon, they're going to try and transition to another neutral objective, looking at the Baron buff here.
Aspect and double Mountain Drake means that they're going to be ripping through this Baron once they start it up. Blade the Rune King on Jinx, also going to provide a massive amount of damage. We can see they started it up. It's already at half HP before Envy even gets over here. There's a bit of a 50-50 situation. Lyra goes over the wall to smite still, but Santorin's smite is secure. And the Baron goes over to GCU. The collapse coming out as Mash gets excited. He immediately dies, but they've eviscerated Ninja because of it as well. And Envy is all going down. And 4-kill fight for 1 in favor of GCU.
They force that Baron extremely hard. Lyra is in range to go for the contest. Even if he gets it there, it's not the end of the world. The side of Envy is wholly out of position, not grouped up in a good formation. As a result, you see Phoenix able to run wild once again in that team fight for the most part. The difficult life of Mash going down early in that team fight. But the rest of GCU able to carry it. Everyone dead for another 20 seconds. They don't have that Jinx to crush down these turrets and inhibitors a little slower than they might want. But I think they have enough time to close out game 4 here.
I mean, they got Baron buff minions up with them. Santorin has a Guardian Angel to proc this as he's tanking through some tower shots. Haku is here, but I don't think Soul Flare is going to be enough wave clear. Mark, we're going to a game 5.
You hope that silver scrapes.
Gold Coin United tying up the series 2-2. Envy tried to cut down on the match phase champion pool. They tried to corner GCU in the draft phase, but GCU come out ahead in the early game, stall it a little bit in the mid game, but resurge in the late game through those objective control.
It's actually a very close mirror to what happened in game 1 this time around. GCU grab a lot of early kills off the back of Santorin playing pretty well. We see with that advantage, they get about a 3,000-4,000 gold lead, stall out in the mid game. Envy claws all the way back to the point where they're even in the game. And then they get a little lackadaisical around the Baron. They give one up for free. And that was really the catalyst that we saw for the rest of the game, because with those extra powered up minions, they're able to get the push in their advantage. They force Envy into a weird way to contest the Elder Dragon buff. And then Phoenix is able to make a great play to win them that fight, and then soon after that, they transition that Elder Dragon buff now back up to the respawn to Baron.
And all that was gained through incremental advantages. We talked about how Gold Coin United, they don't blow a game wide open. They take an advantage and they put wards down. They make you come at
and then
weird
they
angles.
lose that advantage.
They lose that advantage, but then they gain it back a little bit and then sneak a Baron in there because there was a fight beforehand where they kept control of their wards and are able to take that down. But Gold Coin United shown they definitely got some chops for us in this game 5.
Yeah, but I need to think they look. I need to take another look at that draft, because I did not like what happened to Mash. You saw even in those late game team fights that they were winning, he was just dying all the time in them. I think they maybe got a little bit exploited, but they were able to stabilize off their good early play.
Well, if you want to take a deeper dive, I know some guys who know that. So a deeper dive on how GCU tied up this series, let's send it on over to the analyst desk.
Thanks, Tom. We got a swim
We love
caps on.
diving.
Yep,
Yeah.
the dive.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you'll let me in on the party one day. Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'll even high five you. Like in the promo. There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
Meet up for
over
it.
here. You and me. All right, Isaiah, let's talk about this. Hey, a good win for GCU. Of course, ties it up 2-2 now. And I mean, we have the champ select graphic up here. Jinx bot lane. I like the champion. Clearly did not do much. Had a hard time in lane.
Blasted in
A little bit.
the lane phase. And
Is that Azale? Excuse me, Kobe.
Yeah.
Whoa, excuse me.
I personally I do
Your
like
time
Jinx
to
as-
shine.
It is. It always is. It is. But I mean, I don't really mind the pick. What I don't like, and what I talked about in the draft, is that there was no supporting cast kind of for the Jinx. There's no, no Janna, no Nami, no Soraka, like something, no Karma, no Lulu, something
the peel.
to buff you up to help you survive in these team fights. Because having lifesteal is great and being able to get these resets and stuff is great, but they have so much front-loaded burst to be able to take him down in the fights with Syndra, with Kha'Zix, with Camille. It's like he never got to get to the point where he can actually do something in the fight. And I just think that the pick doesn't usually work without that.
Yeah, it felt like the idea from what I was seeing is they're trying to find something self-sufficient. Ironically, Jinx is not really that easily, but it's like Caitlyn's gone, Ezreal's gone, Varus is gone, like all these safe long-range picks. Like, well,
Yeah.
you can toss on a global ultimate. It's like a bot lane gangplank, just toss iron with team fight, you can lose lane.
No one is going to get this unless they were watching yesterday and today.
Rick loves inside jokes that nobody will get.
You got it, you left. All right, so, but you're right, like, trying to self-heal the Rune King obviously wasn't quite enough for them, but it was top lane who was winning. It was Solo having a lot of good moments in the first half of the game. He started out 3-0 on the Renekton, counterpicks the Camille, worked out for him.
Right, this is one of my favorite plays, where he pulls off the 2v1 versus Lyra, who's been hanging around top lane for so long, trying to gank for Seraph. Finally gets in there for the 2v1. He's kiting, he gets him low enough in his own minion wave that Seraph has to flash away. Then he canceled that auto that Lyra had in the air by flashing out of vision into the brush. If you can break vision, then you can actually break melee abilities or auto attacks like that.
Right.
And you can see Lyra even, he knew it was coming. He tried to ward right after him to get a ward in the bush. But even if you get it in the bush, which he didn't,
Right.
it's really hard to actually have that reaction time to preemptively get there so your auto attack will continue.
Yeah, he went for
Regardless,
phase,
though,
yeah.
it was a really good auto attack break that was very close as far as the fight that actually occurred, and he pulled off the 2v1. Then he snowballed to a really beefy 3-0 Renekton until he started going for 1v3s and gave up a bunch of successive kills that allowed Envy to get back in the game, which is why it took so long.
Yeah, I mean, it looks from the start like this was going to be a smash, right? A mid lane goes wrong, and they get a kill there. It's a 1v2 in the top lane. Renekton's massive, mid lane's ahead. This should have been a pretty cut and dry game, but they did throw quite a few back. Still a very good performance, I think, from Solo overall.
Yeah, and then at the end of the game, we did have basically a game-winning team fight. It's around the Elder Dragon. The thing is, I thought this was a bit of a throw by Team Envy because Hako gets picked at the very start of it, and they're like, all right, let's TP in, let's fight the 4v5 without a support against Elder Dragon Burn, let's go.
I think it's one of those situations where teams are like undervaluing where they are in the game. It's like they feel like, hey, if we give up this Elder, we just lose, so they have to fight for it. But I really don't believe that was the case, and a 4v5 like this is so hard to actually win.
Especially if you are committed to, okay, we can't give up this Elder or we lose the game, you know, whether that's right or wrong, if you're taking that as your given, you have to go earlier. They don't give themselves enough buffer as far as the health on the Elder Dragon. By the time they actually commit and get around into position, it's already been smited. It's already dead. So not only are you fighting your 4v5 that Freak is advising against, but you're also doing that into an Elder Dragon team, which is what caused the burn on Lear there.
Right.
Proc his GA in the end, and he dies as well. So like, a lot of the late game things that we're used to talking about for Envy still are there. This time, though, they definitely had an opportunity early on as there were some mistakes from Gold Point United. So this game 5 is going to be super, super heated.
And at least for Envy, the positive takeaway from them is that they started off behind and they kind of made it a reasonably close game, because traditionally, if they don't get a massive lead, they just crumble completely. And Goldcoin, you know, they do get a good game out of Phoenix here, right? That is something that's pretty big as well, because we needed to see him get going. And coming off this Ari game, he was successful. He put out a lot of damage, one lane. You know, maybe he can use that as some momentum to have a big game 5 and close it out for Gold.
I think they're going to need to.
I think they do too. I mean, you look at what's happening here with Envy, and even in the games they lost, in game 1 and in game 4, minute 20 to 35, the gold is going back their way. And in the games they won, it just up and to the right the whole way through. It feels like Envy are out macroing GCU, right? They are playing better overall as a team, and it's a snowballed early game, and then a Baron sneak or like a failed Elder Dragon stop. Like those are the only reasons it feels like GCU is winning, and they're fluking into 2 game wins. It feels like to me.
Well, I think fluking is a bit too strong personally, because you know they're playing around some of the weaknesses that Envy have, right? You know, maybe you can't make these Baron sneaks and Elder plays and stuff against TSM or whatever, but they're not playing TSM. They're playing Envy. They were 10th place for a reason, and it's because they have a lot of these deficiencies that you can sometimes prey on.
Yeah, they talked about that being one of the pillars of their game plan against Envy.
Yep.
Just try and get past the early game without the 10,000 gold deficit.
Yep. Well, we'll see that happens. Of course, we are going up to game 5, so don't go anywhere, because it's one final game that decides who's going to be into or back into the North American LCS. Let's get a healthy serving of Silver Scrapes. See you soon.
Eat up.
Oh God.
Oh shit, you give him the ready.
You give him with the dot and the capital R.
Capital and a period.
Oh,
Done.
it's disgusting. Looking at
I means business, dude.
That's the business ready.
Yeah, nobody's talking after that. They're like, oh shit.
Solo slices and dices, blocks up Lyra and Seraph in a 2v1 situation. Solo gets the kill.
Running.
Kom tilbake. Sånn. Nice, idle flash.
Look for. Nice. Nice.
Right, nice. Keep this on, keep it going. Keep finishing it, finish it. And then fight after. Keep going. Be careful, J1. Kapper. I'm coming. I'm going back line. Hey, I'm going killer. Push bottom after. Cinder. Hey, go Caitlyn. I flash. I'm Caitlyn. Kill Kate. Nice. Camille. I hit him. We can end. Push mid. Good shit, guys. Good shit.
Welcome back, League fans, to the deciding game between Gold Coin United and Team Envy. Tied up at 2-2 apiece, this is the make or break to determine who gets into the NALCS in the summer 2017 and who fights their way through Challenger.
Big thing in Game 4 was the bounce-back performance we finally saw out of Phoenix. We expected him to be a hard carry over the course of this series. Wasn't quite panning out. In Game 4, finally we see it. 1.1 thousand gold advantage about for him at 15 minutes. In Game 1 through 3, he averaged a negative 84 gold disadvantage at 15 minutes. So huge bounce back game out of him. We need to see more stuff like that as we head into the final game.
It was the Phoenix rising from the ashes of the first couple of games. In game number 4, he put on a stellar performance, but it's going to have to be another repeat performance in Game 5 if Gold Coin United, now on the blue side, hope to topple Team Envy, the NALCS team, on the red side.
Big thing, of course, is also what happened in the bot lane. The Jinx pick, even though it managed to win the game technically, was getting crushed in lane, out of lane, and kept dying because there was no support at all for it. And it was basically on the backline divers of Rengar, Renekton, and Ahri to really win those team fights. So we'll have to see if Gold Coin United reacts to that at all. This time they ban away the Camille, don't want to deal with it. And I mean, they seemed to do well with the Renekton pick into it last time around, but not looking for that. And this time they first picked the Varus. Now that they're on blue side, treating it almost like a little bit of an extra ban here.
Yeah, so they steal that one away from Team Envy instead of banning it away. And as you mentioned, the Camille off the table means that Seraph will not be able to pick that one for himself. Also, the Rengar ban coming through from Team Envy. Did not like that one from Santorin, so they decided to take it off the table. The response from Envy when the Varus was taken away was to play the Caitlyn. We'll see if they utilize the same thing here, but instead they go for the Rumble. The Camille is banned away from this matchup. They take the Rumble and the Zyra.
GCU now gonna have to choose what they want to do about this. We saw the Renekton into the Camille. It's also a very strong pick into Rumble, and we saw a very good game out of Solo on that Renekton pick in the early game. Gonna actually opt into the Nautilus. First time he's playing it this series. Did play it a fair amount in the first matchup that they played on Friday. Also Santorin playing the Graves for, I believe, the 4th time this series. I think he played the first 3 games, switched things up finally onto the Rengar there, yeah.
And then it got it banned away. So he's got to go back to the Grays. And Solo's Nautilus been played 3 times so far in the promotion tournament. He's won every single game. So not surprised to see him fall back on that in this deciding matchup. But it will be Envy taking the Caitlyn. As we mentioned before, the Caitlyn was the pick that they did when the Varus is taken away. However, they also get the Zyra with it this time around.
And the big thing here is the fact that Envy getting that Rumble and that Zyra secures enough magic damage for them to unlock their AD-based mid laners. That's why you see GCU banning out that Jace right now. Likely going to be a Talon ban for the last one. At the same time, Team Envy did not like seeing Phoenix's Ahri. He played it extremely aggressively in the loss that he had on it as well, missing a couple charms, but this time around landing those charms, picking up a lot of kills in the early game, and even later in the game, always having good angles onto the backline of Envy, blowing up Hakuho critically in that Elder Dragon contest. And now we see Team Envy grabbing that Lee Sin pick for Lyra.
And the big question is also going to be what is the support pickup from the side of Gold Coin United? Because Karma, Zyra, Zyra, Karma have gone back and forth throughout this series. We have Nami, Soraka, and potentially the Malzahar's actually been banned away. So a couple of picks from the side for Mad Life. It is going to be the Orianna in the mid lane for Phoenix, and they're going with the Misfortune, so they're going for the counter pick against the Zyra.
The last game counter pick. They have been playing against Zyra all series long, opting for the Karma a bunch of times. Now deciding, well, winning lane is the most important thing for our bot lane here. We cannot risk losing lane. Opting to go for the MF counter pick instead of trying to hold on. Obviously, the Karma was banned away this time around, but no priority on Lulu or anything like that. Going straight for laning matchups. There you see Team Envy, somewhat similar thought process, going for the Syndra into Phoenix's Orianna.
There's a lot of magic damage on their side, though. The only real physical damage threat is going to be from Apollo's Caitlyn, so Gold Coin United have picked them kind of into a corner here. Solo for the lane matchup. We already said that Nautilus is no slouch in the early lane phase. Itemizing magic damage or magic resistance against Seraph means that he's itemizing against pretty much the entire team from Envy as the big frontline tank. The first frontline tank in this entire series.
Right, and I mean, Nautilus can lose the matchup to Rumble, and with that, we know Lyra would like to snowball that. They also have a losing mid lane matchup. Now, over the course of the promo tournament, we've been talking about how Phoenix can basically take losing matchups and win them. You're going to want to see a similar thing out of Solo here, because we saw what happened when in Game 2 when Envy got a ton of counter picks on the Solo lanes. They were kind of able to crush it with Lyra snowballing them. A somewhat similar situation this time around.
Well, if you look at it here, the Orianna into Syndra, last time we saw this matchup, we said that it was in favor of Phoenix with the Syndra. So now there is a potential losing matchup for GCU in the mid lane, a potential losing matchup for GCU in the top lane. And if they lose that bottom side matchup, now that they have taken the Varus away from Team Envy, things could get really dicey for them.
But you do have Mad Life on the counter pick. One of the star players of GCU when they put this team together. He was supposed to come in, help lead the team, and he's done a pretty good job since what we saw at the start of the season. GCU peaking now in the promotion tournament. And he's going to have a lot of influence over this game. If he can crush the bot lane matchup, that is, like we always keep saying, the backbone of Team Envy. When they do well, usually Team Envy does well. Last game, a little bit of an exception because the top half of the map got rolled pretty hard.
He's going to need to step up. It's game number 5. 2017 Summer Promotion Tournament, GCU and Team Envy. The winner of this matchup goes into the North American LCS in the summer split. The loser of this matchup falls down into the Challenger Series for the summer split. Jobs are on the line. Everything is on the line.
This is about as much pressure as you can play under as a professional player. Obviously playing in finals in giant sold-out stadiums, probably a little bit more, but
You've made it to the finals
right.
at that point.
You don't play with a sense of dread quite the way you might play in a match like this.
Everything is on the line in this game, and a lot of it is going to rest on the shoulders of these junglers. We've seen Santorin get aggressive invades at level 1. We've seen him die to his aggressive evades at level 1. Lyra has been a big point for Envy in their early game the entire season. Can he get the ball rolling on Lee Sin? And more importantly, can he influence these matchups that are in favor of Team Envy in the lane phase?
The other thing to look at is what GCU does level 1. We've seen some aggressive invades when they were on the blue side trying to walk into Envy's red side jungle. First game worked great. Santorin got a big lead. Second game, or third game when they did it, it got turned around. Santorin died early and spent the rest of the time trying to recover. Instead, looking like pretty standard Raptor starts for both junglers.
Relatively safe starts for both GCU and Envy. Both of them starting on the Raptor, as you mentioned, going towards their red buff area, getting leashes from their solo laner.
The big thing will be Lyra has a little bit of the playmaking advantage. We know Graves can get very aggressive in junglers. We've seen in the first time that these guys played, both times that they had the Graves games, they went for early invades onto enemy team and were able to not only get some kills often, but steal away buffs and get the large CS advantage. But outside that, for the most part, Lee Sin has a much larger advantage in ganking. And we've said Lyra can't just rely on farming. He does need to get his solo laners ahead or his bot lane ahead. He needs to break the game open for Envy, because if they end up 1,000, 2,000 gold ahead, is that really enough heading into 25 minutes to close out on the better performing late game team in GCU?
Well, we've seen the first adaptation of this match has been Lyra utilizing the mobility of Lee Sin to go straight from his Raptor camp over to his blue buff, and is now doing a full clear of his bottom side jungle, whereas Santorin on the Graves doing a full clear of his own bottom side jungle. We do normally see the Graves kind of going for, as you mentioned, some of those more aggressive invades. We saw the bottom side from GCU pushing up early and aggressive, putting a ward down. Santorin's going to wind up walking in here for the invade. Finds absolutely nothing in Lyra's jungle.
Pretty smart path here by Lyra. GCU likely knew that he started on the Raptors given how the lanes were playing. And then Santorin thinks maybe he can do a 3-camp start into contesting him at Gromp or blue buff or something like that. And instead, Lyra skips everything, does his bot side jungle, and then clears up to the top side. That ward not going to give too much vision of Lyra, but it will say which camps he's taken, which can be useful information all on its own, knowing that he's not around that bot side.
At the same time, there was a ward being placed down by Ninja, who showed up a little aggressively in this matchup against Phoenix, spotted out Santorin going over towards his Raptor camp. Skyre's Bloom does wind up getting used, but is not going to wind up spotting out where Lyra is. Seraph, however, making the first aggressive move, walks down towards the blue buff side, although there were pings of caution here from the side of Solo, so Santorin knew that was up. Kited his blue buff down towards the bottom side of his jungle, but it looks like Lyra might be making the first move, walks into the brushes, but he is just going to want to get him a recall off instead.
Yep, we saw him do this in the previous game as well, just covering for any potential early gank.
Ooh, bottom lane, lots of damage going forward as Hakuo flashes and ignites. Mash going to end up healing before that goes off, though, and a good counter exhaust coming out from Mad Life keeps his ADC alive.
But they do get a huge summoner advantage there. Mash now with none available, Apollo with both of his, and the exhaust down in exchange for Hakuto's summoners.
Mash and Mad Life getting aggressed on by Apollo and Hakuo. We mentioned this bottom lane matchup will be one that Lyra may want to influence, and he is making his way down here. The aggressive shove-in after that trade situation means that Lyra can kind of just sit here and camp out in that brush for a decent amount of time. Mad Life may have the counter pick for the Misfortune against the Zyra, but it may not wind up being the pick that goes against the Lee Sin. Did put a control ward down in the brush. Decides to kind of just back away for the time being. Doesn't want to get too aggressive now that Caitlyn and Zyra have kind of shoved up the tower. Looks like he's actually wrapping around, potentially going for a tower dive. Mad Life steps onto that trap, procs the headshot there from Apollo's Caitlyn.
this is a really hard one to make work. Their minion wave is not getting escorted in at a very high health. On top of the fact that it's been a while since Mash got chunked down low. He is mostly regen up to a safe level. He does not have any defensive healing available or the exhaust, but it will be pretty hard for Envy to execute that dive. They back away, get some deep vision down. The bot lane's going to keep being able to play aggressive, and this is exactly what Envy wanted, being able to shove up constantly with this bot lane.
13 CS advantage over Mash. Gonna increase that one just a little bit. Those last two picked up by Caitlyn. Does have a decent amount of minions to farm out here, but still only about 5, so he's gonna wind up ending at 10 CS disadvantage if he winds up getting every single one of these. So early game advantages for Apollo and Hakuo. Top side of the map seems to be going slightly in favor of Seraph, as he has hit level 6. Solo's going to hit level 6 as soon as these minions crash into his tower, and he gets those up for himself. But Seraph has his teleport available, is gonna wind up going back, picking up what should be an early Haunting Guys, unless he goes towards the Zanyas, and it will wind up being the Haunting Guys picked up first, but he is going to immediately use that to teleport down to this bottom side here. Solo hasn't gone back to buy quite yet, has to respond with the teleport. He is level 6 though, just teleport for teleport trade, but no damage done.
A little bit of a weird teleport there by Seraph. It's true, it somewhat stops Solo from being able to push out the next wave and then teleport back, cuts into the amount of farm he would get. But Solo's just going to recall now. Santorin goes up to the top side to push that wave in. And not much happening off the back of that early global usage.
Ha, got him. Forced the jungler to go get CS.
Santorin's like, great, I'm Graves. This sounds fantastic.
Santorin's gonna wind up shoving that minion wave into the tower. Seraph's gonna recall and scrap shield, speed himself up to get back into lane over there. Lyra was on the top side as well, but now that his Rumble has appeared back in top lane, no CS for the Lee Sin. Instead, going back, picking up his Tracker's Knife extremely early. Has 2 long swords to his name, too. Whereas Santorin has gone back down into his topside jungle, is content to just continue farming up the way Gray shall do with the Tracker's Knife and a pair of boots of his own.
Right, and as much as we say that a weird-looking teleport, it's honestly not that bad overall. It doesn't cost you any CS. Their tank gets a little less, not that great overall, but you are a little bit more scared of a Nautilus TP flank from behind. In the early stage of the game. Rumble brings a ton of damage, but not very much lockdown. Does limit GCU's playmaking a little bit, maybe. Overall, a much slower game than what we've seen out of a lot of these early games, especially considering the amount of bully lanes available and the early Lee Sin pick for what many consider the best jungler in North America in Lyra.
The best jungler has not found the best angle to wind up picking up First Blood for the First Blood King quite yet. There's no ward in this Tribrush available. Maybe looking to set his sights on bottom lane as Apollo sets his sights on the Mash, being blocked out the ace in the hole by Madlife. Lyra has now shown up. Maybe instead of going for First Blood on a player, maybe looking for the first tower of the game. This applies a little bit of pressure on this bottom side. More importantly, zoning Mash away from any more CS in addition to this.
And this is something that we saw GCU's bot lane doing a little bit when they had advantages in the previous series, is bring down Santorin and make Lyra come to him and just limit Lyra's options, seeing it turn around on him a little bit this time. Trying to go for the red buff. Syndra being the annoying champion she can be, but gets ulted by Phoenix, forces them away from that red buff steal.
The command shockwave used, the unleashed power is going to wind up going down onto Phoenix, but he's going to wind up using the barrier to keep himself healthy through that one. Ninja with his blue buff available, but his health bar not nearly as healthy, will walk straight back to lane. Just waiting for the first kill.
I mean,
feel it.
I felt like there was a chance there. Didn't quite happen. Santorin finishes on getting that red buff. Phoenix forcing the jungle invaders out. Lyra once again wrapping around behind. Santorin has vision of this, knows what's going on. Gonna collapse onto Lyra here. Gets ulted by Varus.
Chain of Corruption lands, collateral damage finds it, and First Blood goes to Mash.
Oh, Lyra, the superstar for Team Envy, is the person who makes the first mistake in this critical Game 5. Goes down to the hard CC available to the Varus, blocks him in place. Santorin gets into range, throws this collateral damage over the wall. And First Blood goes to the AD carry, who's been getting pushed in all game long, giving that little bit of extra gold to help stabilize this matchup.
Yeah, so Mash is going to be pretty happy about that. First Blood bonus means that he's basically tied Apollo's Caitlyn in gold right now. 3,200 apiece for both of those marksmen on the bottom side of that, despite the CS advantages, about 20 or so in favor of Apollo.
At the same time, Santorin has a small CS advantage, what you kind of expect out of the Graves. Ninja continues to be an annoying Syndra. Picks up that blue buff, pulls it all the way over to him. It, of course, gets very mad before getting very bored and
He's also
running back
very
home.
lost at this point. He was running one way, going
He
towards the
can't
other.
be lost if he knows where to go.
He doesn't know where to go.
He ran right home. He knows exactly how to get
He
home.
started running the other way at first. He was
He
impatient.
was chasing Ninja. He was still mad. He chilled out. He wants to go home now.
I'd be mad too if I got ripped out of my home and thrown
Yeah,
across
I'm
the
not
rift.
saying there's no reason to be mad. I mean, like I said, that Syndra's annoying.
Well, Lyra, even though he wanted to give it away first blood, smells blood of his own here. 2-level deficit compared to Santorin, but they are going to go for a contest. Seraph is joined up as well. Will be Smite stolen away. The blue buff goes over to Lyra. It's going on Envy's side of the map whether he likes it or not. Actually, Equalizer being used there by Seraph, trying to zone out from Santorin and Phoenix as Phoenix tries to catch on the Ninja, but he's walked into Lyra and he wants it going down.
Yeah, Seraph shoots that ultimate max range, cutting off where Phoenix was coming in to deal with that blue contest. Gives enough CC for the rest of Envy to pick up that kill. In the meantime, GCU was looking to collapse potentially onto Seraph, but he got out. And with all that action down the top side, Envy's bot lane continues to push in. That's the first turret of the game.
This is that maximum range Seraph ultimate, pretty much just ripping through Phoenix as the Scatter with the weak stun also traps him on that side.
And Phoenix going for that really aggressive flash forward Orianna ult. Trading 1-for-1 when he still had the option potentially trying to flash back and range the turret. Ninja did have flash to follow, so he was looking to force it, but very surprising to see Phoenix kind of use his long 5-minute cooldown that way. And that's one of the criticisms people have about Phoenix, being too aggressive in certain situations. That might have been one of them.
And so Phoenix gives a kill back over. Envy get the first tower gold of the game. So despite giving up first blood, Envy to jump out to an early about 1,500 gold lead here. We're about 12 minutes into this game. GCU looking to try to get something done on Seraph, but he has wound up recalling. GCU do not have the vision on that though. So Solo going to make his presence known in the top lane. See Santorin helps him shove up into this tower. Teleport's available for Seraph, so he can utilize that one to get back to lane if he needs to. But it looks like he's content to just walk and waste some time from GCU.
Envy starting off this game much better, despite Lyra's one hiccup when going for that Krug steal. The bot lane still winning that one pretty hard, able to grab the first turret through mostly just 2v2 laning. And then that blue buff invade works out really well for them, grabbing a kill onto Phoenix.
Envy continuing to press their advantages on this bottom side of the map. They have the stronger duo lane, lose through the lane phase and the CS, and have been able to establish some forward vision control into GCU side of the map. They're going to transition that advantage into taking the first Drake of the game. It's an Ocean Drake, my favorite Drake. Not quite your favorite Drake, but it will be the first one of the game going over to Team Envy, securing themselves once again a little bit more of that objective control, which is something that Gold Coin United has been pretty on top of so far in this series. Envy instead, though, going to be taking that one away for themselves, continuing to apply pressure on this bottom side of the map with 3 members strong.
And Apollo, once again, being a little bit of the unsung hero here. No kills, not really involved in the action that's been going on, but getting a huge CS lead again over Mashme.
Continue to chunk him down with that ace in the hole. A couple of auto attacks. Ninja getting aggressive against Phoenix here. Command shot fake gets used. Ninja did not wind up using his flash. Yunli's power comes out, but the barrier actually didn't even get used there by Phoenix. Just pops him. Chains a bunch of damage back on, and Ninja has to run away.
Good aggressive play by Phoenix there, trading really well with Ninja. Good footwork to dodge out on some of those dark spheres, but no pressure around that bot lane, so he feels a little unsafe chasing into the fog of war. Ninja holds on to his flash, knowing Phoenix isn't chasing him. Both mid laners back away. No kills traded out.
Meanwhile, the cavalry from the side of Envy arrived as Hakuo and Lyra made sure that Phoenix wasn't going to get an aggressive shove into that mid lane and shove the minions back against him instead. Solo on this top side of the map has kind of been holding his own against this Rumble pickup, but Seraph has gone back and completed his entire Leandry's Torment, so he's going to start dealing a little bit of extra damage to the tanky Nautilus, who has built up a Spirit Vision and Mercury Tread for himself. Sorry, Spectre's Cowl. Phoenix are going to get stunned up in the mid lane. That flash shoots aggressively. Now Phoenix is going to wind up going down. Equalizer did not tag an assist, but winds up getting used and forces the flash out of Mad Life. Now Lyra's shown up, and it's a double kill picked up for Ninja.
Uh-oh, Envy starting to run away with this game. Find an opening onto Phoenix, who is still without that flash from that questionable usage earlier on. Mad Life comes in to try and support him, but too many members of Envy there, and they pick up a 2-for-0 in the mid lane.
So more kills piling onto Envy's already gold lead. 2.5k is now what it has increased to. So they've given up first blood. They've responded in kind with 3 kills of their own. Still having dominating map pressure on this bottom side of the map. 27 CS advantage in favor of Apollo. Mid lane matchup 2-0-1 for Ninja after these kills picked up on Phoenix.
A nice stun to start things off by Ninja there. Flash follow by Hakuho getting the root. Mad Life actually still on top of that. Zyra ultimate gets interrupted, so he cannot get a full channel off. Wouldn't have mattered anyways. No one close to dying on the side of Envy, and he's still caught out of position there, killed off by Ninja.
And things are not going that great for GCU, especially in the mid lane. We talked about Phoenix needs to be able to have a repeat performance from game number 4 if Gold Coin United wants to come out ahead and come into the NALCS. This time around, though, he is not looking so hot. It's a little past 15 minutes into the game, and he's down 1,100 gold compared to Ninja after picking up both of those kills. And Phoenix was a staple part of their game 4 victory. It was the first game, or not the first game he was ahead, but the biggest lead he's had all series, and it was the biggest, most needed win for Gold Coin United to stay in that series.
And he's still farming well. He will be relevant as the game goes on, but Syndra picking up these kills gets a big influx of gold, and Syndra can start using that pretty aggressively. You already see the Blasting Wand picked up after that Morello Nomicon. Damage starting to get pretty high. Phoenix did pick up the early Negatron Cloak for some extra resistances against Syndra. Pretty common to see that as the Orianna player, especially with Barrier. It is hard for Syndra to find a solo kill, but now you see how much more aggressive and up in Phoenix's face Ninja's willing to play.
Meanwhile, the roaming ward and hit squad of Lyra and Hakuo make their presence known in the mid lane. Mobility boots picked up for Hakuo on the Zyra again. Lyra opting for the Ninja Tabby this time around. They continue to just run around, using those Zyra plants to scout out before putting down vision of their own to control where Gold Coin United is going to be able to safely farm on their own side of the map, and continuing to deny farm against Santorin in the bottom lane here. Meanwhile, Ninja goes aggressive in the mid lane, goes on a killing spree, dodges out on the collateral damage. Ninja coming up huge.
You can basically attribute that to that Blasting Wand, that last bit of damage being what he needed to finish off Phoenix. And there, Ninja picks up a solo kill and able to escape with Santorin breathing down his neck. Those 2 kills picked up just a moment ago, coming up huge for him.
Now Ninja coming up huge for Team Envy. What we said was probably the weakest point for Team Envy on the map is now 3-0-1 over the strongest point on the map for Gold Coin United. He's also taken down that tower and styled on him with this solo kill.
Taking another look at this, Phoenix uses his ultimate to clear out the minion wave and pull Ninja back on the turret aggro. He takes 2 turret shots, but is able to finish off Phoenix. And then Santorin trying to clean him up. Not actually able to land that collateral damage. Would have been close anyways. But there you see Ninja getting that solo kill, helping his team take down that mid-outer turret as well. The only one left standing on the side of GCU is their top outer turret. Solo's been holding on here with his team falling apart around him.
It's almost 2,000 gold advantage for Ninja against Phoenix in that mid lane matchup. 7.7 to 5.9. Solo, as you mentioned, has kind of been hanging on, but the towers and the advantages Envy have gotten across the map means that that Rumble is still slightly ahead of him. He's now building towards that Zanya's Hourglass, has the Seeker's Arm Guard in his inventory already. We already talked about the completed Leandri Storm, just took down to that percentage of max health damage against the tanky Nautilus. Bottom side of the map too, Caitlyn, still maintaining almost a 35 to 40 CS advantage over the Varus. Have gotten the Blade of the Rune King picked up for MASH, but this first pick takeaway from Envy has not been paying off for Gold Coin United.
No, still lost the lane matchup really, really hard. And you know, there was an interview that came out talking with Seraph about how he feels bad for Lyra that they're in this position, like the team's letting him down. But this time around, the rest of the team is kind of rallying around him. Lyra gave up that first blood in one of his few mistakes that he's made, and the rest of the team picked up the slack now. Everyone winning their matchups, and Lyra the only one with a death on the team.
We did say that a lot of these lane matchups were in favor of Team Envy, so while they are coming out at the 20-minute mark almost here with an advantage, it's not a surprise. What we expected was Gold Coin United to try to stem the bleeding and mitigate the amount of advantage that Envy will have coming into this mid-game. They've already wound up winning out in the phase we expected Envy to win out with, and the question still remains, how does Envy go from 20 minutes back into the LCS?
That is the big question. We talk about how it feels like they need a certain amount of gold lead to break through that kind of Envy late game threshold where they've built themselves enough of a buffer that their less coordinated play in the late game is still able to win. And it feels like they're pushed up pretty close to the maximum amount of that threshold at 4,000 gold almost 20 minutes into the game.
They have gotten themselves 2 dragons though, which means that they are stacking up another objective and denying something from Gold Coin United. A Cloud and an Ocean. Not the best for combat. Still the best to control the map, which they have been doing extremely well. Lyra and Hakuo bouncing between different sides of the map, continuously clearing out and applying vision control. Now rotating up to this last outer tower on the map for Gold Coin United, joining up with Saris Rumble. Been pushing and willing away on this one for a while, and then finally get their third tower.
Break down the last outer turret of the game. In the meantime, Apollo holding onto this bot turret by himself. Madlife looking for an angle, but Ninja working his way down to cut this one off. Madlife takes that blast cone out of the wall, avoiding the relatively pretty fed Syndra, who is going to be
pretty fed.
a menace in this late game. This is one of the times I'm sure Gold Coin United's very happy they drafted a tank. If they were with one of their all squishy comps, having to deal with a fed Syndra at this point in the game, a much more risky proposition.
Well, that tank in the top lane has actually gone, after picking up the Spectre's Cowl and Merc Treads, completed a Frozen Heart. So itemizing for armor first. There's a Syndra Rumble and a Zyra on the opposite team, so going for that Spirit Visage next. He has an additional Ruby Crystal as inventory. Looks to be the way that Solo wants to go about things. Tanky frontline has been missing pretty much from this entire best of 5 series. So Gold Coin United, they still have that as their late game team fight frontline. They still have that as their late game team fight threat. Although from the side of Envy, they've already gotten 2 Leandri's Torments. Once they start building some magic penetration, it's going to be really difficult for Solo to survive an onslaught coming out from 3 very powerful magic damage champions.
The immobile Varus, not the most fun thing to play against. A Rumble who can just kind of drop that ultimate down on top of you. As you try and chase forward, you have to be worried about Syndra stuns, Zyra roots, or Stranglethorns. A lot of zone control here for Team NB. GCU do have a bit of wombo combo potential. They can pull in everyone with the Shockwave layered on top of Madlife's AoE damage, with Varus throwing some in as well. They can, of course, take any team fight, but now down 5,000 gold, it's getting harder and harder to find that team fight.
Gold Coin United are going to be struggling to hang on and wait for that team fight. They've had some pretty high expectations on them from basically the get-go of the Challenger Series. A lot of people said that this was going to be the Cloud9 Challenger of the Spring 2017 Challenger split. It took a little while for them to get going, just like it took them a little while to get going in this series. Tied up 2-2 apiece against Team Envy. A lot of people are expecting them to be promoted into the LCS, but Envy at the same exact time, while people are expecting them not necessarily to be the strongest team, didn't necessarily expect them to be in the final match of the promotion tournament either. After a disappointing NALCS season, maybe, but on paper, not necessarily.
Right, and of course, a lot of that does come down to the fact that Lyra has been a monster. A little quiet this game, but Envy still finds that 5,000 gold lead. Now it's about moving around the map, securing vision control, driving those objectives when they can. Counter jungling. We see that for a little bit there, Santorin had a pretty large CS lead. Since he's lost control of his jungles now, he has not been able to keep up the farm. Lyra taking away his entire top side. And for the Graves who wants to keep farming up over the course of this game, it's a little rough to have to keep sacrificing camps like this.
Nope, we're gonna see Syndra getting the Scatter Weak stun down onto Phoenix. That's a flash away from the Equalizer as well. Command Shockwave winds up pulling 2 in. The bullet time gets channeled, but they're not able to find a kill on the Ninja, but they are focusing down now onto Seraph. Tanks up a couple tower shots. Solo joins the fray. His depth charge is available, but will he wind up shooting it out? Looks like the rest of Envy backing away.
And that's what we're talking about, that kind of AoE wombo potential. Phoenix does not get blown up at the start of that fight. A little bit of an early equalizer by Seraph there. Maybe could have waited for the flash out before dropping that one down. Either way, Phoenix gets out, pulls in 2 members of Envy, and you see Madlife drop that ultimate on top of them. Almost able to pick up Ninja. Seraph flashes in trying to finish off the kills. But there is no Mash or Solo there to bring the real lockdown CC that they might have needed to try and turn that one away. So GCU cannot actually pick up a kill off that attempt from Envy.
They saw GCU making sure to ward up the Baron pit so they didn't get surprised by a Baron attempt rushdown from Team Envy. At the same time though, Envy buying time by canceling their recalls, letting Seraph push up to this bottom lane inner tower. They're now transitioning that vision control from the top side back down to the bottom side since the jungle has respawned. We continuously see Lyra, him and Seraph both punishing Santorin, stealing away all of his jungle camp. Actually super surprised to see the fact that Santorin is keeping up with Lyra, considering this has been going on since about 15 minutes into the game.
It's getting worse and worse. Just a second ago, we were saying, oh, Lyra's even with him. Now Lyra has a 10 CS advantage. 5-10 minutes ago, it was Santorin has a 20 CS advantage. So you can see him struggling to find farm as Envy continue to kind of strangle away his camps. And Envy does have a little bit of a power trough here with the Caitlyn pick. Getting her IE now, recalling again, picking up a second Zeal item. Slowly coming out of it. Tends to happen around that 20-minute mark, but they have good late game scaling here. The problem with Envy was usually not the champions that they were selecting in the late game, but a lot of the time how they were performing on them. GCU was looking for a pick off there, scouted out by Scryer's Bloom.
The plant-based champion utilizes the plants to make sure that she does not get caught, but still has to burn her own flash as she goes to clear out the ward that the plant revealed.
A little bit of a misstep there by Hakuho. He knew that they were in the area. Was assuming, I guess, that they had backed away after getting spotted out. They had not when he walked forward, forced the flash away. Now Lyra being the one to move in first for this vision control. But GCU, if they keep holding on, if they stabilize from here, this game goes late. Their team comp also scales extremely well. Obviously, MASH in an auto attack fight won't be able to keep up with what Apollo's going to be dishing out, but the team comp of Envy is not nearly as tanky. So if he's able to kind of land some piercing arrows through multiple members of that team, he'll be doing a lot of damage to them.
An auto attack fight is not exactly what GCU want to wind up going for. It's Phoenix going to get caught out here. Zanya's Hourglass there from Sarah. Phoenix gets taken low, and the kick comes in from Lyra to pick up a kill onto him. Now MASH gets tagged up with the Sonic Wave. Resonating Strike will not follow. Discipline here from Envy. They're deciding to focus down, rotating around back towards the top side where Apollo, very quietly, didn't even see him there, been pushing down this top lane tower.
Nice map movements by Envy there. They're able to pressure in all three lanes at once. Phoenix is walking forward to try and contest the wave clear a little bit. And Seraph rotates up from the bot lane, gets an angle onto him, and is able to slow him up long enough for Envy to collapse in and pick up a kill. And off that kill, they pressure around the mid lane. GCU has to respond to that now that their main wave clear and Orianna's down. That buys Apollo enough time in the top lane to push that one in. And Lyra moves in for the last hit on that turret.
You saw Madlife utilizing the bullet time just for wave clear duties, but it was to no avail as the tower in the top lane winds up going down. The first inner tower on GCU side's falling, and the fourth that Envy's been able to pick up on the map. Most importantly, looking at the fact that 5-1 in kill score, this is a way less bloody game than the other games of this series. 4 of those 5 kills for Envy are all on Phoenix.
Having another disappointing performance in this final match of the promotion tournament. He looked great in his first 2. Struggling today. There's a question of how many times can he put out consistent performances like that. He struggled in Game 5 versus Piglet yesterday. A lot of people were saying, well, how many great games in a row can you really expect out of him? But now, maybe letting the pressure get to him a little bit has not looked like himself today.
Apparently the number is not 14, because that's how many he's played so far in this promotion tournament. Both Envy and GCU have had a long, arduous road to get to this point, but Envy looks to be the ones that are currently taking the high road. 3rd Drake of the game, 2nd Cloud one coming up for Team Envy. They'll be rewarded with a 3rd Cloud Drake if they so choose to wait that long to end this game.
The one Infernal Drake we see this series doesn't actually spawn, just shows up on the wall, telling him that I'm here, but I will not show up.
Just wanted to tease you a little bit.
Tease me, he did.
About an 8,000 gold advantage for Envy. This game has been a bit of a departure from the style we've normally seen them play, which has kind of been aggressive, making a couple of forced mistakes. They did give away First Blood. That was their only mistake that they've given up this game. They haven't given up a dragon, haven't given up a tower, haven't given up a kill since. And they're looking pretty good.
That tends to happen in the high pressure games. As the pressure goes up, people start playing a little bit more conservative. So Envy, after they get that lead, not going for as many crazy plays, but now they feel like they've got enough vision control to force down onto this Baron buff. It gets scouted out by the blue trinket, and now GCU's TPing in.
Not the most conservative play. They don't have the most damage either, but Solo's going to wind up teleporting in. The bullet time gets challenged here by Madlife. The Equalizer goes out, and Madlife will wind up going down. The Zanya's Hourglass is used already by Ninja. Solo's going to get melted as Seraph goes golden as well. He's going to wind up trading his life for that one, but they block down onto MASH, and Envy comes out ahead.
Envy able to get a 3-for-1 off that Baron bait. Solo teleports in, but the team is not there to back him up right away. Phoenix was nowhere to be found at the start of that fight. And they see that they are able to melt down both backline members of Team GCU as well. Seraph had a really nice equalizer there. You'll see Solo shows up, no one there to combo with him. That'd be great to see an Orianna Shockwave pulling multiple members in there. But he's nowhere to be found. He was getting zoned away by Phoenix. Phoenix is able to get that cleanup kill onto Seraph, but he had already done a great job that fight. Like I said, chunking out Mash Me, getting him extremely low, and that's why they're able to chase down, get that cleanup kill onto him. And now After that, when they go right back to it again, forcing around that Baron buff, the members of GCU have not yet responded. It's going to be hard for them to find any opportunity to take this one back. Going to be a free Baron for Team Envy 30 minutes into the game.
The Caitlyn trap wall preventing anybody from GCU from contesting. That is going to be Baron buff over to Team Envy. 11,000 gold advantage. Every time Baron buff has been on the side of Team Envy, they've utilized it to crack open the base of their opponents this series. GCU, they're going to be fighting a very, very long uphill battle to try to make it into the LCS at this point.
Last game you're going to play for a while, though, so you may as well give it your all here. They still have some good wave clear available. They have scaling. If they're able to hold on to this net inhibitor turret line, that's a fine job living through this Baron buff. You can give up a couple of these last inner turrets. MB will probably be able to secure those. It'll give them a couple more 1,000 gold, but at this point, you're already so far behind, you're just trying to stall out for as long as you can.
So Envy with this Baron buff executing a 1-3-1 setup again. Interesting, though, is this time it is Syndra, who's not the best split pusher. Rumble, who's all right at it, but has no teleport. And then Caitlyn, Zyra, and Lee Sin, who are now rotated down to the bottom side of the map. So Caitlyn has become the one as the three move down to the bot lane with Ninja as that minion wave, and Syndra connect to take down that tower. Apollo with his rapid fire cannon finish and a Vampiric Scepter now in his inventory post-Baron take are going to be content pushing down this mid lane tower, and Goldcoin United are nowhere to be found to defend these towers. Like you said, Mark, they have to fall back and defend against these inhibitor towers. Contesting the outer towers could potentially be promotion tournament ending.
Yeah, a lot more angles available for flanks. You can easily get wrapped around behind. So they decide to not really contest those, instead opting to hold down under these inhibitor turrets, but there's still a lot of pressure for Envy. They have a ton of skill shots that they can just send out to try and catch out members of GCU. The long-range stun of Syndra.
Ooh, Ninja! Getting caught up there by Phoenix, utilizing Command Shockwave, but Ninja's going to be able to survive.
Big team fight tool down, though. He used it to chunk out Ninja. Ninja's still around half health, though. And he has that Ocean Dragon regen kicking in a little bit. Gotta be careful, though.
Yeah, he's gonna get chunked out once again by the command attack. Whoa. And Dissonance. Almost goes down to the arrow coming out from MASH, but does go a little bit too high up. GCU now, as you mentioned, about a minute left on this Baron buff storm that they have to weather. As long as they don't lose any of these inner inhibitor towers, things are looking okay for them, but okay does not mean that they will survive.
Yeah, okay is more like, that didn't kill you, so you're alive, that's great. But you're still, you know, grim outlook.
14,000 gold advantage almost here for Team Envy now. Baron power play. Gonna be pretty good. We're taking 3 towers, got a couple of kills. And flash forward from Ninja, trading aggressively down onto Phoenix. Is gonna wind up getting a little more damage. The Locket winds up coming in here as the flash forward from Mad Life saves his mid laner, but now Solo's getting rooted up and caught out. Envy getting a little bit aggressive there. Aggressive summoner spells from Ninja on the bot side.
Trading summoner spells between the mid laner, able to pick up 1 bonus flash there as Mad Life wanted to get in range to make sure he got that Locket down to keep Phoenix safe. But with that pressure now, Ninja escorts another minion wave into this bot turret, starts chipping away at it. You see that long range stun that we're talking about, stops Phoenix from being able to walk up and wave clear. Slowly and steadily, they're chipping these turrets down, but they only have 10 seconds left on their Baron buff.
So Baron buff just set to expire. Envy Majors continue to push up a couple more waves, and then wind up going back and spending some of the money that they've acquired and been holding in their pockets for a little bit of time. You see Equalizer actually being used across the back line. I stand corrected, they might just want to go for this inhibitor tower, and that one's going to wind up falling, the first of 3, as the Baron buff will be expiring in just a little bit. Of course, the extra duration from Lyra, keeping that one alive a little bit longer. Solo's going to get strangled by the Stranglethorns. Command Shockwave locks down the Ninja and Lyra. It's going to be 1 shutdown here as the Guardian Angel gets popped by Solo. So they will wind up taking down an inhibitor tower. They lose Ninja, and they get the Guardian Angel from Solo.
Able to keep their inhibitor alive critically so that there is no super creeps funneling into that bot lane when the Baron buff respawns. It'll make it much easier for GCU to contest that when that occurs. A nice zoning equalizer there out of Rumble forces GCU away from that bot lane turret, so they're able to use that extended duration from the Lee Sin masteries. Having that Baron buff a little bit longer, they use that to take that first inhibitor turret. Critical to crack that one. It makes their next Baron, if they're able to secure it, much easier to use. But then a really nice focus down by GCU. They're able to turn it around, get a kill onto Ninja, shut him down, get a little bit of gold back onto your team, and most importantly, keep that inhibitor alive.
almost 5,000 gold Baron power play for Team Envy. GCU, if they want to come back in this one, they're going to need multiple catches like that in order to do so. 14,000 gold disadvantage. There was a 5,000 gold advantage increase just among that 4 minutes and 1 second with the Runic Affinity from the Baron buff game by Team Envy. Very, very difficult position here.
They're close to some big item power spikes here. Phoenix working towards that death cap. If he can grab that before this Baron comes up, maybe he can grab enough damage that if Envy mispositions around Baron and they're not careful and he lands a huge shockwave, maybe he can start turning this game around. That's really the big item that I'm looking for here, as well as maybe Misfortune getting a little close to that Black Cleaver, but knowing how supports tend to be a little bit weaker and not having that Kindle Gem quite yet, probably not going to grab that one too soon.
GCU were looking to potentially bait something out from Envy, but they will be spotted out by some good plant placement coming out from Hakuo's Zyra. Envy continuing to pressure down this bottom side, Rumble on the top side. Seraph has his teleport available, so he can group down towards the bottom side if he so chooses to with that in just a couple of seconds. But the bottom lane inhibitor being exposed is the focal point for Team Envy and their aggression right now.
Choosing to try and grab this before the Baron buff. We talked about how much easier it makes taking the Baron buff later on in the game, grabbing that extra pressure point in the bot lane, so they're trying to force around this before the Baron buff comes back up. You see, good wave clear by GCU makes it very difficult, but Seraph teleporting down wants to force.
Yep, so 5 members strong from Envy will meet 5 members a little less strong from Gold Coin United, a solo in the front line. Tanks up the Sonic Wave. Apollo placing down multiple annoying Caitlyn traps. Almost in a Connect 4 pattern.
Trying to set up a line that they can retreat over if GCU tries to advance onto them. Seraph probably going to drop a zoning ultimate here soon to try and force them away. Not quite going yet. Lyra walking up, but no one's finding a chance to start actually hitting this inhibitor.
Gets a little aggressive. He has Deadman's Plate ran to his omen for a bit of tanky statistics and has gone for a Quicksilver Sash for himself. So if he gets locked up by something, he will be able to utilize that to get out. Goes in, uses Santorin to kick Phoenix back in. That's Orianna down. There's no command. Shockwave left open. Bullet Time tries to go across the members of Envy, but they've chunked out Mash. They've chunked out Santorin, and they've taken down the inhibitor.
Lyra makes the game-breaking play for Team Envy there. Finds an angle onto Phoenix seemingly out of nowhere. Gets the kick into his team. They blow him up. That takes the bottom inhibitor. That allows him to rotate up, take the mid inhibitor. During this time, a big minion wave is on the top side. Lyra caught a little out of position now, barely able to stay alive.
Tries to take him down with the depth charge, but he is going to safeguard to keep his health bar healthy. Inhibitor number 3 goes down. Envy on the cusp of re-qualifying for the NALCS.
They see the path ahead of them. All 3 inhibitors down now. We'll take another look at that huge play by Lyra. Like you said, connects with a Sonic Wave onto Santorin, rides in, ward hop, flash behind Phoenix, knows he still has no summoner down, or no flash available, is able to get the kill there. And with that, Baron buff is all too free. They grab that one. They're gonna reset before heading in for this final push in game 5, trying to close out GCU.
Team Envy, 10th place LCS team. First place if you count only the early game, but the entirety of their game has been their Achilles heel. This 40-minute game almost. They are on the cusp of re-qualifying for the North American LCS with a second Baron buff, with a massive gold advantage. And he refound synergy between multiple members of your team. You mentioned early on, Lyra eating away first blood. Seraph saying that he felt bad for putting his jungler in this position, being in the promotion tournament as a team. Ninja, the Achilles heel for Envy throughout their entire spring split. Multiple members of this team stepping up, rallying around Lyra in this final game number 5.
And Lyra rewards them for giving him that breathing room in the early game after his mistake, and he hands the game back to Envy after his team kind of carried him through that early phase of the game.
Baron buffed up Envy. This could be the last fight. Solo is just melting. That's supposed to be the tank line. Guardian Angel gets popped. Seraph does wind up going down, so it's top laner for top laner, traded back and forth, but there are multiple super minions in the base of GCU. They have to fall back to defend. Mad Life will tank up the ace in the hole, but one Nexus Tower is down. Only one left between Envy and the summer split of the North American LCS. They've popped Phoenix. They've popped multiple members of GCU. And Team Envy, welcome back to the North American LCS.
A long, grueling road for Envy there. Goes the distance in the final match of the promotion tournament, earning their spot back into the LCS. Got to be a huge relief for the team. You see the Org coming up behind them, congratulating them on a hard-fought victory in a very tense Game 5.
Hard fought does not even begin to describe this. Full 5-game series against Gold Coin United, coming back from early game deficits, shaping up their objective control, working together as a team when their superstar jungler fell behind. Team Envy earned this spot.
Right, I think this is a time that you can say the team really did play well. Ninja had a good series overall, not just a good Game 5. He was able to bounce back from a lot of the problems he was having earlier on in this tournament. It was a huge part in why they were actually able to win this series, limiting Phoenix's effectiveness. See, pretty happy for the team there. That had to be a very tense situation. You heard them talking about before not wanting to fall behind in these kind of matches because the amount of stress that comes with it. Lost Game 1 again, but did bounce back.
Gold Coin United, hard-fought battle against Team Liquid, press them to 5 games. Go up against the other NALCS team in this promotion tournament. Hard-fought 5-game series. They won the North American Challenger Series against United when they were not favored. They came into that one the underdogs. They beat them there, but they are unable to qualify for the North American LCS this time around.
Yeah, you saw stoned face Mad Life. He was talking about how he did not want to have to compete through the Challenger Series again. But Gold Coin United failed to qualify into the LCS. We'll be back in the Challenger Series in summer. It's a very tough loss for them there. Got to feel bad for him.
Definitely, considering that they've played potentially the most games this entire promotion tournament, 14 in total, 2 full 5-game best-of-5 series, a 3-1 victory over Envy on Friday, but they fall to him here 3-2. And it was just basically the fact of, you mentioned before, how many consistent performances could Phoenix have in this promotion tournament? He faltered in Game 5 against his former teammate in Piglet in the mid lane in Team Liquid. He faltered in Game 5 here. 1, 6, and 3, 6 out of the 14 deaths at the end of that game.
And it's tough to put it on Phoenix because he was carrying such a load earlier on in the tournament that he was the reason they're winning a lot of their games in their series. You have to look at the bot lane as well. For the most part, Apollo and Hakuho were getting the better of them over the course of this series, and that was a big thing that changed from Friday's matches, where Apollo and Hakuho were doing fine, but they weren't crushing the early game quite like you saw in games 4 and 5, where they had 30 CS advantages.
Yeah, and well, overall, Envy pretty much just stepped up in that last game. Seraph was holding his own in the top lane against Solo, making sure that tank Nautilus did not get out of control and was not the biggest, beefiest front line as possible. And Ninja in the mid lane stepping up massively for Team Envy.
Right, I mean, it was a slow early game compared to what we're used to seeing. Lyra had that one uncharacteristic mistake that we almost never see out of him, but the team rallied around him and were able to give him enough breathing room that he could finally make the big play.
Yeah, and the biggest thing, I think, is just watching Envy, not necessarily throughout the entire promotion tournament, but specifically in that best-of-5 series, kind of evolve as a team. We saw, like, you know, the pieces kind of working against GCU on Friday. They didn't necessarily come together until they were against United, and their bottom lane was smashing that lane of Deathly and Zazel, continuing to be the consistent backbone. And then the individual pieces kind of came together when one of them was falling behind. They're able to kind of make up for some of those disadvantages and come back from deficits rather than just only win through leads.
Yeah, being able to adapt to what was losing them games on Friday. You saw that they had a different strategy this time around against Envy, who was able to exploit them a little bit in their first matchup.
Well, to hear more about that series from a player's perspective, we're going to pass it over to Azael, who's waiting downstage with Envy's bot laner.
Thanks, guys. Great cast on the day. I am here with Apollo. Congratulations. Qualified back into the LCS against your Gold Coin. Went 5 games. You know, I want to ask you, what was the difference between your series Friday, where they were able to take you guys down 3-1, and here today?
Well, obviously, so since we lost, we kind of had to rethink some things in our draft, and I think we played okay. They played obviously really well, but I think it was mainly our draft that we kind of faltered in. So we wanted to just assure ourselves that we have a stronger bot lane, and that's pretty much how the draft went through the 5 games. Like you saw, they started to ban ADs and just Ziggs along the way. So I think it's good that we just adapted well in this series, and yeah.
So you guys were putting a lot of focus on the Varus pick in particular, you know, a lot more than some of the other teams have. There's been a lot of priority on champions like Lulu in the bot lane. You know, what is it about Varus that you think was a key to your success, or why you're picking it so much?
It's just probably one of the safest blind picks, and we kind of prioritize that for our drafting. Like we need to pick our bot lane early, so we need to draft something that can
win, but also be a blind pick. And that's why we did Verisire versus pretty much every single matchup. And eventually you kind of start to win that lane, especially at 6.
All right, so focusing in a little bit on the coming split, you guys have requalified for the LCS. Obviously, you didn't have the split that you wanted to this time around. Do you guys have any plans going forward, changes you want to make, or things you think that you're going to be trying to improve on in the offseason?
Yeah, this split was not ideal, but I think, I don't know, throughout their entire split, I think even the fans or like the casters kind of thought that we were eventually, maybe going to get better. Like we had like a small chance that we can, do better, but we just couldn't make it. And I think the changes that we have to make, it's like kind of uncertain, but I think a lot of that has to do like language barrier, maybe the way we prep for matches in our scrims. So just kind of all on the players to improve.
All right, well, congratulations. You're going to get some much-deserved time off, so I hope you enjoy that, and we'll see you back next season in the LCS. But to close of the day, we're going to send it back to the desk.
Thanks very much, Azael. It's me and Kobe now, my favorite. This is great. This is the match made in heaven. All right, so let's talk about this. Team Envy do come through with the win, 3-2 overall. You heard Apollo talk about drafting winning bot lanes. I think that did tend to happen here. 7.5 is Fortune, took some nerfs. Clearly wasn't very effective that game.
Yeah, definitely. You could see the importance of getting consistency from that bottom side, and they talked about using almost the same composition over and over and over. That was one key. Another key they also touched on, the casters were talking about Ninja's performance. Syndra, he's had a lot of good performances on Syndra. Previously, everyone was like, oh yeah, he can only play the AD, his Talon and Jace pretty much. But, when he's not having these plays where he's forced into really dangerous situations, and he often errs on the side of going super aggressive and like trying to make a big play for a kill, and it starts to snowball against him. When he's not doing that, he looks very good, right? He had a lot of good performances on Syndra, and him stepping up was crucial because Phoenix was the guy that everyone was looking at for Gold Coin United to actually win them the whole series. And that last game especially, he starts at 0-3, and most of the kills revolve around that mid lane.
Right, even though you had a game where like Lyra gave up first blood on an over-aggressive invade and a good class with the bot lane, yeah, you had individual Ninjas like 3-0-1 at the start of the game, and Phoenix is like a hard 0-3-0, and that's just putting hard in front of words is the new thing for League of Legends. We were talking about that off camera. But yeah, I mean, overall, that matchup went really well. You finally had some good performances coming out of him. Overall, of course, with lots of good performances, we had to recognize one single player to stand above the rest. Envy, of course, won. And honors go to Lyra in the jungle. Consistently was good pretty much every single game and does get player of the series honors.
Yeah, it's a little bit slightly awkward after that last game because that was probably Ninja's best performance, and Lyra had some mistakes in there that you can definitely point to. However, overall, yeah, that play specifically, I know you really liked the multiple hops there from Lyra gaining a large amount of distance, but overall as well, basically the entire series here, this guy, talking about backbones, this is basically the heart of Envy, if the bottom lane is the backbone, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. He's the heart and maybe the brain as well, honestly. Like, he has been so crucial for the team, and it's sad that his team's in 10th place, but you wonder what would have happened without Lyra here. I remember you had asked, or I'd been asked, like, what would Liquid be like without Double? It's like, well, they'd be in a much, much worse spot than they were already. I mean, they were riding in 10th as well, and Envy without Lyra, I think, would be in a much worse spot as well. So now they get another sort of split to play, and, we'll see what changes up with them. Of course, our Summer Promotion Series has been set, and so let's take a look at next week's action as the 2017 Spring Playoffs begin, and they're going to start on Saturday with Phoenix One taking the stage against Team Dignitas. And then on Sunday, we'll have Counter Logic Gaming and FlyQuest duking it out, both of these, of course, for a chance at the semifinals, where Cloud9 and TSM are waiting, depending on how seeds go.
Oh, baby. This one looks to be very interesting because Phoenix One versus Dignitas, first of all, as the first one that we're going to talk about here, is on paper, you're like, okay, that's the number 3 versus number 6, should be the most clear cut. But at the end of the season, all this crazy roster moves that Phoenix is doing, they have 2 rookie supports that they're still deciding between.
And even 2 junglers are deciding between.
Is Meteos even still going to be here? He talked about at the beginning when he joined the team, maybe didn't really want to do it for that long, didn't want to have a lot of pressure. And the further you get into playoffs and stuff like that, the more there's more pressure and more practice and stuff that you have to. So yeah, not quite sure about the junglers. And the supports as well. Arrow's one of the biggest parts of that team. If you can't lock down, especially deciding between two rookie supports,
Right.
then it can get very sketchy there up on the big stage.
Yeah, totally agree. We even saw like Brain support came out, which I was excited about. Like if they play Shady, I think it's always super compelling. And do you go for that style, or do you bring both supports into the playoffs that you can switch at that one? Of course, the CLG versus FlyQuest one, even though it's the 4 and 5 seed, I think is actually the more cut and dry. They had very opposite seasons where FlyQuest was like tied for first for a while. In the last 11 matches, they're 3 and 8, whereas CLG 8 and 3 in their back half in their last 11 matches. So it feels like CLG is so much better right now.
Yeah, not to mention CLG did win their matchup that was only a couple weeks ago.
Yeah,
2-0 versus FlyQuest, so that's definitely going in their favor. As far as those two teams matching up, though, I always really like to see those shot callers match up. Aframoose talked about it a bunch of times in videos. He likes going up against high or doesn't like going up against high.
Like high and Mata, the two hard ones for him.
Exactly, how much stress it really does involve when people are willing to make risky shot calls. As far as the recent form of FlyQuest, though, and they've decided as a team they wanted to go back to testing out less things at the same time,
more
basically.
refined.
Reduce the variables to only a couple. So they still will have, I think, an element of those flavor picks. We did see the Evelynn recently from Moon, even though they haven't gone quite as far as, Mordekaiser plus Shaco plus, all in the same
Plus
game.
Blitzcrank, plus Mid Jarvan, plus Vlad Top. I think they've played, all those champions, and they're roughly the only team ever do that. But I think it will be very interesting, absolutely. Honestly, I am curious sort of what shape comes in. Of course, this year in the promotion tournament was on 7.5. 7.6 will be the playoff patch, and it was a very small one, so I don't think there's going to be very significant changes, but slight nudges each way.
Yeah, changing the patch again. Might have a little influence. As you said, it's a pretty small one there for 7.6. But one that you did mention as well with the Misfortune pick in the last game, she gets a little bit of a nudge back. Which might make her more of a counter pick to Zyra or try and return her to that space. But yeah, on 7.5, we saw it's tough to do much.
Yeah.
Q doesn't do much damage anymore.
Yeah, and even FlyQuest willing to play it in the bot lane, so maybe we see some more of that. If it's one of the picks they go for, I thought MF bot was good. Doesn't really matter. Either way, we are done with the broadcast. So for myself, Kobe, the rest of the casters, all the analysts, all the water people, and all the broadcast crew, thank you for watching. Thanks for being a part of this, and we will see you in the spring playoffs in a week. Don't go anywhere. Well, go.
This is the last best of 5 of the summer 2017 promotion tournament. Everybody's lives are on the line here. You win this one, you're in the NALCS for the summer split. You lose this one, you're back down to Challenger. Getting knocked back in by Phoenix. The exhaust had gone down extremely early. Ninja trying to get a trade kill back around, but Phoenix flashes in first blood for Santorin. They've lost all the Nexus towers on the side of Envy. A flash forward from Mash finds a kill onto Apollo. He's actually going to wind up going down. Seraph has to flash to stay alive.
No flash. I'm on grape. Okay, great.
Lira comes around the opposite side. Ooh, a failed flash from Santorin's going to seal the deal on his death.
Okay, send that down. Slowly. Great. Lumber. Kill the ammo. I go. Chase.
Go in the game.
Mash is going to try to get out with the empowered Baron recall, but he gets stopped by Ninja. Santorin winds up going down to Seraph. It's a double kill for Renekton. Make that a triple. It's an ace. And the Baron goes over to GCU. The collapse coming out as Mash gets excited. He immediately dies, but they've eviscerated Ninja because of it as well. And Envy is all going down. Mark, we're going to a game 5.
You hope that Silver Scrapes.
Teleporting in. The bullet time gets challenged here by Madlife. The equalizer goes out, and Madlife wound up going down. The Zhonya's Hourglass is used already by Ninja. Solo's going to get melted as Seraph goes golden as well. He's going to wind up trading his life for that one, but they block down onto Mash, and Envy comes out ahead. The summer split of the North American LCS. They've popped Phoenix. They've popped multiple members of GCU, and Team Envy, welcome back to the North American LCS.